Okay, well, we're going to go ahead and get started. Hello, everyone. My name is Madeline Hudala, and I am with Natalie Bernstein and Rachel Kaufman, and we are the directors of UC Ladino this year. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the 2025 UC Ladino Conference, which is our 13th annual conference titled Ladino in and Beyond the Home. This event has been made possible by the UCLA Alan D. Levy Center for Jewish Studies, the UCLA Maurice Amado Program in Sephardic Studies, UCLA's Department of Spanish and Portuguese, UCLA's Center for Near Eastern Studies, UCLA's History Department, UCLA's Center for the Study of Women, and UCLA's European Languages and Transcultural Studies. For 13 years, the UC Ladino Conference has nurtured a warm, innovative, and unique environment in which community members, students, and scholars can come together to celebrate Ladino, to bring Sephardic history and culture into international public spheres of discussion, and to create new paths together for language transmission, preservation, and adaptation. We are excited and honored to be gathering with you all in this virtual space, a space which allows us to gather from across the world.
Please note that all audience members will be muted throughout the course of today's webinar and that the chat feature has been disabled. If you have any questions, please feel free to use the Q&A feature located at the bottom center of the Zoom screen. At the end of each panel, we will welcome questions from the audience through this Q&A feature. This event is being recorded and will be available for screening on the Levy Center webpage under the Events tab in about a week. UCLA respectfully acknowledges that as a land-grant institution, UCLA occupies the ancestral and unceded territory of the Tongva people. We pay our respects to elders and relations, past, present, and emerging, and recognize that the violence of settler colonialism is ongoing and that land acknowledgements are not enough.
We have an exciting and full schedule today, with panels that explore Ladino in and beyond the home, exploring language and culture in domestic spaces and in migration. We're asking and thinking about together, how has Ladino taken shape within domestic worlds, and how has Ladino adapted in transit, carried from one home to the next? Our presenters will reflect on the ways gender, food, labor, texts, and transmission are shaped by the homes we make and the histories and memories we carry with us. We will begin today with a panel on migration and Ladino, followed by a panel on Jewish texts and translations across time and space. At 11:10 Los Angeles time, we will hear our keynote address from Dr. Margaret Boyle of Bowdoin University, entitled Cuídate, hija, Language, Food, and Memory. We will then have a roundtable on the digital revitalization of Ladino, a panel on Ladino linguistics, a panel on gender and tradition, and finally a roundtable on the American Ladino League. Before we begin, we would like to introduce our fellow panel moderators in order of the panels. First, we'll have Dr. Rachel Barron-Block, who is Assistant Professor of History and the Teller Family Chair in Jewish History at the University of California, Irvine. Her research focuses on Sephardic Jews, empire, and race in the late Ottoman Empire. Next, we'll have Dr. Carlos Yebra Lopez, who is an Assistant Professor in Spanish Linguistics at California State University, Fullerton. He has worked as a Ladino instructor at the Oxford School of Rare Jewish Languages and as a CEO of Ladino 21 Community Interest Company, a public outreach initiative and digital archive devoted to grassroots documentation of Ladino. And finally, we'll have Dr. Brian Kirschen, who is Associate Professor of Spanish and Linguistics and Chair of the Department of Romance Languages and Literatures at Binghamton University. Dr. Kirschen has served as the co-director of the American Ladino League, which we'll hear about later today, co-director of Binghamton University's Ladino Collaboratory, co-organizer of the annual New York Ladino Day, and curator of the Documenting Judeo-Spanish online portal. Thank you very much to our moderators for participating. We hope you enjoy the wonderful collection of presentations today, brought to you from an international community of scholars studying Ladino and Sephardic history, culture, and literature. And I'll turn things over to Natalie Bernstein, who will be moderating our first panel. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. I think we're all here from our panel. Thank you for being here today and for our first panel titled Ladino Travels, Homeland, Space, and Empire. I'm Natalie. I'm a PhD candidate at UCLA in the History Department, where I study the city of Tangier, Morocco during the Second World War. I'll be the moderator for this panel today. We have three exciting papers in this panel, and I'll introduce each speaker as they present. Please feel free to write your questions using the Q&A feature on Zoom, and we will have time for the Q&A session after we hear from the three presenters. Our first presenter will be Oma Massa, who is a doctor in political science at the Complutense University of Madrid with a thesis on Holocaust memory politics in Spain in the 21st century. He is currently a postdoc researcher at the Institute for Jewish and Religious Studies at the University of Potsdam, with a DFG-funded project on the Jews with Spanish citizenship in France and Greece during World War II. He has been a visiting researcher at the Jewish Historical Institute in Warsaw and at Amherst College in Massachusetts, and his articles have appeared in journals such as Holocaust Studies, a Journal of Cultural History, and the Journal of Holocaust Remembrance. He has contributed chapters for edited volumes at Spanish publishing houses like Catarata and Eco Books. His paper is titled The Many Homelands of Joseph Nehama, Salonica, Spanish Diplomacy, and the Limits of Philosephardism. I'll turn it to you, Oma.
Thank you for the introduction. Thank you to the organizers of the conference. I will now share or try to share my screen for my presentation. Can you now see the presentation? Great.
Yes.
So I will start. Great. Thank you. So I will start then. So the life of a historian from Salonica, Joseph Nehama, is in many aspects representative of the dichotomies that Salonican Jews had to go through in the shift from the 19th to the 20th century, or in the words of Sarah Ballestein, a wall in transition from legal pluralism to the modern monistic regime of state citizenship. At the same time, Joseph Nehama was starting his political and educational career in the early 1900s. In Spain, a campaign started by intellectual and diplomatic circles began to seek a rapprochement and reconciliation with the Sephardim, what was later called philosephardism. The main goals of this campaign consisted in attracting selected elite Sephardim to Spain and to use the Sephardim in the Eastern Mediterranean to foster the Spanish economy and commerce and imperial expansion in North Africa, thus helping to regenerate a nation whose pride had been smashed after the loss of her last colonies in 1898. Now, a wealthy, Western-educated, politically influential person like Nehama was a top candidate for this project of philosephardism. But in 1913, writing to the heads of the Alliance Israélite Universelle on the Greek annexation of Salonica, Nehama bemoaned the harm that the obtention of foreign citizenship could mean for Salonica's Jewry. I quote, "Oh, all who think, all who have thought, who have agitated, who have argued in Salonica are now foreigners. It remains for the government to come to the aid of the little people and the riffraff. It poses a very great danger to the community because all these foreigners are without political rights and a municipal and communal voice too. Who will represent the great community of Salonica? She is being decapitated." End of the quote. So since the approval of the 1921 Greek law for the regulation of Jewish communities, there was an intense debate on the rights of Jews with foreign nationality in Greece and in Salonica. A compromise was finally reached in 1930, and Jews with foreign citizenship were granted full membership in the community and also voting rights, but they were excluded from holding office within the community. Now, in line with his Greek assimilationism, Nehama vehemently opposed the acquisition of foreign citizenship by the elites of the so-called Jerusalem of the Balkans. Yet, eventually, Nehama himself ended up obtaining Spanish citizenship. So how can we then make sense of this apparent contradiction? Was his decision to become a Spanish subject born out of hypocrisy or cynicism, or was it, as some historians have suggested, a sort of last-ditch resort to avoid deportation to Auschwitz during the Holocaust? So in his 1913 published La Ville Convoitée, Nehama commended Salonica as a, quote, modern Babel of races, languages, beliefs, customs, ideas, and aspirations, end of the quote. Later on, he lauded the Greeks for being, quote, one of the most welcoming peoples, one of the rare ones that celebrates and does not take offense on nonconformists, because no people in the world is more understanding, more embedded in the most noble of cosmopolitanisms than the Greek people, end of the quote. Joseph Nehama envisioned a political project to, again quoting him, create and develop among Salonican Jews feelings utterly identical to those of their fellow citizens, irrespective of religious persuasion, without, however, distancing themselves from the Jewish faith, the Jewish tradition, and the spirit of Jewish solidarity, end of the quote. Now, at the same time, and in the words of his fellow Salonican and student Maurice Benusiglio, Joseph Nehama strongly believed in the elite and thought that no matter the political regime, it is actually an elite who really runs business. So these competing factors and beliefs, his positive views of Salonica as a place of multiculturalism, his confidence in the modernizing potential for Salonican Jews of the new Hellenic Republic, but also his elitist understanding of society and esteem for his Sephardic heritage and family lineage, all these factors resulted in a precarious assumption of Spanish nationality, which was largely unwillingly kept from the public, and at the same time an active involvement in the communal life of Salonica in Greek-Jewish affairs. So Nehama's entanglements with Spanish philosephardism seem at this point to have been more Salonica-oriented than born out of a long-lasting nostalgia or a sense of loyalty for the lost Spanish homeland. As historian Devin Narr has illustrated, Nehama incorporated terms like Sephardim or Spanish Jews to his vocabulary only after his encounter with philosephardism. This proved useful to anchor Salonican Jews within the realm of Western civilization, allowing to tie together the histories of Greeks and Jews as European, and thus allowing to exclude Sephardi Jews from orientalization or from association with the former Ottoman regime. Nehama's social life and political historical concerns did not revolve around modern Spain, but were rather strongly entangled in local Jewish politics, in a preoccupation with the Hellenic heritage and national future of the Jews in Greece. Besides founding the Association of Former Students of the Alliance, Nehama served as regional director of the organization and thus supervised all the schools in Salonica. During this time, Nehama did not consider the Spanish-Castilian, like Judeo-Spanish, he didn't consider the Castilian-Spanish language as having a potential future among Salonican Jews, and he rather placed his bets with French and the Greek languages. He also founded the Association of Assimilationists and the so-called Bloco Moderado, a political platform which campaigned for the cultural and national integration within Greece of its Jewish minority. Actually, as representative of this faction, he will be chosen as member of the Committee of the Jewish Community of Salonica. Nehama also owned the Bank Union and served as manager of the Bank de Salonique. So these financial institutions provided credit to Jewish and non-Jewish businesses across Greece, but also the Eastern Mediterranean. And yet no Spanish firm was ever a client of these institutions. They had partners, these institutions as well, and they reached deals with companies throughout Europe. And again, none of them was a Spanish-based or a Spanish business. As well, Nehama was the main shareholder of the French-language newspaper in Salonica, L'Independent, regularly also contributed in the Ladino press, in newspapers like El Mensajero, Acción, and in the French press, of course. But none of his articles mentioned the political situation in Spain at the time, and he never commented on contemporary affairs in the Spanish press. Because of lack of funding from the Spanish consulate, L'Independent actually refused to publish articles in the Spanish Castilian language. So the earliest reference to Joseph Nehama in the registries of the Spanish consulate in Salonica date back to 1913. That year, so the year he was denouncing the dangers posed by foreign citizenship, Nehama obtained the protection of the Kingdom of Spain. In 1916, the Spanish and Greek governments agreed on a list of persons in Salonica who could be considered Spanish citizens by the Greek authorities. Interestingly, now Nehama's name, unlike the name of his brother, was absent from the list. Now, 17 years later, however, his name did appear in a list of the most important Spanish merchants drafted by the consulate in Salonica. And then in 1936, both Greece and Spain came to a new list of persons who again will be considered Spaniards in Salonica. Again, Nehama's name, and again, unlike the name of his brother, were dropped from the list. Finally, Nehama was registered as a Spanish citizen by the German occupation authorities during World War II, and as such given a privileged treatment, or privileged treatment in relative terms, and deported to Bergen-Belsen in 1944 instead of being deported to Auschwitz. So why these comings and goings of protection and citizenship?
Hi, Omo. Sorry to interrupt. Just want to give you a 2-minute warning. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm about to finish. My hypothesis is that Nehama must at some point have made a conscious decision to keep his Spanish naturalization from public view. Spanish citizenship represented for Nehama a source of personal pride. It represented a token of the deference which was invested on him by a foreign government, and actually a government which was the ancestral site of the home of the Sephardim and the site of the so-called Golden Age of Judaism. But it also meant a deep-seated feeling of ambivalence regarding his Hellenistic agenda and a willingness to keep legal options open should his Hellenistic dream not come to fruition. So an insurance policy of sorts. Foreign citizenship was a private matter rather than a topic of public discussion for him. This was something which was reserved to a few privileged families, and openly disclosing it could have harmed his public persona among the masses of Salonican Jews, as well as provoke claims of unloyalty by the Greek authorities. And to finish, now, in the end, Nehama embraced Spanish philosephardism, not out of his political beliefs, but almost in spite of his political beliefs. Spain's call to the Sephardi elites in the Levant represented for Nehama an instrument for the reconstruction, modernization, and pride of Salonican Jewry within a Greek national project, but not a chance to go back to the ancestral homeland or to do the bidding of modern Spain. His instrumental use of philosephardism demonstrates the historical limits of this project, just like his decision on Spanish naturalization proves the limits of his Greek Jewish national vision. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Omo. Let me spotlight. The second presenter will be Sanja Trifunovic, who is a linguist and Orientalist, who is currently a PhD student at the University of Vienna, and who also takes online classes in endangered Jewish languages at the University of Oxford School of Rare Jewish Languages. She holds a master's in linguistics from the Faculty of Philology, University of Belgrade, where she also graduated in modern and Ottoman Turkish language and literature, Arabic, and English. Her research interests include anthropological and cognitive linguistics, language typology, endangered Jewish languages, Sephardic studies, folklore, theater, and cinema. She has presented at several international conferences in the field of Jewish Sephardic studies, including the 12th annual ucLADINO conference. Sanja's paper is titled Performance Venues of the Karagöz Ottoman Shadow Theater. I'll turn it to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie. My name is Sanja Trifunovic, not Sanka. My name is Sanja Trifunovic, not Sanka. My name is Sanja Trifunovic, not Sanka. My name is Sanja Trifunovic, not Sanka. My name is Sanja Trifunovic, not Sanka. My name is Sanja Trifunovic, not Sanka. My name is Sanja Trifunovic, not Sanka. My name is Sanja Trifunovic, not Sanka. My name is Sanja Trifunovic, not Sanka. My name is Sanja Trifunovic, not Sanka. My name is Sanja Trifunovic, not Sanka. My name is Sanja Trifunovic, not Sanka. My name is Sanja Trifunovic, not Sanka. My name is Sanja Trifunovic, not Sanka. My name is Sanja Trifunovic, not Sanka. My name is Sanja Trifunovic, not Sanka. My name is Sanja Trifunovic, not Sanka. My name is Sanja Trifunovic, not Sanka. My name is Sanja Trifunovic, not Sanka. My name is Sanja Trifunovic, not Sanka Okay, performance venues of the Karagöz Ottoman Shadow Theater. I will talk from the historical perspective till the first half of the 20th century. This lecture aims to shed light on the journey of the Ottoman Karagöz theater, its performance spaces, as well as its cultural diffusion, mainly to the Balkans, and the performance spaces that shape the role of the performer. The performance of this theater as the practice of the non-Muslim population, where Jews played a significant role, is linked to the emergence of coffee houses throughout the Ottoman Empire in the 16th century in all major urban areas. But over time, it was also performed at the Ottoman court as well as private events in private homes. The question that this lecture specifically seeks to address is whether, based on the analyzed performance spaces, it is possible to learn something more about this theater, as well as about the relationship and intentions of the performers towards their audiences. As for the background, I will start with the introduction of this theater. The Ottoman Turkish Shadow Theater Karagöz, which survived through different forms and throughout the epochs, even to the present days, all together with a plot expressed through the conflict of its main characters, belongs to the oral tradition and literature, popular culture, and musical genre. The structure of the plays reveals 3 stages of development according to Andreas Tietz, while the tradition in its present composite form can be traced back to the 17th century. The prologue, the so-called dialogue, and the epilogue share the characteristic of featuring only 2 main characters of the shadow theater, Karagöz as representative of the people and Hacivat representative of elite, who uses a refined poetic Ottoman language, while others appear only in the play, so-called facile, including Zene, Çelebi, Tiryaki, Beberuhi, Lazım, men from Kayseri, Kastamonu, Arab, Kurd, and Albanian, Greeks, Armenians, Jews, Turks, and Chengi. And here are some pictures of Zene with the kids and dancer. Again, Zene, Laz, and Kastamonu Turk. Karagöz and Beberuhi with lute, then Hacivat Cypricus and Persian, and finally Jewish characters. Performance of this theater was related to non-Muslim minorities, Greeks, Armenians, Roma people, and Jews, but based on both Western and Eastern sources, we know that this folk and parodic theater of improvisation was performed by a great number of Jewish performers in the 17th century. And from the text of the plays, from the Jewish song, for example, we also learn about their Sephardic Judeo-Spanish identity. Also, the technical terms related to this theater, according to Anne Martin, are of Spanish origin. Finally, reconstruction and assimilation of the Ottoman Shadow Theater Karagöz into Greek folklore by Jacob the Jew in the first third of 19th century, a performer at Ali Pasha's court in Epirus, according to Lord of Buchner, tell us about the rich history of Jewish involvement in this theater. Also, according to some scientists, we know that almost all Muslims, note from Salonica, were converted Jews who practiced Jewishness, and confirmation the Turkish language was mostly used by Jews comes from the great Balkanologist Victor Figman and supported by some texts from 19th century North Macedonia or ex-Yugoslavian Republic. Then I will start with Journey, next chapter, and the basic feature of this theater. It is said and strongly supported by me among all other theories that this type of theater was brought to today's Turkey in the 16th century from Egypt during the reign of Sultan Selim I, just after the Ottoman conquest of Egypt in 1517. As the Sultan was impressed by the performance stage in his honor, he took the troupe with him to Istanbul. And the shadow theater developed in the large, colorful urban center of Istanbul in the early 17th century, soon appeared in full bloom and flourished until the beginning of the 20th century, according to the quotes of Andreas Tietz and other figures of Jews. And this is the coffee house from Constantinople. Despite the typological similarities with some shadow theaters of the Far East, for example, Bayern, Java, Indonesia, and rest of the Orient in terms of form, performance, themes, and characters, or even with the theaters from the West, such as Commedia dell'arte, as it is nicely elaborated by Emmett in 1991, it has also gained its foothold and its peculiarities in the world of the Middle East. And the best short formulation of these peculiarities reads as an art form developed in the colorful capital of a multinational empire. Imitation or characterization of various types of people is indeed a basic feature of the shadow stage according to Dietz. Besides imitation and improvisation, an important characteristic of Turkish shadow play Karagöz is that it never escapes the farcical, even when it has assimilated themes from high-style genres. Thus, it is worth summarizing with some statements of Dario Mizrahi that this theater has constituted a special frame of comic performance in the Ottoman world inhabited by men and women of different ethnic and linguistic communities and flourished in Istanbul for centuries, embracing some of its silent features of social norms, ethnicity, and communication codes, as well as the barriers of daily life. As for the spaces of the performance and cultural diffusion, as it is already mentioned, this type of oral tradition and popular culture, musical and parody theater is linked to the first appearance of coffee houses in the main urban areas in the 16th century, like Izmir, Istanbul, Bursa, Adana, and Ankara. Other venues for this performance were private homes during private events and celebrations during the circumcisions of children or during the Ramadan nights, but also later at the Ottoman court and different wedding and circumcisions ceremonies of sultan's children, and later at the consulates before the foreign representative. It was presented as a Turkish opera. Gaining its characteristics and popularity in the parts of the Ottoman Empire covering present-day Turkey, it had been carried over the entire empire and the Balkans, today is Greece, Romania, Bulgaria, the countries of the former Yugoslavia, and after the independence of these areas, it generated regional national offshoots. The longer-lasting tradition existed in Bosnia, today's North Macedonia, Romania, and Greece. Interesting testimonies and rich sources about the presence of this theater in the Balkans and mainly in the former Yugoslavia were given by Walter Puchner in 2014. And he says, the general conclusion is that Ottoman Shadow Theatre was known in all major towns between the Transdanubial principalities and Greece, in Belgrade, Sarajevo, and Skopje in the 18th, 19th, and 20th century, in Bucharest at the court of Greek Phanariots at the end of the 18th century, and in Yanina at the beginning of the 19th century. He also notes the importance of the article of Dragoslav Antonievich Karagöz in urban culture in the Balkan between 15th and 19th century, who in 1984 brought to light all the available sources related to the former Yugoslavia published many years ago. And here are the evidences in the countries of former Yugoslavia and some adaptations. In 1786, in Old Ragusa, today's Dubrovnik, a certain Josip Skubenta is said to have given a performance, Chinese Shadow, probably coming from the hinterland of Bosnia and Herzegovina. A similar production in a place called Orlando took place in 1798. Then shadow plays have been traced in coffee houses of Belgrade between 1820 and 1850, and also in Prizren, Peć, and Pristina, where such productions were later recalled by the old people. Shadow plays have been documented in Skopje from the end of the 19th century up to the Second World War, and evidences of the 20th century also exist in Ohrid, Bitola, Veles, Štip, and other towns. In Sarajevo, the screen plays were forbidden in 1868, 8 because of the obscene dialogue, usually connected with political criticism of the empire. In 1870, an Armenian play from Constantinople was criticized by the newspaper for his Anatolian theater, and in the same manner, bourgeois audience in Athens. Around the turn of the 20th century in Sarajevo, Samuel Grazian was playing in the coffee house of Hussein
Tanya, I just want to
Hatmi.
give you a 2-minute warning. Thank you.
And finally, Ivo Andrić, his adaptation of the Karagöz, the center protagonist in his novel The Cursed Yard, the monstrous sadistic jail in the prison of Constantinople. And as a conclusion, based on various reading resources, it can be concluded that there are several types of this popular traditional theatre, also different quality, intended for different audiences and occasions. Some were performed only for children, some only for adults, as it was the case in coffee houses, in urban environments throughout Ottoman Empire. Some plays were performed in private homes and intended by women and children, usually during Ramadan nights and private events, according to many testimonies like Andres Dietz, Buchner, Morich, Baruki, etc. However, some plays were performed at courts and consulates. And I would like you to pay attention to this picture again. And in the given picture, we see that it is a coffee house, however, that what is unusual is the presence of children and women. It seems that the artist, according to the proverb, a place for everything and everything in its place, wanted to show everything in a single picture that travel writers have stated about the performance of this theater. But it seems that he also wanted to raise the question of the role of women in transmission of oral tradition and break down also some academic prejudice about the isolation of language communities within the Ottoman Empire. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Sonia. And before our final paper for this panel, a quick reminder to put your questions in the Q&A box, and then we will get to them after. Our final paper, our presenter for this panel is Stephanie Ann Zager, who is a historian and librarian in training, pursuing a dual master's degree in history and library and information science at the University of Maryland. She graduated with distinction from UCLA in 2024 with a Bachelor of Arts in History and a minor in Information and Media Literacy. Her current research focuses on early modern Spanish Jewish history with a focus on food, domestic life, and cultural practices in Spain and the immediate diaspora. Previous research projects include studies on Sephardic foodways in early modern Mexico, the Dreyfus Affair's impact on public discourse, and the transformation of Los Angeles's Fairfax district. Her work on the Fairfax district, conducted with Professor David N. Myers, was published in the UCLA Luskin Center for History and Policy's annual report in 2024, and she presented this project at the American Jewish Historical Society conference. Her research on the Dreyfus Affair was also published in UCLA's Castillo History Journal. Stephanie's paper is titled From Expulsion to Expansion, Escabeche's Global Culinary Footprint. The floor is yours, Stephanie. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that introduction and for this wonderful conference so far. Let me just share my screen. Okay. Can see that okay? Okay. Well, hi, everyone. Good morning or good afternoon, wherever you're tuning in from. Again, my name is Stephanie Zager, and today I'll be presenting a portion of a larger project that aims to explore the intersections of food, cultural resilience, and Sephardic identity. This project is looking at one particular dish, Escabeche. And again, this talk stems from a broader investigation I hope to complete throughout my graduate studies at University of Maryland into Catholic-Jewish relations and the Inquisition in early modern Spain, where I'd like to consider how food operates as both a tool of assimilation and as a form of resistance, and also looking at food just as a historiographical gap in general. Okay. So just to give a little bit of historical context, The Spanish Inquisition and the 1492 Edict of Expulsion radically redefined Jewish life in Iberia. Forced conversions created a population of conversos, Jews who converted to Christianity, but were often suspected of secretly maintaining Jewish customs. This was also exacerbated by limpieza de sangre, which is purity of blood, which essentially translated into these converted Jews not really being genuinely assimilated or acculturated into Spanish and Catholic life. The domestic kitchen, which is what I am going to be talking about today, became a focal point of inquisitorial and also of casual scrutiny from neighbors and from friends and others in the immediate vicinity of the domestic kitchen. From forced pork consumption to inspections of pots and storage, various times when families and people would fast or not cook or engage in these religiously coded behaviors. The most intimate routines of food preparation were weaponized and were understood as evidence of heresy. But also, I argue that these same spaces became sites of continuity and of resistance. So what exactly is escabeche? Escabeche is a marinated dish often made with fish, vinegar, onions, and cilantro. While its origins lie in practical preservation because there was no refrigeration, it kept fish edible in the absence of that. Its role also expanded across cultural and religious lines and still persists as a dish that's eaten all over the world today. As it traveled, it transformed, but also maintained vinegar as a consistent element, even as other ingredients and cultural and even geographic affiliations shifted. For Sephardic Jews, it was a Shabbat staple and also became a diasporic memory. This is either, conscious or unconscious, because a lot of the recipes and contemporary iterations of the dish that we see today have no sort of association or even awareness that this is actually a Jewish dish that has origins in Shabbat. The kitchen, often the most private space, became the repository of cultural resilience. While widely seen as Iberian in today's iterations, its etymology actually traces back to Andalusi Arabic and Persian roots, which highlight its presence across cultures. To this day, this still persists. I think what makes Escabeche particularly compelling for the study is its survival across centuries and migrations, its layered religious associations, religious and cultural and geographic associations, and its ongoing presence in both Spanish and Sephardic Jewish cuisines. The three images that I've included in this slide are just of recipes that I've compiled. On the left is a Spanish escabeche. You can see there's more ingredients and it's more oil-based. In the middle is Mexican escabeche, which I'm sure many of us have tried. I actually ate this before even realizing that this is what I was eating my entire life. And then on the right is Sephardic escabeche, which is my personal favorite. So the kitchen wasn't just a physical space. It was a site of linguistic and cultural transmission. Recipes were passed down orally, likely in Ladino, sometimes, and probably most of the time, never written, but definitely deeply internalized and deeply carried with them, that transcended the religious association. In Sephardic homes, women, of course, played a central role in preserving both the language and the rituals of daily life, including those embedded in food. Through escabeche and other dishes, the act of cooking became a form of cultural preservation, even when religious expression was curtailed. And again, this cultural preservation likely transcended that religious affiliation that people had when this dish was associated with Sephardic Jewry. In a period where public religious expression was curtailed, cooking became a way to remember and maintain identity. So the dish first appears in a 9th century Latin translation of De Culinaria as a sauce for preserving fish. This again goes back to the preservation aspect of the dish and keeping things edible for multiple days, especially during Shabbat when Jews are not allowed to cook. Escabeche's journey didn't end in Spain, as I've mentioned before. Following the expulsion, we find iterations of escabeche in 17th and 19th century Mexican cookbooks. A 1630 manuscript refers to using vinagre de Castilla, linking the recipe directly to Spanish origins. A later recipe from 1820 calls for 2/3 vinegar and 1/3 white wine. In both, of course, because of this preservation aspect, vinegar remains central, and it's an anchor ingredient that carries both a practical and symbolic weight across the Atlantic. The culinary continuity reflects a broader cultural resilience. And again, this, whether it's intentional, whether it's conscious or not, the cultural resilience of Sephardic migrants in the Americas and all over the world. Food was central to religious policing. Pork became a marker of Catholic conformity, and some historians have argued that pork is even this artificially placed signifier of Catholic or of Orthodox identity. And this, of course, is association with Iberia and pork being kind of central to this cuisine still exists today. Again, so much so that public consumption could serve as proof of orthodoxy, whether that was through the forced consumption or the watching of Sephardic Jews as they, were forced to consume pork. It's just pretty horrible. Additionally, herbs like cilantro were also coded as Moorish, and their presence could raise suspicion. However, cilantro eventually became assimilated into Spanish cuisine, so it was easier to use this dish, or easier to use this herb, and not be suspected of Judaizing behavior. Recipes like escabeche, which didn't require pork and could also be adapted subtly, offered a culinary gray zone. This allowed conversos to remain cultural identity while outwardly conforming to inquisitorial expectations. So while scholars like David Graysford and Renee Melamed had explored converso identity in domestic life, food is rarely the center of analysis. One historian, historian and chef, Helene Jawara Pinnier, sends out for her work on Jewish culinary survival, but I argue that food still remains a historiographical gap. This research and the research that I hope to complete in my graduate studies proposes that culinary practices, whether that's through cookbooks, any surviving oral recipes, or trial testimonies that have to do with food, surveillance, or, understanding the kitchen as a site of scrutiny, using these as primary sources for understanding identity, adaptation, and resistance during and after the Inquisition. Escabeche's persistence across cultures is remarkable. It was adaptable enough to pass as Christian, portable enough to travel with exiles, again, bringing that kind of key ingredient of vinegar and transforming many of the other ingredients, and persistent enough to remain a staple in modern and
2-minute warning, Stephanie.
Okay. A staple in modern Spanish, Mexican, and Sephardic kitchens. As a dish, it embodies the historical and emotional experience of diaspora, of leaving home and having the ability to recreate it elsewhere, whether or not you carry over that religious association with you through memory, ritual, and taste. It also happens to be very tasty, so I don't blame people for continuing to cook it. Another thing that I wanted to quickly mention is that some historians have theorized that this dish, which is fish and vinegar and frying, is the origins of dishes like fish and chips or tempura, which I think is very interesting to consider how this dish from Spain that has origins in Sephardic Jewry made its way to the UK and to Japan. So this conference asks us how Ladino has traveled through homes and across empires. Escabeche and other Sephardic recipes show us that food, like language, migrates with people. Recipes act as maps of displacement and resilience. Cooking becomes an act of remembrance. Just as Ladino lives on in song and storytelling, it also simmers in kitchens, preserving a sensory heritage of home, ritual, and survival. And thank you so much. And these two pictures are from when I made the dish myself. I highly recommend and would be happy to share the recipe with anyone interested in making it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Stephanie. And thank you all for your excellent presentations. We will now move to the Q&A portion. We have about 20 minutes left, I believe. I do have a few questions myself, but we've already gotten a few questions, and please feel free to add in the Q&A feature. One comment we have from Jake Konak for Stephanie, just a comment that if you haven't already been introduced to Helen Joahara Piner, he would like to introduce you all, so feel free to be in touch. And then let's see, we have a few questions. I'll read the first one, and this one is from Rachel Kaufman, and this is for Stephanie. Rachel asks, could you talk a little bit about approaching food history through different source materials in the colonial period, i.e., through written recipes versus images of meals / food? What do language or image, respectively, teach us about food history?
It's a really interesting question. I think one of the things that I had to keep in mind while I was doing this research was that there's no information about who wrote these recipes or who wrote these cookbooks that these cooking manuscripts that I reference. But they're definitely and probably 100% of the time written by men, which I think is interesting. Also, none of the recipes that, or none of the manuscripts that I consulted had any sort of mention of the recipes themselves being Jewish, which I think is interesting and requires kind of a bit of finagling of understanding the language enough to find these recipes and understand if they have origins in Sephardic Jewry or Sephardic kitchens. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you. And Stephanie, one more question. One person has requested the recipe, and one question for you, Stephanie. Any connection between escabeche and Peruvian ceviche?
Oh, I'm not sure, but that wouldn't surprise me just based on like pure flavor of both of the dishes. I would definitely look into that, and I would be interested to know to research more into that.
And then a question for Olmo. Did Nahama have relationships with other Spaniards involved in philosephardism aside from Ángel Pulido? Did he know Jiménez Caballero?
I thank you for your question. Actually, he didn't know him. Well, Jiménez Caballero was one of the sort of representative of the literary vanguard movement in Spain, right? But also a very ambiguous and polemic figure who shifted between philosephardism but also Spanish fascism. As a part of a trip to the Balkans, which was commissioned by the Spanish Ministry of Foreign Affairs, he got to meet Joseph Nehama, as well as a lot of the, so to say, important Sephardi figures in the realm of the Balkans at the time. And he actually kept correspondence and exchange of letters with Jiménez Caballero even after World War II. So actually, I was last week in the Spanish National Library, and there is an exchange of letters between the two of them in the, I don't remember the year, but it's the 1950s, where actually Jiménez Caballero is asking Nahama for issues or for some volume of his Histoire israélite de Salonique, which was still then in the 1950s, not fully, if I don't remember wrong, not fully published, because it's a compendium of 7 volumes, and by then Nahama had only been able to publish 4 volumes. But yeah, definitely there was. Thank you for the question. There was exchange of communication between the two.
There are a few more requests for the recipe, Stephanie, that you'll see in the Q&A. But one question for you again, Stephanie, is about the etymology of the word escabeche. And David Mogel says it seems like it would have nothing to do with the words vinegar, wine, etc.
So I'm not sure what the initial sort of like word for that is. The actual dish is in Catalan, which I don't speak. It's escabeche de pieche. I'm pretty sure that's how there's an X in there. So I'm not sure exactly, and I'm not a linguist, so I can't say that I know. But Helene Duarte-Pinier does talk about the etymology of that dish specifically.
I think that might be all of the questions for now that we have in the chat. If anyone wants to add anything, we have about 10 minutes. But I do have a couple more questions. But if you wanted to add something, Stephanie, first.
Yeah, should I send the recipe in the chat? Is that help? Would
Yeah,
that be
I'm
helpful? Okay,
if you want to send it to us, we can email it out after, because I'm not sure,
perfect.
or we can put it, or send it to me and we can put it in the Q&A, or see if that will work. Oh, great. Thank you. And Sonia, is your hand? I see your hand is raised. Oh, not on purpose. Okay, great. I have a few questions for you all, but I guess for each of you, but I guess for a more general question for each of the panelists, I am curious how you all think of the question of legacy in each of your own papers, whether it's the legacy of the spaces themselves, the theaters, the legacy of these recipes, um, or the legacy of a figure, Joseph Nahama, in Sephardic studies, and if you could speak to the importance of these legacies. Thank you.
I can go first. I think one of the things that I think about is that just how many different iterations of the dish there are and how it has origins in Sephardic Jewry, but a lot of that is unknown. So I think, when you asked the question about legacy, I wrote like unknown and like discoverable and hidden. And I think that there are probably a lot of aspects of Sephardic food or of, just Ladino or anything that is not easily findable. And so I think that and also probably like existing in all around us, that it's just like waiting to be discovered. So I think and I also love cooking. So I think that I'm always trying to find something that I can, research and also carry on.
Well, if I may follow, to me the question, even though to be honest, I'm not quite familiarized with legacy and sort of post-death reception of Nahama in different contexts. To me, I guess it is a question that goes very much along national lines and also along very much national literary canon lines, right? So Nehama's dictionary of Judeo-Spanish Judeo-Spanish to French was actually published in Spain at a moment in Madrid in the 1970s, at the moment where there was sort of an impulse from the Spanish government and the Spanish state to sort of capitalize on or some way make his own heritage the cultural and literary production of some Sephardic Jews, right? I bet that in Israel there is also a ton of work done on Nehama, although to be honest I'm not familiarized with it as to comment on it. But I also know that in the United States, actually in the University of Washington, there is also a lot of scientific research, right, and compilation of his work, as well as right now in Paris in the circles of Sephardi of Ladino-speaking people there in the associations like Al Siete or Muestras Desaparecidos, right? Who even though Nehama wasn't a French scholar, a French historian, well, he did produce most of his work in French, right? So it has been now sort of not canonized, but yeah, his legacy is being work by these persons in Paris.
Thank you. Sonia, do you have anything you'd like to add? If not, I can move on for our last few minutes.
You can move on, Natalie. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you all.
So moving on, we only have about 5 more minutes. Sonia, I did have another question for you. I'm curious if you could speak a bit more to the question of audience in these theaters. I know you mentioned that it was rare for children to be in the audience, but what was the typical audience like, and what were the nature of the interactions between the performers and the audience? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. In this article, it is mentioned that there were some obscenities, and I already mentioned that it is usually connected with the political criticism, which existed in 19th century and which was not so typical for the performances at the court and at the consulates, but even we have only one case noted that at that occasion also performer was not suppressed to express his political opinion and to criticize the Sultan in his presence. So that is, so in texts from the court, we do not have such a performance, and also at home during the Ramadan nights, we have very nice stories, and performer performed every of that play, and he reserved every play for the nights, 8 nights of Ramadan, and we had children during the different events. And what else? Also, I mentioned Jacob the Jew, and he reconstructed this theater, especially because of the children. So he just reconstructed the story and the whole performance. And what else? Are you satisfied with the answer?
Yes, thank you so
we
much.
have for the adults in coffee houses and homes with the women and children, and they were also present at the courts, somewhere at the backsides, and at the ceremonies for weddings and circumcisions of the children. So then the conclusion is that this was not only the theater, as it is said, with addition in 17th century of one part, which was called the facile or the play, which included the whole minorities that lived in the empire, but also it functioned as a medium. And performers traveled and also transmitted some informations, criticized the societies, and in that manner we have different audiences. And it is also said that this kind of theater or media stopped to exist till the first half of the 20th century with the appearance of new media. So that is the proof. And then again, revitalized since the beginning of the 90s. And that is another story. So I just talked about the historical aspects till the first half of the 20th century.
Thank you so much. We only have a couple more minutes. I guess one final question for Olmo. I'm curious about the question of sources when you mention Spain's attempts at reconciliation, or in other words, like how could you glean this idea of indifference that you speak of from the sources that Joseph Nahama's indifference to this reconciliation? And we have a little bit less than 5 minutes left. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Well, one of his sources, of course, the exchange of correspondence with with the Spanish authorities and intellectual philosophardims from Spain themselves. But also another relevant source, of course, is the articles published in the press, right? As I said, Nehama was a very common contributor in not only in the Jewish but in general in the French press. He also contributed some articles in the Spanish press, in the newspaper El Liberal, but also in the Revista de la Raza, which was more sort of scientific literary journal rather than a newspaper. And in those publications, well, of course, it was the topic he was interested in, but he only dealt with the history of the Sephardim after the expulsion and their history specifically in Salonica, right? He didn't comment on the Spanish political situation at the time, even though he had some contribution in 1936, right at the moments before the onset of the Spanish Civil War, right? So that's to me at least that's an important clue. And of course, another very important source are the Salonican newspapers themselves, which are of course written in Judeo-Spanish, in Ladino, but again, accessing them is still a logistical challenge that I had to overcome.
Thank you to all of our panelists. So now we have completed the first panel, and the second panel will start in about 5 minutes. Panel 2 is titled Jewish Texts and Translations, and will be moderated by Dr. Rachel Barron-Block. Thank you all for being here, and see you soon.
Thank you, Natalie.
Hello, everyone. I want to welcome you back from our quick break, and we are going to transition to our second panel for today, which is Jewish Texts and Translations, which will be moderated by Rachel Barron-Block. And she is an assistant professor of history and the Teller Family Chair in Jewish History at the University of California, Irvine. Her research focuses on Sephardic Jews, empire, and race in the late Ottoman Empire. So I will turn it over to you, Rachel. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Madeline. Welcome to our second panel for today, Jewish Text and Translation. It is an absolute joy to be here and to be moderating this panel as an alum of the UCLA PhD program in Jewish History and a former director of ucLADINO. So let's get started. Our first speaker for today is Adam Mahler, who's joining us from Harvard University. And we'll be speaking about Jewish languages and emergence, Usque and the Nación Portuguesa. Adam Mahler is a PhD candidate at Harvard University, where he's completing his dissertation on environmental and ethno-representative writing in medieval and early modern Iberia. His articles have appeared or are forthcoming in PMLA, Speculum, and Hispanic Review, among other journals. Adam, the floor is yours.
Thanks so much for that lovely introduction. Let me just get set up here with my presentation. Sorry, camera here is like a little out of focus. Strange. Okay. 1 second. I might not be able to, because there's a one monitor setup here, both read my text and put it like in full screen share. So I might unfortunately just have to have it up like this, but everyone can still see the slides. It's not a like a slide heavy presentation, so this should be okay. All right, without further ado, shalom a todos. Thanks for being here. I'd like to begin this presentation with just a few words in Ladino, which I've done in past editions here. I think there's significance and solemnity in marking an occasion like this with something in the language. So, en primero, quisiera reganciar a todas las organizadoras que hicieron un magnífico laboro todos los años para seguir revivando la lengua y su estudio. Y quisiera reganciar a la paciencia y apertura mental que tienen mostrado en acoger una presentación sobre Usque, que no necesariamente sea parte de una historia del ladino hablar propiamente, que me parece una figura muy interesante. Okay, so what will now follow is a rapid and informal tour of an excerpt that I believe merits our consideration as scholars of Ladino and more broadly Sephardic culture in deep time. The text at the center of my inquiry today, Samuel Usque's Consolação às Tribulações de Israel, or Consolation for the Tribulations of Israel, raises important questions about community cohesion and linguistic preference at a pivotal stage in diasporic community formation. That the document we'll be examining was originally authored in Portuguese, and I'm not really sure we could call it Judeo-Portuguese, is a reminder to embrace the immense linguistic diversity within the Sephardic tradition, to accept Ladino and its forebears as always already plural, secular and profane, Iberian and not, Spanish and Portuguese, Jewish, crypto-Jewish, Muslim, and Christian. Samuel Usque was born at the turn of the 16th century in Lisbon. He's a likely relation of both Abraham Usque, his printer, and Shlomo or Solomon Usque, another Italian-based belletrist of Sephardic Jewish origin. I'll note that this last Usque, Shlomo, was actually the earliest translator of Petrarch into Castilian. It's really fascinating translations. Though perhaps less known than Abraham Usque, who, along with Yom Tov Atias, published the magnificent Farah Bible, alongside a long and eclectic list of Jewish and Iberian literature, Samuel Usque authored what's arguably the most influential work of them all, The Consolation. The great Yosef Haim Yerushalmi approaches Usque's work as a Jewish classic in the Portuguese language, claiming it for the canon, even if scholars of Iberian literature have been reluctant or sluggish to do so. Rendered in really refined Portuguese, the work constitutes one of the most significant attempts to engage with Jewish history, ranging from biblical histories to the then underway dispossessions of Iberian and other European Jewish populations. Yerushalmi situates Usque's work, among other things, within the kind of messianic fervor of the late Iberian Jewish communities. Some members of that community could really only make sense of their ongoing persecution by linking it to an imminent program of deliverance, of relief. And so Usque's work and others like it lay at least some of the blame at the feet of Iberian Jewry itself, sort of citing their lapsed religious practices and their accommodations, cultural accommodations to an ascendant Christian state, sort of laying the blame there and kind of considering those incitements to disaster. Sorry again. Usque's fine literary style, his familiarity with certain Iberian literary vogues, and also the fact that his work was published alongside Iberian classics with no ostensible connection to the Jewish community. I'm thinking now of like Bernardino Ribeiro's Menina y Moça, which is a pastoral work written turn of the century Portugal, sort of classic Renaissance work, not a real clear. Some people have read Jewish subtext into it, but it's kind of hard to make that case. So these those factors have led some scholars to claim this work as a Jewish expression of something like the Portuguese saudade, a stylized longing or a nostalgia that was a literary conceit long before it was an element of kind of popular culture and nowadays mass tourism. That nostalgia or attachment to an Iberian life that once is not, of course, alien to other works of the diaspora. Den Boer, the scholar Den Boer, for example, has produced excellent studies of literary nostalgia in the output of Sephardic Amsterdam. And I'll briefly note that Usque's Consolation was originally printed in Ferrara, but it circulated widely, including in the Amsterdam community, which issued several reeditions and reprints of the text. So the unique demographic properties of the early diaspora, that's to say it's a mix of Spanish and Portuguese Jews, practicing Jews, and newly reconverted or Jews brought back into the fold, the so-called new Christians, early arrivals and newcomers. Those unique demographic properties configure and charge this literary nostalgia in pretty interesting ways. It's hard to know at any given point which community it is that a Jewish author may be longing for. The erstwhile pluralism of Iberia before the pogroms of the 14th century, the more recently abandoned communities in Portugal that had already begun absorbing the intellectual and linguistic practices of Renaissance Europe. In Usque's case, the nostalgia seems to be an especially heady mix. deriving from the author's identification with various diasporas within the diaspora and sort of discrete intellectual currents. His nostalgia also betrays a certain uneasiness with the demographic shifts or tensions within the current diasporic enclave he was actually living in, and maybe some anxieties around Jewish language formation there as well. So this is sort of the crux of my case here today. I want to read, do a bit of close reading of the really remarkable final paragraph of the Consolation's prologue. I'll read it in Portuguese, kind of a modern European Portuguese, just so we get a sense of that texture here. And then I'll read it in English as well. Alguns senhores quiseram dizer antes que soubessem minha razão que fora melhor haver composto em língua castelhana, mas eu creio que nisso não errei, porque sendo o meu principal intento falar com portugueses e representando a memória deste nosso desterro, buscar-lhe por muitos meios e longo rodeio, algum alívio aos trabalhos que nesse peçamos, desconveniente era fugir da língua que mamei e buscar outra prestada para falar aos meios naturais. E dado o caso que à volta houve muitos do desterro da Castela e os meus pesados dali hajam sido, mais razão parece que tenha agora conta com o presente e maior quantidade. Before learning of my intention, some gentlemen felt that it would have been better for me to have written in the Castilian tongue, but I believe that I've done the right thing. My primary intention was to speak to the Portuguese, and that New Christians is provided by Martin Cohen, the translator, to describe the record of our diaspora, and by many sometimes circuitous means, to seek some relief from the hardships we have been enduring. It would therefore have been inappropriate for me to shun my mother tongue and to seek a borrowed language in which to speak to my countrymen. And though at one time there were many among us from the diaspora of Castile, my own forebears come from there, it seems more proper for me to consider the majority of our people today. So before this text, the prologue lays out the work's basic allegorical structure. It's a mix of sort of a Renaissance pastoral frame and biblical characters and sort of first principles. And the work plainly states its purpose, which it's meant as a salve for the still aching communities of Portugal. I don't have precise information on the demographic composition and linguistic habits of Ferrara's Sephardic community at the time of writing. They were obviously familiar with many languages other than Spanish, Portuguese, Italian in its regional forms, Hebrew, Latin, and so on. And though it's true that the most recent Iberian arrivals at us time were by and large Portuguese, and that many of Castile's dispossessed transited through Portugal, residing there for years at a time and learning the language, it is also well known that the same sort of period of early Sephardic intellectuals were cultivating a variety of Spanish, not all that different from the prestige dialects of Castile. We sort of see that in some of the Romance Bible attempts of this community. So this passage raises essential questions about language and belonging in the so-called Nación Portuguesa. Kind of funny that it's a Spanish term. Was Usque afraid of already emergent patterns of Koinization, whose ultimate flowering took the form of Levantine Ladino? Was there a broader base of Portuguese Jewry that felt disaffected with the uptake of Castilian in both community ritual and private intellectual endeavors? Usque's turn of phrase, a lingua que mamei, the language at which I suckled, is interesting, not only because it echoes and really foreshadows a pretty iconic line by Camões, who's the most famous Renaissance Portuguese poet, nothing to do with Jewish community, but also because it reveals the depths of the author's effective attachment to a language that, no matter what timeline we presume, he could not have spoken for very long on Portuguese national territory. And yet, in rejecting Castilian as a borrowed language, Usque practically nationalizes the Portuguese diaspora, not surprising when we consider that formula of the Nación Portuguesa. And then at the same time, in affirming his Castilian origins, Usque also moves to universalize that Portuguese, eroding the very distinction between ancestral and borrowed tongues that his prologue just a sentence ago seemed to rely on. So in Usque's passage, we see an artist struggling to come to terms with the sudden devaluation of his cultural capital, as well as the strange tangle of nationalists and diasporic, and nationalists is a bit of an anachronism there, but let's roll with it. The strange tangle of nationalist and diasporic sentiment he must invoke to defend that cultural capital. Usque's prologue, for me, raises more questions than it answers. but I'm certain that it's an important mile marker in the linguistic practices of Iberian Jews in the Eastern Mediterranean. And I'll leave it there. Merci mucho, and thanks again for having me.
Great. Thank you so much, Adam, for a fantastic paper. Our next speaker will be Javier Lewuski from INALCO and the Universities of Lille, and he will be discussing Pirkei Avot Me'am Loez, Rabbi Isaac Magrisso in Constantinople, 1753, translation, commentary, and linguistic calc. Javier was born in Buenos Aires and grew up in Israel. He's lived in France and Paris since 2007, where he works as a Hebrew teacher at INALCO and Lille universities. His topics of research are Ottoman Jews' immigration to Buenos Aires and Judeo-Spanish linguistics and culture, which was the subject of his PhD work. And he's also published short stories, books, and novels, mostly in French. So Javier, please.
Hi, thanks a lot. Hi, everybody. So I will briefly present two main topics of my PhD dissertation, which is about Me'am Loez, the commentary of Pirkei Avot in the Me'am Loez. So Me'am Loez was an influential 18th century literary project initiated by Rabbi Yaakov Huli in the Ottoman Empire. Huli's goal was to provide a comprehensive biblical commentary in Judeo-Spanish. Huli commented on Genesis and began with Exodus, but died before finishing it. Itzhak Magrisso continued, completing the commentaries of Exodus, Leviticus, and Numbers. Magrisso also included in the volume on Leviticus a commentary on Pirkei Avot, a tractate of the Mishnah, that was part of the readings conducted in the synagogues of the Jewish diaspora. Written in Judeo-Spanish with elements of oral language, such as repetitions, direct speech, and frequent code switching between Hebrew, Judeo-Spanish, and Turkish, the text uses both Hebrew square script and the Rashi Sephardic cursive alphabet, reflecting complex identity factors. The text presents interesting translation issues, sometimes into vernacular Judeo-Spanish, and sometimes through what some linguists call Ladino, a Judeo-Spanish that calques Hebrew forms, generating diverse lexical, morphological, and semantic creations. The corpus demonstrates the prominence of Hebrew in the text to the point of bringing the author's educational goals into play. The unaltered morphology of the Hebrew loanwords highlights a strong identity marker in keeping with the severe tone of the text and its dual purpose of education and cultural preservation. Due to time constraints, I will present only two important aspects of this corpus. First of all, I'll briefly present some translation strategies of the author. Then, the main part of this presentation will focus on the presence of Hebrew through calque translations. Unlike spoken Judeo-Spanish in the Me'am Loez, the presence of Hebrew goes much beyond religious expressions and terms. We find Hebrew words and expressions at all linguistic levels. In my corpus, I found 822 different Hebrew terms without counting original Pirkei Avot text and biblical quotes. In general, when translating a term or a passage which the author judges difficult for his readers, Magrisso will use the expression kere dezir. It means, for example, כי כל שולחנות מלאו קיצוע בלי מקום. Quiere decir que no se inventó en ella el nombre del macón, que es el Shem Yitbarach, que no se dicho en ella divrei Torah. In the first verse, taken from Isaiah, he leaves in his commentary the Hebrew term makom, which means place, but which is also a way of calling God. Then Magrisso specifies that makom is Shem Yitbarach, God. Another example is found in Mishnah 3:15. יאיקן דיזה כלו כקיז'ו דזיר אל דיתו תנא, הווה קל לראש ונוח לתשחורת, כרה דזיר כן el tiempo del rosh, que es tu principio, que ainda eres mancebo, y también que el ראשי תיבות de לראש es לעשות רצון אביך שבשמיים, כרה דזיר para hacer voluntad de tu padre que en los cielos. In this example, Magrisso gives several possible translations of the Hebrew term rosh, head, including an interesting interpretation that makes the word as if it was an acronym which he quotes and then translates into Ladino, calc translation. Hacer voluntad de tu Padre que en los cielos. Do the will of your Father who is in heaven. Another interesting thing is how Magrisso uses the term Ladino as a word for translation. For example, y hay quien dice que lo que se llamaron escolot, que su ladino es racimos. Some say that what they call escolot, which its Ladino or its translation is bunches. Hebrew is present everywhere and at every level in this corpus. On the one hand, we have, of course, the commented text, Pirkei Avot, in which we find biblical Hebrew in the many references and quotes, and then the text itself, which is written in Mishnaic Hebrew. The references Magrisso gives in the margins of the text are also in Hebrew. Biblical Hebrew is also present in Magrisso's commentary. In the numerous biblical references he gives to support his remarks, a common approach in rabbinic prose. But Hebrew is present far beyond that. The text is full of loanwords, code switching, and calc translations, which will be our subject here. It is a Judeo-Spanish tradition to translate Hebrew works into calc language, and in particular the Tractate of Avot, which counts some 50 different translations since the first in Ferrara in 1552, according to Ora Schwarzwald. Some of the expressions used by Magrisso are calcs in whole or in part of Hebrew expressions. Here I will separate these calcs into semantic expressions on the one hand and verbs and prepositions on the other. The author uses several Hebrew expressions in his commentary. First, we have several terms that exist in Hebrew only in the plural form and that in Judeo-Spanish are used in the same way, creating what Seficha calls syntactic distortions. For example, the Hebrew term chaim, life or lives, exists only in the plural form in Hebrew. The author uses the calc term vidas, lives, 27 times in the corpus, most of them in relation to life in the future world or olam haba. Comprar las vidas de olam haba con ellos, buy the lives of the future world with them. Otherwise, when referring to a person's life or other matter of current life, the author uses the singular Judeo-Spanish vida. Another example, the Hebrew term panim, face or faces. Magrisso uses the calc translation faces on 5 occasions. Avergüenza faces de su haber delante de los muchos. He humiliates his companion in front of others. The Hebrew mayim, water, is always plural too. In his commentary on Mishnah 2:3, Magrisso quotes a verse from the book of Proverbs. Palge mayim lev melech beyad Adonai el kol asher yachpotz yatenu. The heart of the king is like a stream in the hand of the Lord. He directs it wherever he wills. In his explanation of this verse, he uses the following expression, los pelagos de las aguas. Interestingly, in addition to the calc aguas, waters, he uses the term pelagos, torrents, which sounds very close to the Hebrew term in the verse quote, palgei. Another example in Mishnah 1:4, como si allegara temidin. Here, the verb translates Hebrew verb meaning to sacrifice, leakriv, whose root, kuf resh bet, also carries the meaning to bring near, to be close. According to Ora Schwarzwald, it is a Ladinism which also means to make an offering. Another way of copying Hebrew is to calc Hebrew prepositions. For example, the Hebrew preposition al, which we can translate by on or above. It is regularly used by Magrisso. Pasar sobre una de las mitzvot, to break one of the commandments. It calcs לעבור al, to transgress. We find this usage with the same meaning also in 3:16. No pasar sobre su neder, don't stifle his vow. Magrisso also uses this preposition in the following sentence. Eres obligado de hacerte grande sobre ellos. You have an obligation to lead them. Here, in the sense of taking responsibility for others, calcs the Hebrew gadol al. Another expression model on the preposition al is found in 2:7. Y se levantó sobre él que era más forzudo que su javer, y lo ató pies y manos para degollarlo. He got up on him, for he was stronger than his friend, and bound him hand and foot to slit his throat. Magrisso translates here the Hebrew expression lakum al, to stand up against, used to introduce violent action. Seficha speaks of apocopated present participles as a way of translating the Hebrew present participle into Ladino. It is especially in the singular form, according to him, that verbs suffer from final wear with tonic accentuation to distinguish them from other homograph verb forms. The fact that this form existed in Aragonese enabled Ladino translators to adopt it freely. For example, mas da de consejo dito señor, no seas menospreciando ningún hombre. The form menosprecian is an apocopated form of menospreciante. In this example, we see very clearly how this form translates the Hebrew verb baz, which is a so-called monosyllabic form, ayin vav, ayin yod, of the verbal pattern kal. In Hebrew, it is written, al tehi baz lechol adam. In Mishnah 4:25, we have two more examples of this phenomenon. Y el que deprende ley de los viejos, si es en cosa de pshat, asemeja a comien uvas dulces, y si es cosa de secretos de la ley, asemeja a bebien vino viejo. The apocopated present participles are comien from comiente, he who eats, and bebien from bebiente, he who drinks. Pirkei Avot commentary in the Me'am Lo'ez has a very important heritage value for the Judeo-Spanish community. The community used to study the text of Pirkei Avot during the 7 weeks between Passover and Shavuot as a kind of means for spiritual elevation. As a result, Magrisso's commentary in Judeo-Spanish makes the text, as well as Pirkei Avot commentaries in the vast Jewish literature, accessible in a simple way to all strata of Judeo-Spanish society, including women, which was not a given at the time. Within the commentary, Magrisso introduces Hebrew far beyond the presence of Hebrew in the vernacular and even in other similar works of the period. As I mentioned earlier, there are 822 different Hebrew terms in the text, some of which appear very frequently, not counting the numerous biblical quotes that the author integrates into his commentary. Me'am Lo'ez commentaries were written until the beginning of the 20th century, without finishing the whole Hebrew Bible, as Huli wanted. My project is to keep on studying different Me'am Lo'ez books in order to have a diachronic view of the language and the cultural elements we can withdraw from this text. Thanks a lot.
Great, and merci mucho to you, Javier, for a fantastic paper. Our last panelist will be David Manrique from Ben Gurion University, who will be presenting on the Zohar in Ladino, translation, adaptation, and rabbinic control in the Sephardic tradition. David Manrique teaches Ladino at Ben Gurion University in the Negev. In 2019, he published a scientific edition of a Sephardic Jewish version of the 15th century Dance of Death, based on the Palatina Parma manuscript. His doctoral dissertation, recently submitted for review, congratulations, focuses on manuscripts and editions of Ladino translations of the Zohar. He's currently a postdoctoral fellow in the JEW TACT project, which is led by Professor Iris Edelstein-Shane. David, thank you.
Much. I am glad to participate, to be here with you. Okay. Do you see? It's fine?
Looks good.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Although Ladino patrimonial literature has garnered significant scholarly attention, particularly in relation to translation of biblical, liturgical, and Aggadot for Passover, the Ladino versions of Zoharic literature remain a largely unexplored field. My research, developed within the framework of my doctoral dissertation, represents an initial contribution to this area. In this lecture, I will share a preliminary observation that has emerged from this work. Emerging in the 13th century, attributed to Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, the Zohar became established as a central text in Jewish culture, reshaping tradition from a mystical and esoteric perspective. Its cryptic style and rich symbolic universe presented as a revelation of a hidden Torah whose legitimacy was grounded in the authority of ancient rabbinic tradition. Nevertheless, it is important to underscore that ever since its emergence in the Middle Ages, the authenticity of the Zohar has been a subject of considerable debate. Gershom Scholem ultimately identified it as a pseudepigraphic work, attributed to Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, but largely written by Moshe de Leon in the 13th century. More recent scholarship, such as that of Ronit Meroz, suggests that the Zohar was produced collectively by sacred Kabbalistic circles over several generations, within a context of internal tensions among groups competing for dominance in theopoetic discourse. Okay. The first printed translation of Zoharic text into Ladino, fragmentary and often adapted, appeared in the Me'am Lo'ez on Bereshit, composed by Rabbi Yaakov Huri in 1730. This work, which represents a true revolution in Sephardic literature, established the model for a moralizing reception of the Zohar in the vernacular. Far from a framework of scholarly Kabbalistic study, this translation responded to a pedagogical and ethical agenda aimed at educating the masses. Similarly, Abraham Finzi, Leket HaZohar, published in 1859 in Belgrade and later reprinted in Salonica and Izmir, that is, the most extensive rabbinic work in Ladino devoted to Zoharic literature, is situated within the framework of popular moralistic literature. Leket HaZohar emerges in a context in which a culture of group reading in the vernacular had already been firmly established, centered on literature of moralistic character with popular or folkloric traits in settings ranging from synagogues to private homes and accessible to the broader community, including women and children. Finzi's work is presented as an anthology oriented toward the exoteric dimension of the Zohar, that is, the different parts of the text considered accessible and appropriate for a general audience without requiring prior Kabbalistic knowledge. The translation seeks to faithfully reproduce the selected passages, while the exegetical commentary is systematically presented as a separate section appearing toward the end of each chapter, clearly indicating where the translation of the Zoharic passage ends and where its interpretations begin. The text I will present is a homily by Abraham Finzi based on Zohar Part 3, which warns on the power of words. The Zoharic passage identifies three metaphysical causes that may lead a person to self-harm. However, Finzi focuses in his interpretation on the first, concerning injury and slander, Lashon Hara, emphasizing its magic effect upon reality. The other two causes, which he does not address in his commentary, pertain to the disrespect of bread and the omission of the Havdalah ritual. To exemplify the theological implication of harmful speech, Finzi recounts the following story, which he claims to have personally witnessed, that took place in 1832. Okay, I will read the Ladino version. Leket HaZohar de Rasha 244, y dice así: de aquí que mire, No, I'm sorry. Vos contaré un מעשה que aconteció en Travnik en año de Taf-Kuf-Tzadik-Bet, that is 1832. Era en Travnik un buen judío, tenía un hijo regalado, y Erev Shavuot hizo la mujer de este judío dulzura, a según Minag de Israel Kedoshim. Entró la criatura a la cocina, vio la dulzura, le mandó que le den a gustar. Le dio su madre un poco. A segundo la criatura vino a demandar, le dio. Vino tercera vez, se arrabió la baba de la criatura y le gritó. Le vino fuerte a la madre, le dio otro poco y le dijo, na en el garón que te quede, atabafate la echada sin la levantada que te sea. Lo tomó por la mano, lo echó al lado del padre que dormía para ir la noche al Midrash. Cerca las 9 se levantó el padre, lo vio allí llorado, lo cobijó y se fue a vestirse para Moed y se fue al Kal Kadosh. Cuando salió del Kal Kadosh, demandó por el hijo, le dijeron, Dainda duerme, dijo que lo llamen, que se siente a la mesa, noche de Moed. Fue la madre, lo llamó, en Kol ve en One. Vino el padre, lo llamó, no dio respuesta. Llamaron a los vecinos, toparon a la criatura, palo seco. A la mañana, cuando lo fuimos a lavarlo, le topimos la dulzura que le dio la madre en la boca, que le quedó en el garón. Se lo quitamos de la boca. El Shemit Baraj, que nos guadre, mira qué carar alcanza la maldición, de aquí que prueben las buenas mujeres, y que miren que carar se deben de acavidar a no maldicir, y con esto ternan hijos buenos, que no sienten y no se besan y ellos a maldecir.
David, just a quick note. I don't think your PowerPoint is moving along together with your presentation. Just
No, but this is the text that I have read. It's okay.
Okay, great.
What do you see? The text?
We see the Leked Zohar title page with the 3 numbers.
Zohar? With the Zohar?
Yeah.
Sorry?
The text says the Zohar warns of 3 metaphysical reasons.
Leked Zohar.
Leked Zohar.
Sí.
And now you don't see the text that I have read?
You need to maybe disconnect and stop sharing and try again.
Okay.
Sometimes it's working.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now
okay. I will.
Yeah, if you go to the view screen setting.
Yeah, but do you see now? It's okay? Do you see the text?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
You'll just have to manually move it, I think, when you switch slides.
Okay. Do you see Ladino translation by Finzi?
Yes.
Okay. This is the text that I read. Okay. But fine. Okay. I will continue. This text, marked by a tragic and at times even brutal tone, frames the Zoharic drasha and serves as a true epilogue, a concluding text that distills its fundamental principles and repositions them within a broader literary, pedagogical, and communal context. In the story, the tragedy is set in motion by apparently trivial act occurs uttered carelessly in the inertia of daily routine. This example allows Finzi to link the mystical universe of the Zohar with the domestic life of his community, reflecting the Kabbalistic principle that words possess real, transformative, and times fatal power. It is not coincidence that the message is addressed explicitly to women who are urged toward their worlds, acknowledging within them a singular and hidden power, or even tinged with a certain fear that subtly evokes the figure of the precanteras, the wise women or sorceries of the Sephardic tradition. The power of language here takes an radical form. The child dies with the sweet still lodged in his throat, literalizing his mother curse. The message is both clear and chilling. A spoken word, even if uttered without intent, can create reality inscribe itself upon the body, and even seal one's fate. In this way, the story illustrates the Zoharic teaching on a harmful speech through a concrete, plausible, and deeply human experience. To conclude, the fact that Finzi addresses women directly reveals not only the inclusion of a female audience, but also a Kabbalistic worldview that extends beyond Kabbalistic circle, permeating everyday life and the familial sphere. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you so much for that, David. So we have 12 minutes for questions. So I would encourage other panelists or attendees to put any questions that you might have into the Q&A feature. And maybe I'll just get us started with one of my own. I'm struck that all three of you are working on very iconic, sort of canonical texts. And I would love to hear if there were things that you were surprised by, or things that maybe, caught you off guard, things you weren't expecting while dealing with these texts that have been, very featured very prominently, both in the historiography and literary traditions, but also in the scholarship, and what working on them specifically from the viewpoint of Ladino or Portuguese, Judeo-Portuguese, we can debate that, what that's revealed to you.
So maybe I can start.
Great.
So, in fact, there are a lot of things that were surprising. Some of the Ladino words that are used and some expressions that Magrisso uses in his commentary were quite surprising, and I still have to look into it, so I'm not sure. But for example, instead of for work, instead of the common word lavoro, he uses travaggio, which is quite interesting. This is one of, he has like several words like that, or expressions that may raise the suspicion that maybe he knew like more like Spanish rather than Judeo-Spanish, but it was impossible to find information about this person, about Yitzhak Magrisso. Very, very few details are available, so I have no idea where did he came from, etc. So it's quite strange. And then a second thing which was very interesting, and I discovered really by the end of the writing of my dissertation, since Me'am Loez it's like a pedagogical text. It was supposed to make like Hebrew Bible text and all the commentaries around the Bible text accessible to people who had no knowledge of Hebrew, for example. So, and then it was a lot of passages are so technical with so much Hebrew in them and so many rabbinical technical expressions, and it was very strange. So we started with my research director. We started to think a lot about this, and we have this. It's an hypothesis. I'm not sure that it's true, but that he has like different levels in his commentary, and that he uses sometimes he will write for simple people, but then sometimes he switches to maybe rabbinical students, and because he does it, he speaks on the same subject but in 2 or 3 different levels. So this was very interesting, and I'm not sure that in other Me'am Loez commentaries the author used the same strategy. So this is one thing I would like to check. So these are like one of two of many other things that were really surprising in the text and interesting.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it points to the question of how we sort of navigate dealing with writers we really have very little, if any, biographical data about, and sort of the consequences of sort of working in a black hole every now and then. David or Adam, was there anything you wanted to add in?
Yes, I can just say it's not an especially profound observation, but the case of Usque is just so singular, and you have kind of overnight, a work of such stylistic refinement in Portuguese, and it's sort of mirrored in this strange publishing list by the Us that includes these like classics of Renaissance literature in Portuguese, and it's probably coming from the same place. The fact that Usque is writing that historiography and really some of the finest Portuguese of that time period, and that his publisher is also printing Renaissance titles that wouldn't have a lot of use for a Jewish community in Ferrara. That's probably coming from the same cultural or social phenomenon. But yeah, I continue to wonder, what is this, just a historical fluke? It's sort of embodied in one historical person, or I guess the three Usques. Is there just like a completely missing chapter in Portuguese tradition from this period? And yeah, I just continue to muse over that.
That's great. Thank you. David, I just want to give you a chance if there's something you want to add. If not, though, we can move to other questions that are starting to come in.
Okay, I will wait for the question.
Okay. I think this question is for Adam, from Shulamit Linda Fuentes Rosner, who asked, am I correct that I hear a strong Catalan influence? What was the connection between the Spanish Jews and the Catalan Jews?
If that question is in fact from me, I'd say in us case, I don't detect a real Catalan influence other than a generic one. I think what's interesting about, again, Usque's Portuguese, it's sort of hermetically sealed off from the taint of the foreign. I mean, as is sort of the case with Judeo-Spanish as well, there's these archaisms that like reflect the deepest time of Portuguese, and not so much interference from any other Iberian languages even. I think the Catalan Spanish connection is pretty well explored and better explored than people by me. So I'll leave it there. But again, the unique fact of Usque is just how thoroughgoingly Portuguese that text is.
Great, thank you. The next question is for Javier from Brian Kirshen, who's asking about the use of querer decir. It seems that the authors use this to help the readers understand the Hebrew concepts in Ladino. At times, though, as you mentioned, he uses Hebrew words without this querer decir. Could this perhaps demonstrate which concepts in Hebrew he, quote, needed to translate versus those he assumed that everyone would already know or be familiar with? Or perhaps, as you know, he's really catering to different audiences within the same text. So do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, of course. So this is exactly what I said before. The answer is yes and no at the same time. When he uses querer decir, he will translate or explain some Hebrew concepts or some other concepts that he thinks might be hard for people to understand. But then he will use Hebrew concepts which I think were not really known for people, and without no explanation at all. So this is exactly what made me at first I say, okay, so he's not so pedagogical as Yaakov Huli, which was much more nice and soft and explaining everything with examples and stories. So I think this is where we see these different levels. But also there is another thing, is that this is a commentary of Pirkei Avot. It's not the same as the commentary of the biblical texts, which are more common in the Me'am Lo'ez. And Pirkei Avot, the commentary on Pirkei Avot comes in the middle of the commentary of Leviticus, which is also like a difficult Bible book with a lot of laws, and so maybe it was the influence. I'm not sure because Leviticus wasn't studied yet, and this is one of my projects to see if there is a connection between the commentary on Pirkei Avot and his commentary also on Leviticus, and maybe also to check his commentary on Numbers and to see if there is any difference or if it's like part of his pedagogical system. So, but the answer is yes and yes, of course. I mean, it's both. He explains, and when he doesn't want to explain, it's maybe because it's a different level of audience.
Great, thank you so much. One question for David. The Zohar is just so rich in imagery and symbolism. It constructs new worlds out of completely new sort of visual language that it introduces. And so, given that so many Ladino religious texts were didactic or pedagogical, I'm wondering sort of where you might put that on the spectrum between a text that's aimed at education versus assuming that readers would have been familiar with this very specialized kind of knowledge. And is that something you see differ across different kinds of translations of the Zohar into Ladino?
Thank you. I think that the version, this Zohar in Ladino is in the is in the moralic studies and the moralic literature, but also have some. I'm sorry, but in my English, I will try. I am doing my best, but I think that they have this translation also have something that magical in this world, and they cannot say it. And I think that they cannot explain it, but it's an issue. If the translation can translate the magical function of the word of the Zohar, and I can say that some rabbis they like the Lurianic doctrina. They try to establish that only the original version you can use it, that only in Aramaic it's the real text that you can say his word, you can read it and influence in the cosmos. But I think that the translations is a kind of is a kind of try. They try to they don't receive this idea. The popular rabbis, there was not a line with this kind with the Lurianic idea. And okay, this
Got it.
my thank you. Okay.
Right. So yeah, just different approaches, especially across the different kinds of sort of strains of Kabbalistic ideology that are being translated, is sort of what I'm hearing.
Yes, I
Great.
think that.
Great. Thank you so much. We have 3 more minutes. I wanted to see if any of the panelists maybe had questions for one another. And I'm sure if not, there will be plenty of opportunities to follow up, which is one of the great things about ucLADINO, bringing us together from all over the world to hear what one another are working on and build some of these connections. So I'm not seeing any more questions in the Q&A. I want to take a moment to see if you have any for one another, and otherwise maybe we'll wrap up. Great. Well, thank you all so much. Thank you, Javier and Adam and David, for fantastic papers. Really amazing to see all of the work that's happening on texts we, think of as quite canonical, and yet there's still so much for us to learn from them. So really, thank you all three for a fantastic panel.
Thank you very much, Dr. Baron-Block, for moderating, and thank you to our three panelists. We're going to take a 7-minute break, and we'll be back at 11:10 Los Angeles time for our keynote from Dr. Margaret Boyle. Thank you. Okay, I hope everyone had a wonderful break. Welcome back. I'm very delighted to introduce our keynote address, which will be given this year by Dr. Margaret Boyle. I'll read her introduction and then I'll hand things over to Professor Boyle. Dr. Margaret Boyle is Associate Professor of Romance Languages and Literatures and Director of Latin American, Caribbean, and Latinx Studies program at Bowdoin College. Professor Boyle's teaching and research spans the languages, literature, and cultures of early modern Spain and colonial Latin America. She is the author of Unruly Women, Performance, Penitence, and Punishment in Early Modern Spain from 2014, and co-editor with Sarah Owens of Health and Healing in the Early Modern Iberian World, A Gendered Perspective, 2021. Her primary interests include Hispanic women's literary and cultural history, comedia history and performance, and health humanities, including medical, spiritual, and food cultures. Her newest book, published with Ilan Stavins, Sabor Judío, the Jewish-Mexican Cookbook from 2024, was named a 2025 National Jewish Book Award finalist. Professor Boyle is the director of Multilingual Mainers, an elementary world languages and cultures program, providing age-appropriate tools to combat xenophobia, racism, and intolerance through engagement with languages other than English. She has been awarded a Fulbright Senior Scholar, as well as grants from the National Endowment for the Humanities and the Whitting Foundation for Work in Cultural and International Exchange. She is a scholar partner for UCLA's Diversifying the Classics initiative, which is how we first met each other. Please welcome Professor Margaret Boyle for her keynote address, Cuídate, Hija, Language, Food, and Memory.
Thank you so much, Rachel, for that lovely introduction. First, I just want to say thank you to the organizers of the ucLADINO conference, especially to Rachel and to Natalie and to Madeline. I'm really honored by the invitation to present at this important gathering on Ladino, to think about languages of exile, the variety of marginalized languages, and how these concepts have been central to my own work as an early modernist, and thinking kind of generally about history, resilience, and hope within a variety of communities. So I want to first just invite all of you to time travel with me for a moment to my childhood Passover table. This is not a real photo from that moment. I'm going to tell you more about what this photo is later in my presentation, but we're doing an imagination exercise together. We're in Los Angeles with my extended family at my grandparents' house, who live around the corner from my own parents. There are about 25 people around the table, about 3 generations. Before starting the Seder, my grandfather, Ruben, likes to share his Haggadah collection with additions from Mexico City, where he was born, where he raised his kids, including my mom. Some of the Haggadahs are in Spanish, others are in Hebrew, others are in Yiddish, others are in Ladino. It's the 1990s. We have many English copies of the Maxwell House Seder too. He pulls out new ones. He adds to the collection every year, especially to keep his grandchildren entertained. We compare editions, we translate, we sing, we tell stories. This cyclical practice of attention to languages and meaning, the constant mixing of languages that was such a deep part of my childhood, and so familiar to many of us, salud, l'chaim, in a single sentence. Our conference theme asks us to think about Ladino as a language deeply embedded in the domestic sphere. We want to think about how language moves and reinvents itself across time. With a focus on domestic and attention to gender, we see language in meal preparation, in care practices, in intergenerational connections, in making meaning around forced migration and exile. How do languages persist when the homes that sustain it are constantly changing? My plan this afternoon Maine time, is to talk with you all about a few major projects that have shaped my research and contact with these questions, starting with my college community multilingualism program founded in 2017, my 2020 co-edited volume on early modern healthcare practices in Iberia, and the way I began my own scholarly research around recipes. And then, of course, my most recent book with Ilan, Sabor Judío, the Jewish-Mexican cookbook. And I also hope to do a little bit of forward looking with all of you about how I hope some of these converging interests will develop in the next years. So to begin with a bit of context that most of us don't need, I want to situate Ladino as a Romance language historically spoken by Sephardic Jews, originating in medieval Spain. It traveled with Jewish exiles after their expulsion in 1492, evolving independently from Iberian Spanish. As Sephardic communities moved across the Ottoman Empire, the Mediterranean, the Americas, Ladino absorbed elements of Hebrew, Turkish, Greek, Arabic, French, Italian, reflecting the diverse regions where it was spoken. It's a language impacted by exile, imbued with contact of its movement across space, across time, and it's example of a language that requires what I might say our protection, our energy to preserve, revitalize, recognize. Ladino has thrived in the intimacy of home spaces, kitchens, living rooms, family gatherings, informal linguistic transmission through lullabies, recipes, everyday conversation. It's in these intimate spaces that language survival is negotiated, maintained, and sometimes even absorbed or erased into new linguistic landscapes. Understanding language through this lens of home, migration, and transmission allows us to think about language as an archive of survival, resilience, adaptation. Homes aren't just physical spaces, but sites of labor, gendered cultural production. And we might also think about how the domestic home now is expanding as a result of digital communities, where our ability to connect, just like in this very moment, reinvent and preserve is advanced and speed and power. So I want to begin by introducing you to a program I built and continue to direct that weaves together some of the themes that we are exploring: language preservation, identity affirmation, and community-based learning. Started in 2017, the Multilingual Mainers program exemplifies a community-based approach to fostering multilingualism and language justice. So the program is turning 9 years old this fall, and it's been supported by a variety of foundations. Many of them are named on this slide. Some of them are hyper-local, connected to the place, the community where I live. Others are more national, like the NEH that we mentioned, the Whiting Foundation, which supports public-facing humanity kind of work. And I also just want to illustrate here the way the program moved from that image on the left, which was 6 volunteers from Bowdoin College arriving in a program that we called Lunch Bunches, or I think a teacher called it Lunch Bunch at that time, to today, where we have a multi-pronged initiative with about 75 volunteers, and we do work across the state.
Okay. Thank you so much for a beautiful keynote, really gorgeously interwoven with your family histories and with your childhood, with questions of language transmission in this political moment and language activism, and very rooted, grounded examples of the incredible work you've been doing on multilingualism and diversifying our linguistic language spaces. I'll start. We have some questions. I'll start with one of mine, if that's okay. I wanted to ask, you begin with the Passover Seder and with the scene of transmission from grandparent to grandchildren. I love the line Salud y L'chaim in the same sentence. That's really at the same table. It's really beautiful. I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit, this is a transmission question, about grandparents versus parents transmitting language to the next generation, and also teachers and educators transmitting language to the next generation, like in multilingual Mainers or in Dragoncillo or the other education spaces you talked about, how these different generational removes or intimacies affect transmission, preservation, adaptation of language. It's also could be a question about gender, definitely. Maybe I'll start with that, and then I'll start with the questions.
Thank you so much, Rachel, for the thoughtful question. I can start just like at a personal level. I've been talking a lot about Sabor Julio the last couple of months, and everybody's curious about my last name. And it is because, so my mom's maiden name was Poplawski, and that's goes way back. And she married my dad, who was an Irish Catholic who grew up in Brooklyn and kind of like rejected her Mexican Jewishness. And I think that this is common, like people get kind of saturated in a kind of cultural identity. And then I had contact with my grandparents and wanted to keep it alive. I'm now kind of in this new situation of like, okay, well, how can I pass down Spanish and Hebrew for my own children? And I'm actively in that process. And so like, I'm not just a mother, I'm a researcher. And so I tried to think about best practices around these questions. And that's like the origin of where Multilingual Mainers was born. So it is so much about intentionality and affirmation, and that those as kind of guiding principles really guide so much of the programming that we do. And in the professional development space, another kind of, so the language stories is a big part of that we should be explicitly talking about why we speak the languages that we speak. And then another like motivator that I pass along frequently is this idea that it's never too late to learn a language. And that, can be applied so broadly and is so powerful for people.
That's a beautiful answer. Thank you. That ties to a question we have from Leo Gonzalez, which I'll read, and I'll maybe add one thing too also, because it relates to one of my questions. He is studying Ladino linguistics at UT Austin. And his question is, how do you plan on disseminating this language, the Sephardic culture, and its identity to the world, given that it is an extremely marginalized identity and culture? And I'll maybe tie that question to your mention of, the declaration that English is the official language of the U.S. and this great work that Joint National Committee for Languages is doing, to have us think about language activism now, especially in this extreme anti-immigrant moment, especially because you're part of the work that you're doing. I think the powerful work is that you're placing immigration stories alongside recipes and food as a political intervention. So I'd love to something.
There's so much to talk about. So I began Multilingual Mainers at the beginning of Donald Trump's first presidency, and that was also not a coincidence. And part of what motivated me was like seeing the anti-immigration sentiment bubble up in my home community. And then now we're experiencing it in an entirely new way. So it feels like the activism is urgent in terms of explaining our language histories. And then this idea of Ladino as a minority language, or I feel like there is so much energy that we can do in these revitalization spaces. And part of the work is making languages visible, even if they are part of a minority community, or especially because they are part of a minority community.
Yeah, great. And could you say a little more about the stories, what you think the power is of placing specifically recipes and food alongside stories of immigration? What is the domestic add to the political conversation?
Well, it's certainly a lot more inviting. It has been incredible for me to talk to so many people through the cookbook over this last few months at a scale that I could have never imagined. And it is because all of us eat and all of us have acquired taste. So there's something really basic about food that brings people together. And of course, we can be critical too and think our conversations about culture, language, identity shouldn't be limited to just food and happy celebrations, but it feels like a really fantastic starting point and a way for us to do all this storytelling around histories that are both happy and sad.
Thank you. Ori Kalmus, you have your hand up. I'm not sure if that's on purpose, but if you want to put your question in the Q&A, I'm happy to read it out. In the meantime, we have a question. Is Ladino available in the open source materials? I'm not sure if that's referring to some specific open source materials you talked about, or if you could mention a few open source places for Ladino learning.
Yeah, so I mentioned the video library that we've built in multilingual manners. We don't have Ladino represented in the collection because it's really just been based on the language proficiencies of my student volunteers. So Bangla, for example, is a minority language that there's a whole series of instructional videos because I had a student that was passionate. I would be really delighted to collaborate with any of you if that's something that you or your students wanted to produce. And certainly there are many revitalization projects that we can be participating in.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Ori. Ori says, can you link this wonderful Mexican Jewish cooking book or give some secret recipes in the chat?
Yes, I will be happy to share a link to the cookbook. And you can email me for secret recipes. I will say there are 3 different varieties of matzo ball soup. I'm a big soup person, so. But maybe you're excited about babkas, and I can talk to you about that too.
I have a friend who runs a Jewish cooking workshop in New York, and they just made your latkes with mole recipe, which sounds like my dream food. Well, you've mentioned babkas twice, so I'm tempted to ask about the stories of the babkas.
Oh, yeah, I love to talk about babkas. So I just linked the book. So my Baba Malka, who I mentioned, I would say her babka was a feature of our relationship with her, and in the sense that when she would come to visit us in Los Angeles, she had an entire suitcase that she filled with babkas that she'd wrap in foil, and then she'd deliver them to different people in the family. A story I've been telling lately. So she passed away when I was a teenager, and I ended up getting married a decade or so later. That weekend, my parents, from the freezer, brought out one of her babkas, which I thought was the strange thing that my family do. But the more that I share the story with people, the more I hear these stories of how we save food to protect these memories that we have, and the freezer archives I love. So her babka, Leah, my family's been trying to recreate the babka with Leah. There is a beautiful version of it with Mexican chocolate in the book. And there's another babka, it's cinnamon churro babka. And that comes from a pair of women. They run a bakery in Chicago. So again, they're part of like Mexican Jewish diaspora. And they have some other like wild flavors at their bakery of like hibiscus, babka, just to get us all hungry.
Wow. So, well, lunches. We did this on purpose, so we would make people hungry before lunch. Hibiscus babka sounds incredible, and I love the idea of a freezer archive. We have another question. You mentioned the form of recipes. I would love to hear more because I'm interested in the form of history and how history reaches us, and that's where poetry comes in. You mentioned oral recipes, recipes embedded in Inquisition materials, people describing food preparation and cooking. We had that incredible image of cooking in action. I'd love to hear more about these different forms of food history.
Yeah, absolutely. So I started my research around the receipt books, which are like mini handwritten collections of this mix between culinary recipes and medical recipes. Sometimes they're single author. Sometimes those collections get passed down through a family, and you can see like revision from, let's just say, grandmother to mother to daughter. So I kind of love those intergenerational conversations. And then I started to get curious. So I work a lot on early modern theater, and I wanted to pay attention to, well, where are our discussions of food or cooking showing up in plays? And I did a little bit of work around that. And then when I was in Valencia at the Instituto, that's where I really wanted to start digging into Inquisition records. And this is where I want to be spending some time. So there are, so many accusations against women primarily for witchcraft, for sorcery, right? Like all the things that we know. And then part of their declaration are either explaining food practices or their inventories of their homes contains lots of information that I think is really meaningful for us.
I'm working now with inventory lists of women's objects in Mexico, so I'd love to talk more about that.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of inventories.
Oh, they're incredible. And I'm sure this thinking about food practices in these witchcraft trials relates to your work on healing and medicine.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. 2 comments. Let's see. A comment from Emuna Wolf. We just discovered a shoebox of handwritten recipes my abuela wrote, and this has inspired me to put in the work to translate and cook through some of them. Thanks for this incredible talk.
Yes, please do it. It's so worthwhile and such a gift to your family.
Oh, amazing. Okay, that's we have 5 more minutes, so if people want to put more questions in the chat, but that comment relates to what could be our final question, which is what is the futurity of this work? You talked a little bit about your future projects, but you also gave us some calls to action about this different language activism work, even what it means to, collect our own family recipes to pass them down. So I'm wondering if you have some calls to action to leave us with.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So I would think like in this virtual room, we all have some very powerful language stories to tell. So why is it that we care about the languages that we care about? And the more that we're vocal about these reasons, we're not just protecting the language, we're protecting the history, and we're inviting others in to do this work with us and to think about so you're building awareness around your story, but then who are you sharing those stories with? So I'll remind you all of that idea of finding your community partners. I think a challenging aspect of public facing humanities work is the sense that sometimes you're on your own, kind of pushing, whatever the question is forward, but the more that you can collaborate and understand the needs of the other organizations in your community, the more sustained, enriching, joyful all of this work will be.
Thank you. I think that's a beautiful reminder that this work can be filled with That's a beautiful thing to leave us with. Thank you so much, Dr. Boyle, for this incredibly illuminating and rich and also grounded keynote address.
Thank you so much again.
Okay, I'll put my director role on. So we have an hour now that our appetites are whetted for lunch. And we'll be back at, I'm in a different time zone. We'll be back at 1 o'clock California time for our next panel. Thank you very much, everyone. And thank you again to Professor Boyle.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back, and thanks again for being here today. Our next panel is a featured roundtable with the title of Digital Revitalization of Ladino in the 21st Century. So I will start off by introducing the panel moderator, Carlos. Carlos Yabra Lopez is an assistant professor in Spanish linguistics at California State University, Fullerton. He worked as a Ladino instructor at the Oxford School of Rare Jewish Languages and as a CEO of Ladino 21 Community Interest Company, a public outreach initiative and digital archive devoted to grassroots documentation of Ladino. And I'll turn it over to you, Carlos.
Hi, everybody. Thank you very much for the kind introduction, Natalie. It's a pleasure to be here. I would like to acknowledge the organizers for all the effort and support. And I'm also very lucky to be surrounded by such a talented host of speakers today. And so what I will do is I will briefly present my points, and then I will just proceed to give way to Monefa, Emuna, and Joel in that order, if this is okay with you, and I will briefly introduce your bios and presentations. So without further ado, I would like to share with you what my presentation is about. As Natalie said, this roundtable is about the digital revitalization of Ladino in the 21st century. And to contextualize how this might look like, I would like to share the screen and show you this recent volume that I just published, which is called Ladino on the Internet, Sepharat 4. And this will help us, as I said, contextualize the development of Ladino in the current century. I adopted the framework of revivalistic in this volume, which distinguishes between the reclamation of Hebrew, the revitalization of Ladino, and the reinvigoration of Yiddish. And so we call it revitalization as opposed to reclamation or reinvigoration, respectively, because Ladino is an endangered language featuring a limited intergenerational transmission, meaning, unfortunately, most people do not pass it on to the next generation at home. And that's what characterizes Ladino as being revitalized as opposed to reinvigorated, in which case there is a strong intergenerational transmission, or reclaimed, in which case the language has ceased to be spoken, but can be spoken again, as in the case of Hebrew. Now, why do we talk about Sepharat 4? Because in his work, Max van Rij made a distinction between three different stages of Sepharat. The first one being when Ladino was a co-territorial dialect variety and a word-for-word calque in the Iberian Peninsula. The second one, Sepharat 2, concerns the Mediterranean diaspora of Ladino, which is when it crystallizes as a vernacular language, as a spoken language. And then Sepharat 3 will be the global diaspora of Ladino, particularly beginning in the 1950s with the creation of the State of Israel, pogroms in Turkey, and the independence of Morocco, all of which lead to a global diaspora of Ladino speakers. And I argue in this book that there is a fourth stage that we need to take into account, which is Sepharat 4. And within this stage, the Sephardic diaspora goes online. And as a result, Ladino itself becomes a cyber post-vernacular, meaning it's a language that is still spoken somewhat fluently, but not always, hence vernacular and post-vernacular, fluent and not fluent. and it's also on the internet, hence cyber. So Ladino becomes a cyber post-vernacular in the 21st century, which means it has different influences and it acquires a qualitatively different character, hence justifying the characterization of this new stage as Sepharat 4. Now, this development of Sephardic diaspora in general and Ladino in particular aligns with what Professor Shmuel Rafael had observed about the characteristic extraterritoriality or extraterritorialism of Sephardim. He said, and I quote, "Sephardim preferred to maintain their extraterritorialism, and every time, in keeping with their psychological need, they chose another territory with which to identify. In the meantime, Ladinos served as a liaison between the various geographies and territories in which the Sephardim lived." And that's exactly what we are observing online, how Ladinos serves as a bridge for people to connect and sometimes justify the very existence of specific platforms. And what are those platforms? Without delving into further details, we can observe 3 different stages of the web development: 1.0, 2.0, and 3.0. And the 1.0 model is the mostly read, the early days of the internet. The 2.0 is the social media age, and the 3.0 will be the blockchain and crypto stage. I will briefly sketch each of them, and then we'll finish the presentation in the best interest of time. And so, as you can see on the screen, this is very much the table of contents of the book. Web 1.0 is focused on Ladino Comunidad, which was the pioneering initiative of the digital revitalization of Ladino in the 21st century, created, developed by our friend Rachel Bornik, and suggested by Moshe Shaul, Zichrono Livracha. It has been widely popular and continues to go strong in the 2020s. Then in the second part of the volume, I deal with Web 2.0 initiatives. And as I said before, this is a much more participative, multi-semiotic and multimodal social stage, meaning that in the Web 2.0, we can see Ladino in all of its splendor, not only in text, as in email lists, but also in audio and in image. We see how Ladino speakers sound and look like across the different continents and countries. And here I discuss a number of initiatives. First, digital archives on YouTube, which started with the Autoridad Nacional de Ladinos digital archive, and follow with digital archives like Ladino 21. We also discuss language learning apps, Facebook group, WhatsApp groups, the so-called Zoom boom, and Netflix series. And I will delve a little bit into the Zoom boom. As I said before, in the Web 2.0, we have digital archives, some of which you can see now on screen. WhatsApp groups, such as Estamos WhatsAppeando. Facebook groups, Los Ladinadores, which I strongly suggest you try and join. All of these initiatives are for free. Apps to learn the language. So we developed uTalk, which is similar to Duolingo, and allows to learn Ladino from all different languages of the Ladino-speaking diaspora, including Turkish, Hebrew, Greek, French, Spanish, you name it. And then, as I said, the Zoom boom was crucial. This is the idea that most people were stuck at home, particularly the demographic of most Ladino speakers, which is 60-plus-year-old. And that necessity was turning into a virtue via the development of a number of Zoom initiatives where Ladino speakers could come and did come and continue to come together. This is why our friend Kenan Cruz has called COVID and the Zoom boom the unlikely lifesaver of Ladino. This includes the Oxford Center for Hebrew and Jewish Studies classes, both of Ladino and Haketia. Some of our students are here today. Shout outs to them. The digitalization of otherwise publications that were traditionally on paper, like El Amanecer or Aquí Jerusalem. The Sephardic Digital Academy, including online yeshivot. The talk show Encontros de Al-Had, every Al-Had, every Sunday. And as I said, the Netflix series Kulub and the Beauty Queen of Jerusalem. Kulüp is more focused on Turkey around the 1950s, and the Beauty Queen of Jerusalem, of course, more focused on Israel. And finally, we arrived to the Web 3.0, which is vastly complex, and in the best interest of time, I would just comment on a couple of initiatives related to this. First, the metaverse, and here the idea is to create a platform that can transcend the centralization of the internet into the big five companies, the GAMA, the Google, Apple, Microsoft, etc. And the last initiative that I discuss in chapter 6 of the book is the network state. And the network state is a mixed reality group, something that begins as an online community such as Ladino 21 or Ladino Comunidad, but eventually grows into a offline community that can continue to connect on the internet, acquire real estate, crowdfund physical nodes, and eventually gain diplomatic recognition as a different form of the state that transcends and goes beyond the limits of the traditional legacy nation state that has failed Sepharim so many times in history. So eventually that will lead to a potential reverse diaspora phenomenon where the Ladino-speaking community is able to find home, even if that home is not the traditionally conceptualized one, i.e. a given nation state. And that's all I wanted to share with you today on my end of things. And without further ado, I will introduce our next speaker, whose bio I will now be reading. Our next speaker is Monefa Walker. Monefa was born and raised in London with Caribbean Jewish roots, a classical musician and languages student, completing her final BA year currently, which is modern languages and Spanish and French. Monefa utilizes the joy of learning languages to reconnect with her Sephardic heritage, and her presentation is entitled How the Digital Space Can Preserve and Modernize Ladino. Let's hear it. Thank you, Monefa.
Thank you, Carlos. Hello, everybody. So I just want to start with saying that it's no easy feat preserving a language like Ladino online. It's something that really needs to be celebrated and could even provide a template for other endangered languages. So for those of you that may not be aware, the Chartered Institute of Linguists have a newsletter, and in that newsletter they actually list quite frequently, unfortunately, how many languages are not only endangered, but the ones that become extinct. And the ones that become extinct is because the communities don't have the resource and access to collate the language in an effective way to put it online. So the fact that the Sephardim community have done that is an amazing thing, and it needs to be celebrated. Now, the reason why the digital space is so fundamental and where in the future of Ladino is because of its versatility. The Sephardim community, we're not a monolith. We all learn in very different ways, and the digital space really provides that opportunity and facilitates that. So whether you're somebody that prefers learning on a forum or, through social media or through an app or through TV shows, there's many different ways you can approach and apply it. Now, I obviously take classes with Carlos at OSRJL, and their approach is to set a foundation and baseline where the curriculum is taught in English and so on and so forth. Now, I want to say as well, the fact that we even have this online school for Jewish languages, again, needs to be celebrated, especially during this climate, particularly. It's very, very important. And one of the important things about preserving endangered language is to find that delicate balance between understanding why a community might gatekeep that language to a degree and why they should also allow outsiders to learn and engage with it as well. Especially, if we're talking about allies that actually want to help preserve the language and our culture and identity. But I do want to say that in an academic space, non-Jewish learners do need to be mindful that you are immersing yourself in not just a language but an ethnic culture as well. And it's really important to not fetishize that community to learn the language. In other words, for example, it's not very productive to go into the space thinking, oh, I love this and that, but I don't like this, I don't like that. If you're going to learn the culture, you have to learn all of it, even the stuff that you're uncomfortable about. Bypassing the bits that you don't like to only focus on the parts that you like, I find very counterproductive, in my opinion. I don't think that's very beneficial in preserving Ladino in the long term or the short term as well. Now, if we're talking about the inclusivity of the language itself, I think putting Ladino on a digital platform has actually highlighted why it's managed to survive, but also why it does need to modernize itself a bit. So, for example, there's discussions about inclusivity regarding like gender pronouns and things like that. But I think when we discuss inclusivity, it has to have intent and it has to be a time and place. So I think that it's more important to focus on how we can discuss themes that involve women in Ladino, especially women in the 21st century. Because Ladino doesn't always provide that. I've had experiences with my friends, my other Sephardic friends, where we're trying to have a discussion about certain things pertaining to women, and we sometimes naturally revolve back into Spanish regarding certain words. Something else I want to add as well is it would be worthwhile if there was a discussion about understanding why some words may not be appropriate anymore, or why new words should be there. Now, that isn't me saying that we should erase words that may be offensive or rude. I don't think that's actually helpful. But it is worthwhile to note that certain vernacular is just not appropriate in today's society. Like, for example, so the word for bad or evil in Ladino is negro or negrura. And the word in itself isn't actually negative or bad, it just means black. But when you're now associating that word with something that is negative or scary or wrong, you're now providing a space where you're trying to insinuate that if people relate themselves to that racial identity, that must mean there must be something wrong with them. And I haven't really seen a lot of discussion where we're saying, okay, it's not about erasing the language that's inappropriate, it's about discussing why it's inappropriate and what we can do to expand on the vernacular so that we have, something to accommodate that. And I don't think that's unreasonable. I mean, if you're like me and you have strong ties to the Caribbean and South America, I would guarantee that you can think of at least several slurs in 2 or 3 languages. And it doesn't mean that you're using them, it just means that you're aware of them. And I think that discussion needs to be had in Ladino. And I think it can be done because when you look at texts written even 50 years ago, some of the words that are used there are not used now. So I know it can be done. I just don't think that there has been like a facilitated moment to decide, okay, here's when we can have the discussion and here's what we can do about it. And that leads to why I also think that we do still need to have an offline space. It's important to have that opposite to bounce off of so you have that healthy symbiosis. Sometimes difficult discussions involving vernacular can be started offline, and then the very fruitful results of that discussion can then be presented online in the digital space. And I think that's something that can be very easily done, not just when it comes to words involving colorism, but things to do with gender as well, things to do for women, women's health, all of these things. There's no reason why we can't have these conversations offline as well as online as well. And I also think it will help to bridge that gap that is often found in the digital space of, okay, this is the language that was there, how can we apply that now to everyday things? And I think that's where sometimes there's a bit of misunderstanding, as it were. Okay, so in regards to Web 4.0, as Carlos was talking about, it's something that is, the transformation of Ladino online is something that's going to happen whether people want it to or not. When we're talking about language, you always have to accommodate that there's always going to be sociological shifts that happen, and how we can understand the origin of that, the causation of that, and also the preferred outcome of that. However, going back to what I was saying about an offline space, I don't think it's prudent or productive to propose having the Sephardim community being solely online with a cryptocurrency, especially the cryptocurrency, because there are so many egregious anti-Semitic tropes about Jews and money I don't think it'd be productive to then say, hey, this part of the Jewish community has their own cryptocurrency. I don't think that'd be productive. I also think we have to be mindful to not be too idealistic about the future if we're not also discussing safeguards as well. We don't want a situation where we have a virtual space which is very beautifully made, and then it gets infiltrated, and then it gets poisoned, and then it's not safe anymore. And then if we don't have an offline space, where is the Sephardim going to go and reconnect? So I don't believe that we should be considering a space that's only on a digital platform. I think to preserve and modernize it, we still need some offline activity as well. So then we can then bear the fruits of that labor on an online and digital space. And yeah, I just have the idea of everything being in a virtual reality is a bit concerning for me. It's giving an episode of Black Mirror a little bit, and I wouldn't want that to happen. If all the hard work that everyone has done, including Carlos of Ladino 21, it would be a shame if then there was like a big rupture in that progress because there wasn't enough thought put in place in terms of how the community can be protected online, the same way that we think about how we protect the community offline. But all in all, I think that is what is required. And language is here to challenge us all the time. I don't think one should be going into learning Ladino thinking, oh, well, I'm going to learn it and I'm not going to be challenged and it's fine. I mean, when I study Torah and I read the Parsha every week, sometimes I'm reading a Parsha where I really, really am being challenged, where I really disagree with what's being written there. But what's the point in it being erased and taken out if I'm to be challenged? That's the whole point of being challenged, is to have it there. So I think a big part of modernization is to not to erase words, not to erase previous vernacular, but to actually have it there and say, okay, this is where we've been, this is where we can expand on. And that's how I believe Ladino can be preserved, but also modernized as well to better fit society today. Okay, thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you very much, Monefa. Lots of interesting points, including allyship, inclusivity and women, and not fetishizing Ladino speakers, and mixed reality. I completely agree with your points on mixed reality. Just a reminder that the network state is a mixed reality proposal. And now I will introduce our next presenter, who is going to be Emunah Wolf. Emunah Wolf is a Toronto-based scholar and Jewish educator. The research focuses on disability, grassroots organizing, and hope. Emunah runs the Hamsa, honoring and affirming Mizrahi/Sephardi ancestry program at the local GCC, Jewish Community Center, in addition to offering programming for LGBTQ+ community members. So their presentation is entitled The Digital Revitalization of Ladino in the 21st Century, a case study on inclusive Sephardi Bar Mitzvah. Emunah, take it away, please.
Thank you, Carlos. And thank you to everyone who has organized this day of learning. I've learned so much already today. All right, so as Carlos said, I'm from Toronto. My family is from Morocco. Most of my scholarship focuses on the role of hope in community organizing and activism. So I'm not coming from a linguistic background, but coming from an activism background and the places where those intersect. And I've studied both Hakatiya and Ladino at the Ontario School, on the Oxford School of Jewish Languages with Carlos, which has been great. So I run the Hamsa program, the Honoring and Affirming Mizrahi and Sephardi Ancestry program at the Miles Nidal Jewish Community Center, which launched on November 2024 in response to the community's needs to have both an in-person and online space to learn about and celebrate Sephardi and Mizrahi cultures, music, traditions, and also vitally language. We've done lots of events over the past few months that we've been happening that focus on different kinds of experiences. One of our biggest events was a Judeo-Arabic workshop, and there's been a lot of conversations about not just places where we can learn about our languages, but places where we can practice and begin to speak them, and how that can be extended physically within the space, but also online. So can we do a Ladino phrase of the week every week? Can we have a Ladino, different holiday greetings and ways where we can have resources as well as community building around it? So some of the resources that we've created over this time have been, as you can see on the screen, so practical resources about different ways that Sephardim might practice Judaism. So here you can see the different ways that someone might wrap their tefillin based on where they are in the world. Recipes. So this is a mamul recipe that we did in preparation for Hanukkah in December. Explorations of different kinds of foods, different kinds of languages and scripts, and different kinds of rituals. So here you can see a piece of a Havdalah ritual guide, which is a ritual that separates the Shabbat from the rest of the week. One of our main philosophies is that Ladino is for everyone and Sephardi Mizrahi culture is for everyone. In the communities of Toronto that are Sephardi, they are primarily Orthodox institutions, and they are all gender segregated spaces. And we know that a lot of people in our community have barriers to access these spaces and barriers to access these languages. A big one is around disability and neurodivergence. A lot of these spaces don't have the kinds of financial or practical staff resources to support people who have different kinds of needs in their learning environments. LGBTQ plus community has a very difficult time accessing gender segregated spaces and more traditionally religious spaces. Those who are in interfaith relationships have a difficult time accessing these spaces as well. And those who don't know Hebrew, don't know Spanish, and don't have the foundational building blocks for entering these spaces have a very difficult time breaking in. As a community center, we've decided that our role is not to kind of put gates up as to who gets to access these things, and we try to offer spaces and resources that meet people at different levels. One of the resources that we've used the most frequently was created by Carlos and was the LGBTQ plus in Ladino terminology guide in the Aki Yerushalayim 111, open access and online. And we've been able to use this practically in our spaces and in our resources to help people gain access to ritual that they might not have otherwise based on their gender identification. So for this case study, I'm going to talk about a program that we ran on inclusive Mitzvah. So as I mentioned, because of all sorts of different factors, there's a perception of exclusion from traditional Sephardi ritual spaces like synagogues, and especially so for women, but also especially trans women. In a lot of times, the idea is that Sephardim will not hold a bat mitzvah, so a coming of age celebration for girls, and they will only hold it for boys and men. And this is kind of contrary to that history and the legacy, because in places like Iraq and in Italy, Sephardim have been holding bat mitzvah celebrations and holy meals from the mid-19th century. It is significantly more recent of a practice in Ashkenazi communities, but we've found that once we've come to North America, a lot of times the Sephardi communities will assimilate partially into Ashkenazi culture. And this has been one of the ways that we've seen this. And so when we were approached by community members who wanted to have these celebrations for their daughters, we thought, how can we evolve these practices to meet their needs using all of these digital resources that we both have found online and have created? And so one of the things that we used in this celebration was there's a Ladino phrase that you would say on the day of your bar bat mitzvah: ayer fue una criatura y hoy soy un hombre entre los hombres. We would change that to persona entre los personas, or whatever would work for the person in the celebration. Un miembro silencioso del pueblo Israel. So yesterday I was a child, today I am a man among men, women among women, person among people, serious and full member of the people of Israel. So we got contacted by a community member who said, my daughter is having her bat mitzvah, and it would be so cool to host something for her with Moroccan traditions and food. She comes from a queer household and has 3 parents, 2 moms, and a trans dad. Given the historically conservative nature of Moroccan communities, we've never been able to introduce her to Moroccan traditions in a community setting until now. And so we worked with this family to create ritual pieces that would support their family needs, to create a party space that they could have. We worked with both Muslim and Jewish caterers who can provide culturally appropriate food for the celebration. And we were able to meet this community's needs where they wouldn't have been able to have their celebration. And they said to us that they had never been able to see their culture or tradition represented. They had never been able to give their child access to this language because of its historically gendered separation. And that watching their daughter be able to celebrate the Moroccan culture and traditions and say this important Ladino phrase as she entered the world of being a Jewish adult was a really great way to celebrate heritage and pride surrounded by community. So the only way that we were able to put this together is from the digital resources that we had. Had we not had access to these digital resources around Ladino and Sephardic culture, the resources in Canada and in Toronto would not have existed to do this. And so some of this was through the Oxford School of Rare Jewish Languages. We've done a course through an organization called Let My People Sing, which is leading Ashir Shira, singing Kabbalat Shabbat and reading Torah in the Moroccan Nusach, the Moroccan style. And they were able to support us in finding ritual leaders who would feel comfortable with the family that we were working with and also stay true to the Moroccan way of praying. And then other organizations like the Jewish Language Project, the Sephardic Brotherhood of America, and SAMI, which is the Sephardic American Mizrahi Initiative. It's really been able to help us both teach and learn across geographical boundaries, create accessible resources for our disabled, deaf, blind, and other different kinds of learning needs in our community, to have practice opportunities and communities of people that we can ask, hey, can you look over this resource? Does this make sense to you, both from a religious perspective, from a language perspective, from a cultural perspective, and has allowed us to begin with the revernacularization in ways that are inclusive and accessible to people, regardless of their gender, sexual orientation, religious level, or family structure. So I thought I would present that case study today as a real life example of how the digital landscape of Ladino has allowed us to meet people's needs in person and online. Merci mucho. Thank you so much.
Merci mucho, Emuna. Incredible testimony and fascinating case study. I encourage everybody to visit Hamza and to learn more about it. And thank you so much for showing the intricacies of these initiatives. And now we're moving to the last presentation, which is going to be led by our friend Joel Perard. And Joel is a neurodiverse, London-based Jewish studies student and creative. In 2025, she spawned Joha Cat, an Instagram and TikTok to combine her passion for Judaism with contemporary social media trends into a delightful blend of memes, bavajadas, and lifestyle content. Committed to honoring her Sephardic ancestry, she channeled her creativity into creating a collection of Ladino GIFs and digital stickers. She is also writing and illustrating a children's book to inspire the next generation through storytelling. Her presentation is entitled I Like My Suitcase, Me Place Mi Valija, and other bavajadas reviving Ladino in the age of brain rot. Joel, welcome.
Hi, thanks for having me. Let me just share my screen. Oh my God, I can't read it in. Okay, start podcast. Sorry. Oh my God, okay. Sorry. Okay, can everyone see my screen?
Yes, we can see it. Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, so thank you for having me. And let me just first preface this and say I've never presented at a conference before. So if I seem a little bit, it's because I am a little bit. Anyway, so thank you for that introduction, Carlos. I will be discussing memes and brain rots and how they can be used as a significant tool for individual language acquisition and a rapport building exercise for tutors in classes. And additionally, I would like to set forth the controversial suggestion that reviving an endangered language such as Ladino, where the speaker diaspora is concentrated to social media and digital spaces, that engaging with online trends and popular culture and memes is really important and should be utilized. So before I get into the memes, I wanted to share the digital stickers and the GIFs that I made and how it became a springboard for me into my whole meme era. So I'm still learning Ladino. So building a rapport with Ladino speakers is quite challenging, especially when you can't comprehend or communicate abstract thoughts, and especially when you're coming from a monolingual background who only grew up speaking English in an English household. I mean, okay. So you end up relying on a lot of free labor from fluent Ladino speakers when trying to participate, whether that's them having to correct you or whether that's asking for vocab and stuff. So I wanted to find ways that I could practice Ladino and engage with the speaker community with the skills that I already have. And I'm quite creative. So I noticed that a lot of the Ladino speakers on Los Ladinadores were using GIFs and stickers. But of course, they're not Ladino specific. So they would use Hebrew ones or ones that are, say, like Spanish or Italian that have vocabulary crossover with Ladino. So I decided, okay, well, I'm going to make some specifically for Ladino. And you can see them here. And then there was the issue of how to get them out there. And this is one of the issues of the digital revitalization, right? So initially, I thought about making them as downloadable content on something like Shopify, because it would be a good promotion tool. You can earn a bit of revenue and which can be donated to one of these Ladino spaces. But it's quite complicated and it's unreliable, and organizing that's a nightmare. So sorry, okay. Then I went to Jiffy. If you don't know Jiffy, Jiffy is a most popular database and search engine for GIFs and stickers, which is it's cross-platform integrated. So you can go on WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, and you can search them and find them. And you can also earn revenue from it. It's much like TikTok and YouTube, you have to become a verified creator. And that's where the other obstacle came in, is that unless you're verified, people cannot search for your stickers and your GIFs. So that kind of went out the window. Anyway, so I want to talk about memes and how they are a useful tool for language acquisition, especially I think when you're in the infancy of your language learning journey. Memes are an effective way of learning idiomatic expressions. It's infinite creativity, and it encourages you to analyze and learn and practice and create. There was a study done in Turkey, I believe, that they provided a class with 3 different meme images and then asked the students to fill in the blanks with the vocabulary that they had been learning that week, and it was really successful. I think the teachers found that they saw more success or sort of language retention than they had previously without, not using these tasks. And as you can see here, they it just sets the mood. It's fun. It's creates laughter and builds a rapport within that space. And similarly, as using memes as a teaching tool, they allow tutors and learners to break down things into smaller linguistic units and unpack them and then build upon them. And it's a less, I guess, a threatening way to engage with language. Skip that one. Okay, so now let's get into to why we're here and look at some Ladino memes across social media platforms. First of all, we have some memes from the Sephardic Jewish Brotherhood of America. And yes, whilst they are in English, I'm using them as examples because they will use culturally specific language and language from Ladino vocabulary, which, within the English, which puts it into the consciousness of Sephardim and non-Sephardic Jews who are coming across them, and they make use of popular culture and everything, so they're very current. And they also have, because they can use SEO like hashtags, and they are referencing popular culture that's trending across languages, these kinds of memes are able to have the potential to have a wider reach than just Jews and Sephardim. And then we have some ones from Los Adinadores, which, like I said, they can be good at teaching idiomatic expression. And unlike a traditional meme, they don't necessarily tell a joke or anything like that, but they're just a nice illustrative way of showing proverbs and idiomatic expressions. But I wanted to share this meme here at the top, which says, "Better a rabbi without a talit than a talit without a rabbi." It caused quite a controversy on Facebook when it was posted. And I think this is a brilliant example of the potential and the benefits of memes. It starts a dialogue and a discourse amongst speakers. It creates engagement, and it's also quite subversive because it's, on one hand, you can interpret it that without the picture, you can interpret it that it's, it's better to have a rabbi than no rabbi at all, essentially. But with this one, it's a social commentary on the differences between Sephardic and or traditional Sephardic and Ashkenazic practice, which Sephardic traditionally is not particularly egalitarian. So it's quite a controversial joke. And so yeah. So, as we can see, that these are culturally specific. They are for Ladino speakers and for Sephardim. And so they don't really have a reach beyond that. So that's why I decided to create Johakat and to make my own memes utilizing Ladino, using language and topics that I use in my everyday life. So I don't know if people want me to translate them, but we have basically my husband when he introduces me to his family, and I found this this like Ladino slang word, which means English tissue, which means quality merchandise. And I thought that was quite funny. And then another one here I've put, it's about the Matrix, with when I successfully guess my password and I log into my account. And it's just stupid and nonsensical. And it's just silly. And I think it's we'll get back to that. And I don't know if people can hear my sound, but going back to the teaching of idiomatic expressions, we were taught Carlos taught us the idiom to be like a closed M, which means to be discreet. So I thought, that would make a good meme. So I copied one of the templates of trending memes currently. Oh my God, it skipped. Okay, and made this. I don't know if people can hear it. Oh, I don't think there's any sound. But it's just silly. And then I made another one. Utilizing a scene from a telenovela. And, you know, as you can see, they're not culturally specific, they're not identity specific, they're just fun. And, you know, I decided to I'm going to expand upon my Johakat project by just as a way to expand Ladino. So a couple of weeks ago, I reached out to Rachel from Ladino Comunidad and asked if anybody knew how to translate modern internet slang like brain rot, doom scroll, doxing, But unfortunately, nobody knows. So I asked in the Facebook group, Los Ladinadores, nobody knows. And it got me thinking, who has the authority on the revitalization of an endangered language like Ladino, which is such a significant part of like Sephardic Jewish identity? And then you have the other layers to that. If you're a Sephardi who grew up speaking Ladino, or you're a Sephardi that didn't, it's who, when there isn't language that exists for contemporary terms, who has the veto power to decide what these words are. And I think it comes into questions of generational divides, cultural divides, and the difference between identity being represented in Ladino and your personality being expressed through Ladino, which are two different things. And how learning another language and being able to communicate who you are. And then I was coming up with these new slang words, and I thought to myself, didn't Ludwig Wittgenstein say something about a private language? Something like, if it's not understood or translatable to other people, then it's a private language. But it's not actually considered a private language, because you have the rules there, you have there's everything is there for it to be able to make it understood, to make it make sense. We just don't have the words for it yet. So I would like to finish off by offering some suggestions to translate some popular modern internet slang. So the first one I chose was brain rot. If you don't know what that means, it means the deterioration of a person's mental or intellectual state, especially viewed as a result of overconsumption of material, particularly online content, and it's considered to be trivial and unchallenging. I looked up the verbs. We've got karkumerse or karkuma to mean to decay or to become consumed. And we can join that with the Hebrew word for intellect.
1 minute, Joel. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'll just end it there. Sorry, but I'll just end it there. Okay. Thank
All right,
you.
thank you very much, Joel, for this wonderful presentation. I think you're carving out a new subfield within Ladino studies, which is great to see. A reminder that the first organization to post memes in Ladino was Ladino 21 back in the day, before even Los Ladinodores was created on Facebook. You can check the timestamp. And we have wrapped it up with this, which leaves us with 10 minutes for questions and answers. So I want to extend my gratitude to all the members of the panel for sticking to their stipulated time slot. Thank you. So do we have any questions? Let me see. In the Q&A, Esther says, thank you so much for this opportunity to learn about your amazing community in Toronto. So that goes to you, Emuna. Appreciation. It was an amazing presentation, Emuna. Very, very interesting. Any questions from anybody else in the audience?
Well, I have one, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
I want to ask Joel, is there any followers, young and you know, in Israel, it's very problematic to find someone, young people and also adolescents that wants to speak Ladino, or I want to know how is your followers, and also Emunah, it's yours in Canada, and so I want to ask you all. Also, Carlos, it's a question for you also. I'm in some of the groups that you mentioned. Encontros de Aljas, Ladinadores, Ladinohablantes, eso todo, y no sabemos, no pienso que hay un lugar que muestra si hay mancebos y mancebas, young people that wants to speak Ladino. In Israel, it's very, very difficult. I'm the native speaker. It's for my lecture, yes, but I don't see it in Israel at all.
Great. Merci mucho, Steve. Would you like to answer first, Simona, and then I can go?
Sure. It's interesting. With the young people we see, it's almost trendy or cool to learn like a family language. People want to be able to say that they speak something other than English, and particularly that they speak something unique that other people don't. And the uniqueness of it makes it very difficult. I haven't seen many, if any, young speakers who are fluent, but I see a lot of people who are trying to integrate it into what they call family members, referring to foods that they eat. They want to show off that they know a song that it's in Ladino. So those kinds of more familiar rather than vernacular ways of using it. But I do think that the interest is growing even just in the last 5-10 years. More people know about Ladino and more people seem interested in learning more about it.
Yes, I completely agree with what Emuna just said. First, that amongst the youth, Ladino is spoken mostly in post-vernacular fashion, so they remember a word here, a song there, as opposed to a fluent language, which is also the case amongst the older generation, if less we want to idealize it. The reality is that Ladino has a tremendous language attrition, more so in the case of Haketia, but also in the case of Judaismo. However, when talking about specific initiatives for the youth, the Oxford School of Rare Jewish Languages gives priority to university students that are applying to study for free both Ladino and Haketia. So that's a space where they can learn the language for free. We have 2 classes of Ladino for beginners with 30 spots each, and another class of Ladino intermediate, 30 spots, and another class of Haketia for beginners, 30 spots. So that's 120 slots for young people to learn Ladino for free. So it's in their hands after that.
Oh, thank you. And Joelle?
It's always the question whether young people are interested
If you have young followers, because memes and etc. are very the youngest language, like they want to hear, they live it in the social media and everything. So, do you see that the young followers that you have, and they are using it, even writing it sometimes, or you are just sending it to the sea and that's it?
Well, I'll be completely honest with you. Whilst I do have a few Ladino speakers following me, the people that actually interact with what I'm posting are not Ladino speakers, and they're not Jewish. They typically are either Spanish speakers or Portuguese speakers, who will, obviously, they can sort of contextualize. I mean, a Ladino speaker reading my memes is like, what is this? It's not a coherent sentence. But I guess the Spanish speakers and the Portuguese speakers can contextualize what I'm trying to say, and they'll get the joke, and they'll interact, and but yeah, I don't have really any Ladino speakers interacting, and I don't know if that comes into what Amuna was saying about, typically Sephardim communities are typically more conservative, socially and politically. So like a lot of at least the Sephardic presence, and particularly the Ladino presence, even young Sephardim who don't speak Ladino but engage with it in some capacity, typically are very politically involved, actively, but in a conservative way. So perhaps the whole brain rot and meme culture isn't particularly refined. It's not, you know what I mean? It's very silly. So I don't know. But it was yet to be seen. Hopefully I'll be able to update people in the future, and maybe there'll be more people,
Yeah, like Monefa that came from the Caribbean. So I was pleased to hear everyone. Also, Monefa, your projects and your music. Thank you for you all. It was interesting, this panel.
Thank you. Welcome. I just want to quickly add as well, it'd be worthwhile, if you don't know any Caribbean Jews, to reach out to them, because I've spoken to several, and what we found quite interesting is those of us that have had like some exposure to Ladino in the household, especially to like our grandparents or great-grandparents, they quite commonly would mix Ladino phrases or keywords with the language in the Caribbean. So like patois and Ladino would be quite commonly mixed together. There's some like Caribbean Spanish words that are mixed with Ladino as well. So it's very, very interesting. That's why, platforms like Ladino 21 and Ladino Comunita actually provide education to show, hey, there's Sephardim in this part of the world as well, and this is how they engage the language, and so on and so forth.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to stay in touch with all the four of you for now. This is it's very in my projects also, so you will hear it in the next panel.
Thank you, Esti, so much. I just pasted links to the book Ladino on the Internet, which can be read for free in the link that I pasted. I also left my email there if you have any questions or want to follow up. The rest of the panelists are also welcome to write the emails there if people want to contact them. Thank you, Rachel. And with that, I would like to thank you, all of you, for coming to this panel, and especially to the panelists and the organizers. Merci mucho.
Merci mucho.
Merci mucho.
Merci mucho.
Thank you. Merci. Merci de corazón.
Merci mucho. to Dr. Lopez, and to our panelists for a really linguistically creative and interesting panel. So thank you. We'll take 1 minute for a break right now, and then we'll start. Oh, it's already 2. We'll take 30 seconds just for everyone to breathe a little bit, stand up and stretch if you want, and then we'll start our next panel. Okay. That was a great break. Welcome to our third panel of the day, Ladino Linguistics, the Politics of Language. And this panel will be moderated by Dr. Brian Kirshen, who is Associate Professor of Spanish and Linguistics and Chair of the Department of Romance Languages and Literatures at Binghamton University. Brian, I'll turn it over to you. Thank you all.
So much, Rachel. Welcome everybody to this third panel on Ladino linguistics and the politics of language. We'll hear from 4 speakers during this panel, each of whom will have 10 to 12 minutes to speak, and we're going to save all Q&A for the end, just to make sure that we have time to engage with our different speakers today. So our first speaker is Deria Reis from Ankara University, who is going to speak about Ladino proverbs and idioms with flowers from a cognitive linguistic perspective. And for all of our speakers, just as a reminder, I will send a message about the 2-minute mark and come on the screen if I need to send another reminder. So welcome.
Okay, I'm sharing my presentation. Okay, I will talk about Ladino proverbs and idioms with flowers from a cognitive linguistics perspective. This study discusses which emotions and personalities in Sephardic idioms and proverbs are expressed via which flower metaphors. From a cognitive linguistic standpoint, this study investigates Ladino flower-related proverbs and idioms, looking at how these expressions influence and represent cultural knowledge. For instance, the rose is used as a metaphor for femininity and grace in the well-known Ladino saying, La mujer es la rosa del mundo, the woman is the rose of the world. A community's common cognitive frameworks that influence attitudes and actions are known as cultural models. Ladino sayings that feature flowers frequently express common ideals and principles. Flor and flor, dulce el amor. Flower to flower, sweet is love is a proverb that resonates with the community's cultural idea of romantic relationships and captures the fleeting and delicious aspect of love. Thus, this study will analyze cultural concepts related to the positive and negative emotional embodiment metaphors with flowers as cultural elements within the framework of Lakoff and Johnson's conceptual metaphor theory. Regarding this theory, the conceptual metaphor theory was coined by George Lakoff and Mark Johnson in Metaphors We Live By in 1980. According to them, metaphors are cognitive phenomena based on our cultural formation and beliefs. For example, the metaphor love is a flower maps the abstract concept of love to the concrete concept of flower. Thus, love is beautiful, just like a flower that has a specific perfume and which is sweet and colorful. Regarding the literature review, previous studies were conducted by Hidayah Viana and Hedro Kumoro. It was about the cognitive process of metaphorical expression in the Javanese plants. And another study was conducted by Al Guindi. It was about kinship. These were the previous studies about plants and emotional expressions. Regarding this study aims at discovering Sephardic emotional and cultural beliefs on plants. Regarding the data of this study, it was gathered from Nehama's dictionary, Diccionaire du Judeo-Spanish, that was published in 1977, and it is available on archive.org. Here are some examples, and this is the discussion part. Dia de Rosas y Flores, Day of Roses and Flowers. This is about happiness. This depicts a happy person, and it is used for a happy person. As roses are beautiful and smelly like other flowers, this idiom is used. No hay rosas sin espino. This is a proverb. There is no rose without thorns. Each person has defects, so one must accept every person as they are. Una rosa no faze la primavera. This is another proverb. A rose doesn't make the spring. Just one positive event or person doesn't make the ambient a positive one. One must assess all the conditions in the environment to consider that environment as a happiness bringer. De la rosa sale el espino, another proverb, the thorn derives from a rose. Therefore, each positive event or person may lead to negative consequences or issues. Rosas enfloresan, roses they blossom, so every issue has a time and every experience makes a person more mature. Cara de rosa, rose face, this indicates a beautiful person physically. Gelalla rosa, it smells like a rose. This is a positive event or a positive person, and it is associated with happiness and joy. Flores amurcadas, wilted flowers, this is an indicator of a negative person or an event. Estar arroteado de flores, circled with flowers, a positive event because it has flowers around. Tal árbol, tal fruto, a proverbial expression. The fruit derives from a specific tree. Therefore, the genetic behavior inheritance is underlined with this proverbial expression. As the tree is fruitful, so is the child, etc. Árboles pecan, ramales laboran. Trees commit sins, but branches hide them. Therefore, some people hide the defects and mistakes of others, as indicated by the proverbial expression. Another expression, árbol tuerto nunca se endereza. A crooked tree cannot be straightened. Therefore, a person's personality can never change. A negative person cannot be a positive one. Other expressions, clavo de canela, clove, canevazo, extremely old as a person or as an item. Como çiçek enriva, çiçek is a Turkish word for flower. Como çiçek enriva de mi cabeza, it is an appreciated person. An appreciated person is indicated in the event, or it is an appreciated issue. Like a flower upon my head, it means. Esta una conga, it is just a young rose. Gonca is the Turkish for young rose. Therefore, she is or he is a young person. Cara de lirio, the flower lyrium, white face. Therefore, this person can be pure. So this may indicate the purity of that person, or she or him can have just a white face. 1000 años mimosa, the flower mimosa. 1,000 years of mimosa, it indicates responsibility as a flower at this time. To conclude, regarding the positive and negative emotions indicated in Sephardic Ladino proverbs and idioms, flowers are containers for emotions, according to the theory of Lakoff and Johnson. And if they are thorny, thorns are dangerous personalities, defects, or minor difficulties. Roses are loved generally, but their thorns are just errors, mistakes, or defects. Flowers are emotions, they indicate emotions. If they are beautiful, they indicate positive emotions. But only their thorns and defects indicate that they may harm some people, and physical aspects may not be important, depicting the personalities. Usually, blossoming is happiness, youth is happiness, but oldness of flowers refer to the passing time, the ineffectiveness of life, and old age in general. And I thank you for listening to my presentation.
Great. Thank you so much. And we'll look forward to some conversation towards the end of this panel with you.
Okay,
All right.
thank you.
Yes, merci mucho. All right, moving right along then. Our next speaker is Sarah Menor of Hebrew Union College and USC. And she will be speaking with us today about Ladino heritage words, realistic transmission of an endangered language. Welcome, Sarah, and please let me know if, okay, it looks like you're about to share your screen, but I have, just in case you need anything, please let me know, and thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Brian. Welcome, everybody. So today I'm going to be speaking about heritage words. There's a growing body of research on contemporary Ladino use on the internet and in person, but there's little research on the Ladino loanwords that English-speaking Jews use. An exception is a study that I presented at a previous ucLADINO about Sephardic Adventure Camp.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. I'm sorry. I'm getting a few messages. This is not for me, but more for the people in tech, or David or someone. Can you spotlight Sarah? I think Daria is still spotlighted. So I apologize about that.
No worries. Thank you.
But there's time to even begin over or whatever you like.
No, it's okay.
I apologize.
That's okay. So the research questions that I have are: which Ladino words are used today in English-speaking Ottoman Sephardic communities, and which parts of speech and semantic domains are represented? So what are heritage words? Well, when immigrants or an indigenous group or any other group shifts to a new language, the older generation continues to have conversation in the language that they've been speaking. The next generation hears that conversation, but uses just select words. And then the next generation hears those words only and not necessarily the full conversation, maybe snippets of their grandparents' conversation. And the select words that are passed down the generations are known as heritage words. This term comes from an article by Evelyn Dean Olmsted from 2012. And here's a quote from her forthcoming book with the definition: lexical items and phrases perceived as deriving from heritage or ancestral languages within the ethno-linguistic repertoires of groups that have experienced language shift. In other words, it's words from an ancestral language that are passed down the generations. And she writes about several functions of heritage words. They allow people to align with a group, to construct or enact a relationship to their heritage, and to highlight emotion. She also talks about several traits of heritage words. They're salient, they're atomized, meaning they are just one word within a broader language that is a different language. They allow them to represent the past meets the present. They are a tangible aspect of identity rather than just talking about identity. They allow people to enact it. They are sites of ideology that are often contested. And she also writes about 9 semantic domains that are often represented by heritage words: ethnic labels, food, religion, blessings and talismans, endearment, insults and negative terms, people and kinship, especially kinship terms, finances, and emotional interjections. And she actually includes Hebrew words in her research about the heritage words used by Syrian Jews in Mexico City. Most of their heritage words are from Arabic, but a lot are also from Hebrew, and they don't always distinguish between the two languages. So she includes Hebrew in the idea of Jewish heritage words. Now, of course, this language shift is seen in languages around the world, many of which are now endangered due to external and internal factors. And that is certainly the case with Ladino. Here you see the numbers of speakers estimated in 1900 and today. And of course, it's not just the numbers, it is more about the ages of those speakers. And most of the speakers of Ladino today are in their 70s and up, which is a sign of its endangerment. So I wanted to answer my research questions, so I found a methodology to do so. I did quantitative and qualitative analysis of all the Ladino and Hebrew loanwords in several sources. First, in 2 children's books, The Key from Spain, Flori Jagoda and Her Music, and A Turkish Rosh Hashanah. And then on websites, the Sephardic Bikur Cholim and Ezra Bisaroth websites, those are synagogues in Seattle, and the Sephardic Brotherhood, a national organization. And I also included self-reported loanwords from an interview that I conducted on my podcast called Heritage Words with Danny Jason, who lives in the Seattle Sephardic community. And the words that were added to the Jewish English lexicon, which is a dictionary that I moderate, that has words that are used within English from many languages. And so I just included the Ladino words there, and also and then I only included the ones that were only there and not also in these other sources, because a lot of the words in there actually come from some of these other sources. And I want to thank Eden Moyal for doing a lot of this data analysis. So the methodology, once I got all of these loanwords, was to code them. We had 270 tokens, and then we excluded tokens from the Jewish English lexicon that originated in Judeo-Spanish but came into Jewish English through other languages like Judeo-Arabic. And then we coded the rest of them for Hebrew, whether they were italicized in a written version, whether they were glossed in their current location, and whether they were included in a glossary. We coded their part of speech and their semantic domain, and the list of semantic domains that I included were modified from Dean Olmsted's article. Within Hebrew, we then distinguished between bare Hebrew and merged Hebrew, and the bare Hebrew words are Hebrew and Aramaic loan words like mezuzah that are not necessarily Ladino, but the merged Hebrew and Aramaic loan words are ones that are Ladino based on their semantics, like kahal, their phrases like echar lashon, like if it's a Hebrew word that's in a phrase that also has another Ladino element that's not Hebrew, their morphology like yehi ratzones, and the phonology amosi. So then we also coded for duplicates. As I said, I excluded duplicates from the Jewish English lexicon. And then I also coded the other duplicates, and different spellings and pronunciations of the same word and plurals were considered to be duplicates, like frutikas with a K or a C, and chacham with a CH or H, ija and fija, and bujuk and bujuks. And then also compound constructions were not considered to be duplicates. So I found 156 types and 175 tokens. And for the semantic domains, and they don't add up to the exact number because some are in multiple domains, the most common domain of these loanwords is food, and religious domain is a close second. The other domains have many fewer items, but the most common among the others are greetings, closings, blessings, and psychoextensives, and kinship terms and other people terms. And here on the screen, you can see some examples of all of those. Negative emotions also have a bunch, and culture-specific terms. And I added a new category that wasn't in Dean Olmsted's article, which is language, because I did find some words in that domain. And then terms of endearment, finance, and body were pretty rare, but there were a few. So the Sephardic Brotherhood website had the most words out of all of the sources that I looked at. And then the Heritage Words podcast, which again is an interview with someone about the words that he uses in his everyday life. And then the Jewish English lexicon, and then the websites from the synagogue and the children's books. In terms of parts of speech, nouns were by far the most common, which is in line with findings from previous research on loan words, that nouns are by far the most common. And then interjections, and then many fewer for sentences, adjectives, verbs, prepositional phrases, and adverbs. So to what extent were they marked? Most of the ones that were written were not actually marked with italics or some other form like that, but a good percentage were. Most of them were glossed in situ, and sometimes that is with a parenthetical right after it, but sometimes, like in this image from the key from Spain, it is incorporated into the illustration. And in some cases, they're included in the glossary in the book, A Turkish Rosh Hashanah. You can see the glossary here at the very end of the book. So to discuss what I found, there are different approaches to endangered languages. The traditional approach is language revitalization, leading to intergenerational transmission. And to get to that transmission, you can do language classes, immersion programs, master apprentice program, the language nesting that you're going to hear about in a few minutes. But there's also another approach to endangered languages, which is discussed by Wesley Leonard. It is language reclamation. And that is the idea that the things that you do on behalf of an endangered language should come from what the community wants, what is important to the community. And this is what I found to be used in many Jewish language environments. And the terms post-vernacularity, metalinguistic community, and ethno-linguistic infusion are relevant to this approach to endangered languages, where people use elements of the language and engage with the language in innovative ways, not in the same way as they would if they were trying to pass it on as a full language to the next generation. The goal of these activities is often to foster ideological links between the individual and the group and the language, and the individual and the language. And these reclamation strategies are central to the Jewish language ecosystem. They often incorporate heritage words, and often they do so in a pedagogical way, as a way of teaching some specific words, not teaching full sentences or conversation, but really just teaching words. So to conclude, the contemporary descendants of Ottoman Sephardic immigrants to the United States, especially in Seattle, continue to engage with Ladino through heritage words generations after their families shifted to English. And communal and educational venues infuse Ladino heritage words, sometimes marked and glossed, to teach elements of the language and to foster ideological links. And these are mostly in the religious and cultural domains. So also, this is not an exhaustive list of Ladino heritage words that are used. For example, I noticed some very important ones missing. A phrase I've heard several times already in this conference, merci mucho, and caminos de leche y miel, something you say when someone's leaving on a journey. I also don't see included in these sources the words that are used when auctioning off synagogue honors in Sephardic synagogues in Ladino. So more research is needed on the words and the metalinguistic discourse, including through interviews, observation at synagogues, cultural clubs, Sephardic Adventure Camp, Toronto Chamsa, and the literature and art like the novel Canticas and Joël Verard's Jochakat digital art. And when we look at these sources, we can analyze sociolinguistic variation, looking at correlations between the source and the writing versus speech, the age of the speaker and the writer, semantic domains, and marking. And we want some historical analysis. Why did this happen in Seattle more than in other places? And we'd love to see similar analysis for other endangered Jewish languages and immigrant and indigenous languages around the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sarah, for your presentation. Also looking forward to some conversation toward the end of the panel. All right, great. Moving right along, our next speaker, if we can highlight or spotlight Marcel Israel Mechulam, is an independent scholar who will be joining us and presenting his research, Marcel, on examples of Ladino word constructions from medieval Spanish and others modified by languages from the Balkan countries. La palabra es tuya, Marcel.
Gracias. Thank you very much. So I would like to share. I have my. Let me have my. Just a second, please. And this is my Ladino. Here's the. Yeah, and then I can share it. Yeah. I have on the screen, so but
not yet.
Okay, I can share it. Thank you very much. Yeah. Just a second. So, and then here. So, first, thank you very much, and then. Before 1492, the Jews in Spain, they spoke the Old Castilian, the medieval Spanish language, but very different because they used to live in different regions and dialects. So they spoke different Spanish, but different local languages. So when they came to the Balkans after 1492, after the expulsion. So there was it was a huge group of people speaking the same language, but on a different manner of speaking. So it was like a beautiful bouquet of flowers of languages. So let's have, and then they mixed up, they used words from Turkish, the centuries, 500 years, from Turkish, from Bulgarian, from Bosnian, and so on. And this is Ladino today, very rich and very beautiful. Let's have some examples. Let's start with the old language, medieval Spanish, Old Castilian, with first word and expressions, word in Ladino from Old Castilian origin. Let's start with pronunciation of vowels and consonants. Vowels, the Spanish e, in Spanish, as a termination of a word, is pronounced as Spanish E, or is like carne is pronounced carni, siempre is pronounced siempri. Let's go to the consonants. The consonants, we have here, like this. We have, for example, the V and B are completely, what's this right now? V and B are clearly pronounced in Ladino, not like in Spanish. It's like Barcelona. No, it's B and V. Let's go to the other example. Consonants. In Ladino, we have the sh, dicho, instead of dijo. Sh doesn't exist in Spanish. We have generoso instead of generoso. This is from, This is from Old Spanish. Was the G existed in the Old Spanish? Yeah, in the medieval Spanish. Then J, Joan, es in Catalan, Joan instead of Juan. Jueves instead of jueves. And this is origin is from medieval Spanish. Shastre instead of sastre. Azer instead of acer. The double L, lluvia, double L doesn't exist in Ladino, is lluvia instead of lluvia. Like this. Then let's go to word constructions using reversed and changed syllables. It's also very interesting. In Ladino, we say vedri instead of verde. We say tadri instead of tarde. Pader instead of paret. So, but it existed in the Old Spanish. So, this is from the Old Spanish. For example, mesmo, in Ladino we say mesmo instead of mismo. Now, let's go to verb conjugation, verb conjugation in past and past perfect tenses. We can find in Ladino similar reversals in the syllables in the conjugation of a verb in past tense. Second person, singular and plural. For example, comí is I ate. Yeah, comí. Comites instead of comiste in a second person in singular. In plural, comisteis is in Spanish. In Ladino is comites. So it's quite different. In past perfect tense, in Ladino we use the verb tener instead of haber. Tengo lavado la ropa, tengo comido instead of he lavado, he comido. It's also from Old Spanish. Now, combined words mixing traditional Ladino with other languages. In the Balkans, we as Ladino speakers had to listen very often to words in Ladino mixed with local spoken languages, Turkish, Bosnian, Greek, Bulgarian, and others. Examples, the name of the metal, lead. In traditional Ladino is plumbo, but in the Balkans, they used to use mostly the Turkish word kurşun, which means lead, but also bullet. The neighbor is vecino in Ladino, but in the Balkan, from Spanish, but in the Balkans we use komşu because it's the Turkish word for neighbor. Word examples from daily life, such as the Jewish neighborhood, kitchen, health, services, and festivals in the synagogue. There is a Ladino expression about something that will never happen. Esto se va a hacer bash en Tisha B'Av la tadri. This will happen principally on the Jewish mourning day, Tisha B'Av, in the afternoon. That means never. We have here Ladino, esto se va a hacer. This will happen. Turkish, bash, principally, and Hebrew, Tisha B'Av, the 9th day of the month Av. Let's go to health, expression in health. Tengo el garón chatlak. I have a hoarse throat. Hebrew, garón is throat, and Turkish chatlak is broken. Having fun, me estoy engleneando, from Turkish englenge, this means entertainment. Or in family, kids, mi hijo tañe el piano muy hermoso. That means my son plays the piano beautifully. So, next example. Now, let's go to Ladino words, impact of Ladino on the local languages, vice versa. In the neighborhood, people of various religions and ethnicities coexisted with Sephardic Jews. So there are words from Ladino back to the local language. In Yiddish-speaking world, in the Yiddish-speaking world, there are a lot of studies and examples about the use of Yiddish in everyday German and English, like meshuge, chutzpah, tovavo, and etc. Our goal is to study the use of Ladino words in the local languages, like delicious food, for example. They use in Bulgaria, for example, in Turkey and in Bosnia, they use pan dishpan, they use masapan, they use boreka. So there are a lot of words from Ladino back to the local language. Yeah. Or a funny Ladino expression used by the Christians or Muslims neighbors. We cannot read, but I will tell you. Si tú no topas la hermosa, te casas con la mocosa. If you don't find the pretty one, you will marry the snotty one. So, and they use this in the other languages, in the local languages. And then I finished. Thank you very much. Just one more word. Maybe it's interesting to know. I found a very interesting book about medieval Spanish phonetics, word construction, syntax. And the name of the book is Gramática del Poema del Cid. Written by Fernando Araujo Gomez in Madrid, published in Madrid, 1897. A lot of, of old medieval Spanish word construction, grammar, and everything. So I would suggest this book is very, very interesting. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Marcel. Wonderful. All right.
Thank you.
Great. Well, thanks. We're doing great with timing. So I'd encourage everybody before we move to our final panelist for this session to please include any questions that you'd like us to bring up toward the end. You could do that in the Q&A function at the bottom of your screen, depending on the device that you're on. But as you consider which questions to ask which panelist, or maybe general ones, I'm happy to introduce our next and final panelist, Julia Peck, who is of UC Berkeley, the Linguistics Department, and who will be presenting on Ladino en Casa, bringing a Ladino home via language nesting. Welcome, Julia.
Merci, Brian. Y buenas tardes a todas y todos. Qué alegría estar aquí en ucLADINO de nuevo. I'm Julia, and it's wonderful to be here at ucLADINO again, especially with the conference theme, Ladino in and beyond the home, so close to my heart. You can all see my screen, right? Great.
Yes.
So I'll be talking about a tool that I've been developing using the at-home language nesting method, and I'll unpack what that is momentarily. And it essentially supports people to speak more Ladino at home. And I've had the honor of presenting this work at various stages, at last year's ucLADINO, at an Encuentro de Al-Had, at a Colloquio de los Shadarim, and in the most recent American Jewish Studies Conference. And I'm really grateful for the feedback that I've gotten, including from people in this very room. And this work is ongoing. And so in this talk, I'm going to focus on two updates to the project: the results of a pilot program of these language nesting resources with students in UC Berkeley's Ladino class, and the hot off the press website for the project that I'm really thrilled to publicly launch today, ladinoencasa.com. So I'll give some background for those who haven't heard of language nesting before, although I know some of you have. So this method draws on the idea of a language nest, which is a physical place that necessitates language use by requiring participants to speak it on a regular basis. So you may have heard of language nests for children, similar to immersion schools like the ones in Hawaii for Hawaiian or New Zealand for Maori. And an at-home language nest, you guessed it, brings this idea home. So it's a dedicated room where a learner tries to use the target language as much as possible. And this method was developed by linguist Zeke Zahir for the Luskin language, which is spoken in present-day Seattle. So how this works in practice is the following. I'll give you a quick rundown. Learners choose a site for the nest. So a room, ideally the kitchen or the bathroom, as a starting point because these rooms have many well-defined daily activities. My favorite is the kitchen. That's where my nest is. And as multiple talks today have identified, the kitchen is often some way, posting a sign that says Zona de Ladino, some ceremonial act of commitment to speaking in this space. And then we identify the domains, the activities that we do daily in our nest, like if it's the kitchen, washing hands, making toast, doing the dishes, chopping vegetables. And then one by one, we reclaim these domains. And that just means learning enough to narrate or talk about that activity in the target language. So building up our capacity to speak Ladino in that room. And once a speaker has mastered enough activities in the language, they can commit to speaking only the target language in that room whenever possible, if they like, turning it into a nest for the language to live and grow. And so I'm proposing that we add at-home language nesting to our toolbox of strategies to revitalize and preserve Ladino. And so I wanted to offer a few thoughts on why. So first, why is nesting important? In the fragmented diaspora, the Sephardic world, and also given the history of language shift and language endangerment, Ladino has lost many social spaces, right, where it was historically spoken, but a language nest carves out space for language use. And for those who are studying Ladino, the language can sometimes get stuck in the classroom as an object of study rather than a way of communicating. And so we do need to think about whether students in our Ladino classes have opportunities to speak outside of class, and especially once that class ends. So nesting ensures that learners, whether they're in a class or not, have a place to regularly speak. And a Ladino teacher who was interviewed for Kent Fredholm's wonderful 2023 paper about the landscape of Ladino teaching, whose identity is anonymized, said this: Me parece que para que la lengua tenga un avenir, tenemos que dar espacios donde la lengua se puede usar. So it seems to me that for the language to have a future, we need to create spaces for the language to be used. And so why is it important that this nesting, this kind of carving out space, occurs at home? Homes are spaces where we spend lots of time and have control over our language use. They're places where we build our habits. They're places where we shape our own and others' identities in a process also often known as socialization. And they're also where we engage in a lot of cultural and religious practices. Jewish cultural and religious practices, Sephardic religious practices, and the cultural and religious practices in the case of Ladino. And very, very crucially, for our purposes talking about language, the home is the space where we tend to raise children and transmit language. So I hope I've convinced you that language nesting is at least worth trying. And we did try it out in the first Ladino class in UC Berkeley's history, taught by Adam Mahler, who you heard from this morning on the second panel. And so over the course of spring semester last year, these lovely students piloted resources for making language nests for Ladino in their kitchens. And so each week for 10 weeks, the students received a new domain. Remember, that's our fancy word for an activity like making coffee, as at cafe, to add to their kitchens. And for their final assignment, they wrote their own domains. So each card that they received, and that's part of the kit, each card has a title, an icon, color-coded translations matching Ladino words to their English equivalents, and we could imagine having translations to other languages as the project continues, and a QR code linking to an audio recording. And these are physical cards meant to be posted visibly in one's kitchen. So the type of domain that you're seeing here on the screen is self-narration. So the user is narrating themselves making coffee. And of course, this is not a very natural activity, but it's a great way to start bringing the language home and living in the language, especially for totally new Ladino learners. The repetition of the present tense, first person verbs, vo, tomo, meto, aspero, hecho. This creates a linguistic muscle memory for this structure, but then we can also start introducing already the learner to different structures. So sentence 10, as you can see, switches to the past tense. Ya escapé de hacer café. I finished making coffee, and we repeat this at the end of every domain. So we also include domain cards that are dialogues, which can be used between people who live together. So do you want a coffee? Or when welcoming guests over. Language is, of course, essentially social, so these dialogues are really important to include. And the third type of domain that we have is a frame, where we give the learner some structure and allow them to personalize the domain, such as adding the comidas and bebidas that they actually have when they make breakfast. So if anyone has played Mad Libs, it's a little bit like that. And being able to personalize the domain means the user can describe what they actually do day to day rather than practice some abstract language. And so after 10 weeks, we administered an anonymous survey at the end of the semester to the students last spring to learn about their experiences with nesting and get feedback from them for the components of the kit, since eventually the kit will be available to the public. And among the 13 responses we received, 11 students reported that the nesting project instilled the habit of speaking Ladino every single day, mostly for 5 to 10 minutes a day, although some students reported speaking at least 20 minutes per day in their kitchens, which is kind of amazing. Multiple students referred to the way that language nesting made Ladino feel alive and present, and others noticed ways that it moved the needle on their language skills. And one student who experienced both of those things wrote, I really love it. I feel like it's a good way to make these words come alive and be more fluid within me. And for some, the experience of self-narration was fun and a good challenge. And others told us that it was hard to remember to self-narrate or to get used to talking to oneself, which I totally relate to as someone who nests myself. And we take this to be indicative of the fact that language nesting takes time to establish and become integrated into one's daily routines, longer than 10 weeks in the busy lives of students, which is important for us to keep in mind. We heard varied experiences relating to involving others in the nesting process. So some reported living alone or with roommates who were uninterested in participating. So nesting remained a solo activity. Another student really appreciated the visibility of the nest in their living space, and it gave them a reason to talk about Ladino whenever their friends visited, which is really lovely. And 2 students recounted doing their domains with their parents over the phone or in person when their parents visited. And we were really struck and inspired by this, that these students took the initiative to involve family in the nest, even when not living with family. So there's even more opportunities to speak. So you've already heard lots about the domain cards, which are the physical cards that I'm going to be able to distribute soon. And now the nesting kit has a digital component that I'd love to introduce you to now. So this is the website, ladinoencasa.com, which houses all of the domains with sample recordings by the wonderful Rachel Bortnick, plus extra commentary about vocabulary, variation, who contributed to each domain, and more. So I'm actually going to share my browser now and show you the site. But if you'd like to follow along on any device, including your phone, it works well on mobile. It's ladinoencasa.com, and this is what the homepage will look like when you get there. Okay. So here we are on the welcome page, and we have a brief introduction to nesting. But let's go ahead and press this button and get started. So this takes us to the kitchen, el mupak or la cocina, depending on your dialect. We're working on resources for nesting in the bathroom, and we'll have that online in the coming months. But for now, you can already nest in your kitchen. And here we have 16 domains to choose from washing your hands to making pasta to taking out the trash. And I'd love to show you inside of a domain. Maybe people need to hacer café right now, but we're going to try the first one, lavarse las manos, and we'll wash our hands and see what a domain looks like on the inside. So on the left, we have color-coded text of the domain, just like on the cards. Plus, for every sentence, there it's loaded, we have recordings of, again, the lovely Rachel Bortnick's voice modeling pronunciation in Ladino. So let's have a listen. I'm actually going to make sure my sound is shared. There we go.
Voy a lavarme las manos.
Can people hear that? Good, I'm hearing some nods.
Voy al lavabo o la pila. Tomo jabón. Abro la fuente o fuente.
Great. We'll stop there, but you get the picture. And as you can see, we already have some variation, right? We have lavabo and pila, we have fuente or fuente. And right here on the right are some comentarios where we provide information about the variation. So for example, that in Izmir, pila is the word for kitchen sink, while lavabo is the word used for a sink in the kitchen for Istanbul speakers. And here at the bottom of the page, the last thing I'll show is just a downloadable domain card now up for every single domain. So you can print this and use this freely in your own kitchens, although in the near future, we'll be distributing physical kits on nice cardstock with the whole set of cards. take you back home for a second, just to say that in the future, we'll have much more on the site. There's going to be many more recordings. There's going to be resources for nesting in the bathroom. There's going to be a page listing all of the vocabulary and also a more detailed how-to guide about how to nest. But already anyone can use this what's on the website now to nest in your kitchens if you would like. Quickly go back to my presentation as I wrap up.
Yes, you are at 12 minutes.
Thanks for the warning, Brian. Yeah. I just wanted to end by thanking all of the contributors to this project, without whom it really would have been impossible. Much of the content comes from visits that Nessie Altaras and I made to the native speakers in Istanbul, including his grandparents, Eliezer and Esther, and also the wonderful Izet Bana and the lovely Rachel Bortnick, who's been editing and recording her voice. Other speakers generously donated their time, and a very enthusiastic squad of Berkeley undergraduates, Jewish and non-Jewish, of many different backgrounds, who are working on this project, and I just deeply thank them. Here are my references, and please do reach out if you'd like to test out the nesting kit or have ideas or feedback for me. Merci mucho.
Great. Thanks so much, Julia. And thank you to all of our panelists. We have about 5 minutes for questions. So I'll take a look in the chats and help facilitate that. The first one is actually coming from Sarah, who asks a question for Julia. I love the work you're doing. How many of the UC Berkeley Ladino students have Ladino-speaking ancestors? How many have already studied Spanish?
That's a great question. Last year's class, I would say, had it was about 16, 17 students, which is kind of huge in the realm of Ladino classes. I'll say a little bit snarkily that the Harvard class had 4 or 5 students, but here at Berkeley, we have something like 16. About a third of them were Jewish. Most of those students, a little over the third, most of those students were Sephardic, a couple Ashkenazim. The other, let's say about half of the students were students who were studying Spanish as their major, because the Ladino class counted for the Spanish major. So there were people with Spanish-speaking backgrounds who were interested in Ladino, academically and potentially personally as well. But that was kind of the spread. That doesn't account for everyone. There are a couple other people who I can't categorize, but that was kind of the population here at Berkeley. And we now have the Ladino Judeo-Spanish working group. So if they're not able to enroll in the class, we meet bi-weekly, and many of those students are Sephardic, who join us every other week for conversation hour, horas de charlación, and also presentations by academics like yourself 2 weeks from now.
Let's see if there are any more questions in the chat. Feel free, anybody, to also use the Q&A feature. I'm not seeing any right now, but please, for those in attendance who would like to ask. Julie, also following up on the language nesting, congratulations on the launch. It's exciting and a great project, of course. I noticed that you mentioned that the pilot program that you did was in the class, which makes sense since this developed from the course. But are there any thoughts or options maybe to do a pilot also among families, Sephardic families, to see how they are going to use this tool essentially in ways that you can continue to grow it?
Yes, absolutely. I'm actually going back to Istanbul this summer to distribute some of the kits to the speakers who contributed, and also to any family members of theirs who are interested. And then we'll be soliciting feedback from them. I'm also right here and now soliciting people who want to test out and pilot the kit. People with children and living with family is wonderful and preferred, but that doesn't have to be your situation. I was in Seattle just a couple weeks ago and got to give kind of pilot versions of the kit to folks who are interested in using it in their home. And so, yes, definitely piloting because I think the university student population is great, but it's definitely not the main target audience for the kit. But it's just so great that we had our first Ladino class here, and that students really wanted a place outside of the classroom to keep speaking Ladino. So yes, anyone and everyone can and should try, and should tell me what they think.
Great, thanks, Julia. And Sarah, I was also fascinated by your talk in regard to language reclamation, the heritage words, the podcast, and everything you're doing. So much of this is linked to language planning, right? So I'm curious, what overlap do you find between the use of heritage words and language planning, either by organizations or individuals? in regard to, I guess, strategically choosing some of these phrases, or maybe the partners with whom they work as well?
That's the next step. The next phase in the research is to do that meta-linguistic interview and analysis, and to really have to get more information about why they chose these words and what they see as their importance. But it is no accident that some of the places that we collected our data are also have a Ladino word of the day thing, or a Ladino column, or at Sephardic Adventure Camp they have Ladino word of the week, and the Sephardic Brotherhood has Ladino teaching resources as well.
Yeah, thanks, Sarah. Marcel, one of the things that some of the panelists brought up, and I could clearly see it in your talk also, and I'm monitoring the chat and the Q&A, by the way. If anyone else has questions from our audience, please chime in for the maybe minute or two we have left. Marcel, a lot of what you discussed has to do with also variation in the language, right? So you discussed vowel raising, E's become I's and O's become U's. So how do you account for that in kind of your own work in representing, what Ladino is, or what type of Ladino you say, is said,
Look, I'm a practical guy. I'm not my science was I was always in high tech and so on. So, but I speak Ladino in my home, and we are in I was born in Bulgaria, and there was a group speaking Ladino, and my brother and me. We spoke Ladino with our grandmother, with our mother, with our father. So this is my language. So I'm researching I'm studying some changes and so on, and now I can tell you what comes from Old Spanish and is used in Ladino, and what comes from from the mix up with Turkish, Bulgarian, and so on. It's a very, very nice story about Ladino, and I'm very happy that we are researching, we are studying something, because in Yiddish, for example, the Yiddish speaking world, they have a lot of studies about this. And we have to do this. This is my, I do it for fun. And I'm very happy to be with you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Marcel, it's definitely a treat. I know you have supported ucLADINO and shared your wisdom with us over the years. So thank you. And just before we close out the panel, I do want to ask and follow up with Deria some questions in regard to your research. Thank you as well for presenting your topic today. One of the questions in the chat, which you addressed also in regard to your data collection and using Nechama's dictionary. I'm curious, though, if you could expand on that. How, at the beginning of your talk, you discussed framing this from the lens of cognitive linguistics. And during your talk, you discussed a lot, how it's used, the metaphors behind it. What's the takeaway for our audience members in regard to how can we use cognitive linguistics as a field or a subfield to, better understand beyond just the metaphor or the specific topics of flowers and roses today that you spoke about? How does that inform your research overall?
Cognitive linguistics is about the cultural framings in our conceptualizations, in our mental processes that are based on specific cultural beliefs and ideas, mainly. For instance, time is money is one of the metaphors. And every culture has this concept. So we have formulations in our mental processes, and also idiomatic expressions are results of mental processes based on cultures. According to Lakoff and Johnson's theory, in general, facial expressions are analyzed in cognitive linguistic studies in relation with emotions in different cultures. And this time I prefer to examine the expressions with flowers as environmentalist elements. So I refer to flower expressions. I tried to find out some Judeo-Spanish idioms and proverbs with flowers, and Neomas Dictionary was the main base for this research, as it involves lots of expressions from the past as well, as it is an old resource that was printed in 1977. So I chose it, and I tried to find out some proverbs and idioms with flowers, and I discovered some. And
thank you.
Oh, okay, flowers were used for positive emotions in general.
Springtime also, right? At least for some of us. Thank you so much to our panelists, Julia, Delia, Marcel, and Sarah. A pleasure hearing about your research. And that concludes this panel, and I will hand it back over to our moderators who will tell us what is next. Thank you very much.
And happy Pesach. Chag Sameach.
Chag Sameach a todos.
Thank you all for that great panel. We will take a 5-minute break quickly, and we will reconvene at 3:05 for our fourth panel.
Can we come earlier, please? Because here it's 1:30 at night, and I want to to be awake until we will come, please.
Sure. We can just, some people can use like a next minute or so to just kind of shake it out, stretch.
We all can go to take coffee or something and to return, because it's Zoom. It's not a frontal conference.
Sure, that's very true.
I think like I'm Mr. Bean without trying to open my eyes.
Well, in order to really get things moving, we can get started a few minutes early, especially because of how late it is for you. We appreciate you joining. Would you like to present first? We were just going to do alphabetical order, but if you would like to present first, that is definitely an option.
Yes,
okay.
If you may.
That's great.
I
Okay.
was just about to say that if she wanted to go first, because I think I'm on there first, but you're welcome to go first. I know it's so late over there.
Thank you. So I will take 1 minute for water, and I'm coming, okay?
Okay, perfect.
And Madeline, we're able to share our screen, correct, for our PowerPoints?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure. Okay, thank you.
My friends are sleeping, so they wanted me to record.
Oh, good friends. This will also be recorded as well, and will be available through the Leve Center, so that's also an option too.
Great. I just sending this, and I'm starting, please.
Perfect. And then, so because we have 4 people on this panel, I want to make sure that we give enough time to everybody. So I'm going to give some shorter bios, and those are available on the schedule online at the Leve Center as well. So we will be starting with Essie Hasid, and her presentation is Estierina of Luskin, a young woman with an old language. Take it away.
Thank you all for hosting me. It's my first time. I'm shaking, even if it's on Zoom. So thank you. This conference is very honored, and I think that it's very, very important to do it, because it's making us united with from all the countries and all the world. And I know new people, and thank you. And Nochada Buena a todos de Israel. My name is Estie Hasid, 38 years old woman, was both Ladino and Hebrew native speaker. Both my parents are from Istanbul, Turkey, o como se dice en Ladino, Istanbul, Turquía. They came from Turkey to Israel to make Aliyah in 1969. Thanks to them, I also speak Turkish and know Karagöz v'Hajivat, as known here. And in fact, my first word was in Ladino, uti, an iron. I was raised by my grandparents' home, and my mother, when my mother needed to go to return to work, my nickname is a mashup of two of my nicknames that both my mother and my grandmother called me. My grandmother always called me Estierina. My mother always told me that I have a lot of avlastina, talkativeness. So those nicknames came out so rimmed, so I decided to make them both and revive them to my Ladinoic nickname, and this is my stage name. All my life, my mother and my grandmother used proverbs to teach me and the society about the Ladino culture and its wisdom. In family events, we use a lot of proverbs. In our vacations, unfortunately, both of them passed away and left me to continue this legacy. Some of the proverbs are humorous and only describe situation in a funny way, but most of them are full of wisdom of life that passed from generation to generation. Because our Ladino is truly endangered, I asked myself, what can you do to instill the language down to the youngest, or at least to your generation of the 38 years old? And I said myself, take your legacy one level ahead and provide accessibility. You are technological. You speak the youngest language. Do it. So I did. And I want to show you that. Can I share, right?
Yes.
I want to share also share sound. Wait, 1 minute, it's not working. Now it will. Yes. You can see it?
Yes.
911, what's your emergency?
Today, our heart, Ladino, is now having a heart attack. All of us on this conference and our families are the defibrillators. We are the Ladino savers. I want to ask you a riddle. What is the connection between Ladino, giraffe, and this man? Evolution. It also have an evolution, a linguistical evolution, and we need it. And we need it to survive. We need to continue this wonderful language. Culture is a little bit easier to teach. Like we saw here, we have food, we have music, we have a lot of dance and fun. It's very, very easy to teach that. But language is more difficult. In my course in Israel, in Bar-Ilan University, in Salty Institute for Ladino Research, that called the Preservation of Ladino Culture in Israel Society, I decided to create a booklet with teaching proverbs in light language, with everyone can understand them, and I'll show you that. No, first, I want to show you what our small project that are very, very like we saw here, something that I doing in my Facebook. I teach, I photograph photos and films and teach colors. In Family Day, I used proverbs of family days. I even make old women happy in Ladino and Turkish also. In Purim, our Purim, I put a joke, and also taking my friends to do films with me that are from Yiddish. They love Yiddish, and I did something like this from Yiddish also. And now I will show you my Livrico and El Pecho, a collection of expression and saying of Ladino Judeo-Spanish speakers that I made, my booklet that I made in my course. First, I wanted to tell the readers about me and why I decided to share this booklet with everyone. And to dedicate this booklet for my mother and my father and my family long live, and to all my family members, I lost my mother, Malka Hasid, and all my grandparents, Yitzhak Esther Hasid, Albert Ifani Fidan Bachar, and my mother's aunt that I lived, Leah Faro, that I lived there, and I learned from her also. Then I teach the readers what is Ladino and the Jewish expression. Yes.
So sorry to interrupt, but your slides are not. I don't know if you wanted it on the same one slide or if there were different ones.
Maybe here, like this, maybe.
Yes, yeah, that's good. As long as you're just switching them. Yes, just wanted to make
Yes.
sure.
So this is what I told you next, the last slides about the Facebook that I made, and also this is the head of the Livrico, Mio, and the explanation, what is Ladino and Jewish explanation and expression. And then I try to teach them the transcription that I want them to write in Ladino, also in Aki Yerushalayim style and in Hebrew style that they know. And I also continued an explanation for how they will know it. So in Latin, I wrote it in Latin letters, in Hebrew letters, explanation, translation, and also put a QR code so they can listen. I made a QR code so they can listen and to know how to say it, how to say these proverbs. Se fui al Pirishi le creció en la nariz, una mano lava la otra y las dos lava la cara. I wanted to take proverbs that are teaching, not only funny or not only things that they're not a lot of meanings. Then I took it one step ahead. I wanted to challenge myself to take it to the AI. So I took to the co-pilot and made those proverbs in photos. En pensando por la vejez, no gozamos la mansevez. Los paredes tienen oídos. Quien bien se quiere, en poco lugar cabe. But you know what? All of the AI and all those things that we are doing are very beautiful. But I want to show you something. I think this is the future of our community and our language. Meet the future. Meet Ella, my father's nephew's daughter. Last year, I organized a birthday party to myself and with my whole family. I gave them my booklet as a present. When Yossi, her father, sent me this photo after this birthday party of his daughter reading and having fun, I was so excited and I just couldn't hide it. Look at Sagi, a friend of mine, reading from my booklet.
Quien promete en deuda se mete, tu corazón tu maestro. Paga lo que debes, sabes lo que tienes. Bueno, gracias.
When I look at them, I know that I did it my way and I did it well. That's what I'm thinking. I want to thank you a lot of this opportunity. I know my English needs to be fixed sometimes. Thank you, Lilian. And I want to thank you for everyone. And stay in touch. You can follow me and if you know Hebrew, you can find me in my Facebook and you can see it, can see my project. I took a lot of emails address from everyone, I think, that I want to stay in touch to make a very big and universal projects such as Ladino and AI, AI doesn't know Ladino, okay? Not ChatGPT and not a Copilot and nothing. I truly tried to tell. I write in Latin letters. They answered me in Spanish, pure Spanish. I tried in Hebrew. They told me, אני לא יודע על מה אתה מדבר. I don't know what you're talking about. So we need to make it a project, a big project, and I think this platform can be used, and I hope we will get all the email addresses of the panelists, so we can stay in a big one group of Ladino. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Esti, for that great presentation. We can definitely make sure to help facilitate that people stay in touch. So now we will turn it over to Lillian Cano, who is a PhD candidate and a professor of practice at the University of Texas at San Antonio, with her presentation, Imposed Identities, Language, Gender, and Sephardic Expectations in Novia que te vea. So I will turn it over.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here. I'm going to share my screen, and hopefully we can get this going. So I'm going to be talking about imposed identities, language, gender, and Sephardic expectations. I'm going to read a little bit of my ongoing dissertation. So I'm working on that right now. And my interest lies in Mexico. I am Mexico, but I do live in Texas, Ladino linguistics and literature. So here we go. Rosa Nissan's novel Novia que te vea explores and exposes how gender, religion, and ethnicity connect to language and how they play an essential role in forming a hybrid identity. The concept of identity, and I quote, sensitizes us to think about the reasons for and the conditions under which people use language, the way they are perceived by others as users of language, the meaning they want to convey in particular situations, and the resources they draw upon in order to do so. It is significant to examine how Nissan utilizes language in the novel to highlight its impact on constructing an identity different from the older generation in her family. This study examines how language and gender expectations shape identity in the novel, revealing the tensions between imposed traditions and individual agency. Language plays a significant role in developing cultural identity and individualized gender identity or identity within a specific community or religion. Joseph states that, and I quote, identity, even the here and now, is grounded in beliefs about the past, about heritage and ancestry, and about belonging to a people, a place, a set of beliefs, and a way of life. Of the many ways in which such belonging is signified, what language a person speaks and how he or she speaks it rank among the most powerful, because it is through language that people and places are named, heritage and ancestry recorded and passed on, and beliefs developed and ritualized. In Novia que te vea, it is impossible to separate identity from gender, language, and religion and ethnicity. Each concept represents a crocheted square that has a minimal function by itself. In the novel, Oshinika, the main character and narrator, learns about gender and their religion through the family's discourse, regardless of whether it is directly or indirectly. The main character's environment consists primarily of her family, in which she constantly hears their comments and rules that apply only to women. I'm only going to read the English translation because of time, okay? But the original's in Spanish, okay? and Ladino. Towards the beginning of the novel, Oshinika, who is in 3rd grade, hears the grandfather tell a story to his friend. Like I was telling you, Ernesto, that's life. My only son first had a girl. Oh, well, you know Oshinika, my granddaughter, I adore her. She is named after my mother. May God keep her in paradise. The grandfather continues telling the story and says, 2 years later, thank God, a male. And also states, my daughter-in-law did not come to the Brit Milah. If the boy were to need her, then it's fine. But she did not even have good milk. She needs to produce males, take care of them, and raise them, and that is it. The grandfather's story is full of language that differentiates between giving birth to females and males in the Sephardic community and Jewish religion. In the first example, the grandfather uses the phrase ni modo in Spanish, oh well, when he refers to his first grandchild being a girl. The expression is derogatory. It conveys the meaning of discontent, dissatisfaction, and disappointment, and it is directed towards Oshinika, marking her as a member of the inferior gender. The second part of the grandfather's story refers to Oshinika's mother and her primary responsibility for producing and raising male children, thus marking all women in this childbearing role. This language affects Oshinika because after her grandfather finishes the story, she says, "What ugly things he said." The discontent to have a female as the firstborn appears when Oshinika's aunt Chela gives birth to a baby girl. In this situation, Chela's Jewish Arab husband Isaac and his family quickly leave the hospital out of disappointment and anger once they know the baby is a girl. Later, Chela has another baby, but the circumstances are different because she gives birth to a boy. Isaac is happy and satisfied this time around, and the community cheerfully celebrate with food, dances, and drinks. The father says, "I am now a complete man," while the people of the community congratulate him. "Good fortune, happy father, for good fortune. May they see him as a groom." Female freedom restricts Oshinika. Young males do not get judged by their actions as females do, and they can travel more and date outside of their Sephardic community. The Morim, or teachers at the Jewish school, talk to the students about Israel, and Oshinika learns to love the country. The protagonist wants to visit Israel after she finishes middle school, but says that the ones who get to go to are the Ashkenazi students and perhaps only the men in her community. At this point, she is aware of her traveling limitations, so she knows that usually only males get to go from her Sephardic classmates. With fear and hope, she decides to ask her parents, and they answer, "Women go out of their house with their husbands. With him, you will be able to go wherever you want." Oshinika goes to a Jewish school and knows that a trip to Israel is a part of their spiritual development. But the Sephardic people are incredibly traditional and conservative. This type of discourse sets boundaries and restricts freedom. Women know early to depend on their husbands. When it comes to education, Sephardic young women have many limitations. And when it comes to marriage, the expectation is to wed older Sephardic men who have promising careers and a reputable family. Oshinika wishes to study past middle school, but her mother only worries about the day she will get married, which according to their traditions is fast approaching. Sarika, the protagonist's mother, is exceptionally prudent with her daughter's wedding trousseau for when the time comes. A mother must prepare a daughter for marriage much sooner than a son because the males have the privilege to continue their studies. Oshinika does not want to grow up. She wants to spend more time with her siblings and enjoy being 14 years old. Her mother tells her, "After all, men have to finish their degrees. There's not much urgency. Let their mother-in-laws hurry." In another example, Oshinika's mother expresses her happiness that she finished middle school to start looking for older friends, implying that she needs to start looking for potential husbands. Later, she tells Oshinika that she made a mistake by letting her study more because it was useless, clarifying that she would not make the same mistake with her younger sisters. She continues to say that after 6th grade, she would take them out of school so they could study to be bilingual secretaries, English and Spanish, and study a few years before getting married. She then says, "Women leave everything, and so be it." The worst and most damaging part of her discourse happens when Oshinika tells her mother that she wants to study to be a lab technician here in Mexico, and tells her, the mom replies to her, "Lab technician? My God, this girl will never finish. Are you crazy? Why do you want this now? I was enthusiastic for you to finish. Will there be no end to this miserable school? Don't you have enough with the filthy journalism degree? Tell me, please. Why do you want it? To hang it in the restroom? That is what it will be good for. You are crazy. Let's see which one of your friends does what you are doing. Dori did not finish anything. She got married." The mother uses hurtful language meant to tear her daughter down. She represents the role that Sephardic mothers see for themselves, shaping the young woman or women into thinking and believing that they must always be obedient in their traditions and that they're only good at being wives and procreating male children. She uses harsh words to continuously remind Oshinika that her studies are worthless and that any degree she gets will end up in the bathroom. In these situations, the protagonist has to learn to negotiate her identities when dealing with her mother. Bermudez Barrios states that, and I quote, in regards to this relationship with her mother, and from an early age, Oshinika has to negotiate with Sarika's vigilance and aspirations of molding her to ensure the continuity of the traditional role of mother and wife inherited from the conservative Sephardic tradition. Oshinika's mother attempts to impose on her an established Sephardic identity, where her only options are to get married young, stop studying, and have children. Contrary to what the mother thinks of Oshinika's studies, she cries a storm when her son Moshon expresses his desire to quit school because he is bored and would rather work. Oshinika notices how both parents attempt to convince him of staying in school, to which she says, "What an outrage! If it were me who did not want to study, they would throw a party to celebrate." It is ironic and depressing that Oshinika is eager to continue her studies. She wants to work and be more independent, but unfortunately, she receives little to no support in achieving these goals because she is a woman. According to Nayibe Bermudez Barrios, Oshinika's fight consists in finding her own position against her family's demand and the possibilities that the mid-century urban society offers. Marriage is a topic that scares Oshinika, and after seeing a potential suitor reject her aunt, she expresses that she never wants that to happen to her and that it is horrible to be a woman. She says, "Why do I want to become a bride?" She knows that marriage is a massive part of their Sephardic culture. She is aware that she will walk on that same white rug from the arm of her father in the synagogue one day. When she's 14 years old, she expresses her worry because she approaches the age where the young girls get married. She says, "There will be no escaping it. The time will not stand still. I am only 14 years old. I do not want to grow up." It is significant to point out that some of the examples where Oshinika expresses resistance and challenges traditions. The first one, and perhaps one of the most important ones, is that Oshinika can choose her husband, even though her mother disapproves of him. Oshinika says, "I will not let them find me a husband. I will find him myself." It is also important to point out that Oshinika breaks up with her previous fiancé Leon, picked and approved by her mother. She dares to go against her family and community since he had already asked for her hand. In Oshinika's life, negotiation is the key word that allows her to live in two worlds and claim two identities. She begins to navigate through her life, attempting to understand her Mexican identity while compromising her Sephardic identity. She uses her language to stand up to specific situations and question things around her, indicating that she is molding her own and unique identity. She is a Sephardic Jewish Mexican citizen. She is a part of her family's background and embraces some traditions, but she is also part of the dominant Mexican society where she was born and lives. She has two identities, and that is a beautiful thing. Thank you so much. Merci mucho.
Thank you for that fantastic presentation. Amazing. So now we will be moving on to our next panelist, who is Enchi Chetan, and will be presenting Last and Lasting, Miriam Moscana's Contemporary Canticas. And Enchi is a graduate student in comparative literature at Dartmouth and is an incoming PhD student at Princeton.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon and good evening, everyone. First of all, as an MA student, I feel very grateful for the opportunity to present a portion of my research here and be part of the conversation today. I would like to thank the organizers of the ucLADINO conference and also say thank you to my co-panelists with whom I share this precious online dialogue and space today. Let me share my screen. Right. So my talk today is titled Last and Lasting, the Contemporary Canticas of Miriam Moscana, and essentially I'll be trying to engage with a series of compelling questions. Why write in Ladino today? Why write in Ladino now? And just as crucially, how to write in Ladino today, and how to write in Ladino. I should preface this by saying that there is no debate on whether or not to write in Ladino, but the question of how to do so with a 15th century language making its way to 21st century remains a literary challenge and an intellectual provocation. There are both anxieties and endless poetic possibilities, I think, of imagining the present through the very texture of Ladino, a language with shifting temporalities and layered geographies that it encapsulates. So in examining this cantica, I aim to complicate the narratives of revitalization, preservation, or even imagining a future for the tradition. So writing in Ladino is not always a choice. It can be a necessity today. And if so, how do we transform necessity into delight? And how can that delight extend beyond the act of connecting to a Sephardic heritage or bearing witness to a history and instead crystallize a moment, one that speaks to the experience of a Sephardic woman in the 21st century, is written by her, and in writing places her in the collective consciousness and imagination of Sephardic history, but within the contours of the traditional form. And with that, as the title suggests, we're going to look at a contemporary rendition of the traditional Sephardic song written by Sephardic Mexican writer Miriam Moscona that is featured as a recurring segment in her 2012 novel Tela de Cebolla. Essentially, we're reading one of the many canticas Moscona has in this novel. A few words about the novel itself, if I may go back. The novel is written both in Spanish and partially in Ladino. And if I can condense it, I think it is two intimately intertwined projects of textual repatriation of Moscona's Sephardic identity, and also the poetic project of keeping what she calls the ancient fire of Ladino alive, which she feels is extinguishing in her hands. So before delving into the poem, I also think it is useful to consider what is Moscona's ars poetica, which is deeply shaped by a relationship to Ladino. And Moscona's relationship to Ladino is really inseparable from her relationship to her maternal line, as she calls Ladino the language of our mothers and grandmothers. As a kid, she hears Ladino as a strange Spanish spoken only by old people with words from other worlds that they know, but she does not. However, the relationship Moscona has with her grandmother, which she feels she has inherited the gift of Ladino, is actually not nostalgic or sentimental. In fact, she deliberately transgresses the usual portrayal of the figure of the grandmother and demystifies it in a sense, the process of getting acquainted with Ladino as a child. The grandmother in Tela de Cebolla is depicted as a despotic and evil figure who simply does not say pretty things in Ladino. When spoken by the grandmother, Ladino is not poetic at all. It is harsh, commanding, bitter, and oftentimes profane. As a result, though, whenever the grandmother speaks Ladino, it is demandingly alive in the novel. Since we've been talking about cooking and recipes throughout the conference, here's a brief instance of what I'm mentioning can look like in the novel. In this scene, the grandmother, Esar Benayora, offers Moscona a recipe of cheese frittata in Ladino and then asks her if she understands. And as you can see, Moscona's answer is a curt no. So this brings us to another key aspect of Moscona's relationship with Ladino, and it is that Moscona is a heritage listener rather than a heritage speaker. She calls Ladino a language that has entered through the ear, yet never left through the mouth. So in this, Moscona exposes the challenge of writing in a language that she actually claims no mastery over, all the while bearing the imminent poetic responsibility to produce literary works in Ladino. Now, going back to the premise with these insights in mind, canticas, as I'm sure we all know, would traditionally be sung by Sephardic women from memory and was one of the primary ways in which Ladino was orally transmitted within families. Now, growing up, Moscona has likely heard many canticas like the one you have in front of you. And in fact, in this one, you can see the mother and grandmother in Moscona's modern reworking of the form that are also in the cantica themselves. We can meet them in the first 4 lines. I come upon a city, I remember that there lived my 2 mothers. Based on the novel, we know that Moscona's grandmother was born in Turkey and her mother in Bulgaria, 2 neighboring yet nonetheless distinct regions of the former Ottoman Empire. Eventually, they both emigrated to Mexico with Moscona. And in some ways, really, it's not possible to separate Moscona's history from that of her 2 mothers. The cantica itself, as you can see in these 4 lines, is imagined and set up as a transnational and intergenerational meeting between Moscona and her 2 mothers. And in a delicate linguistic situation like the one Judeo-Spanish is currently facing, Moscona grapples with the heavy responsibility of being one of the last speakers, hearers of the Ladino language, not just within our family, but globally as well. Now, before we move on to the poem, I would like to invite you to just notice the opening image of the river. And in a moment, we will notice how animate it'll become. The act of writing in Ladino or reworking a traditional form provides active resistance against the current of time. And you can see here the river starts flowing, and also signifies the gradual loss of Ladino, this flow of time. Moscona's effort to speak Ladino or to write in Ladino in this novel can be seen as an attempt to bridge, and again, the river runs under that bridge perhaps, her personal past with that of Ladino, the Sephardic diaspora, and its complex history that spans across times, places, and climates. And so the river for me is Sephardic memory, Sephardic geography, and Sephardic time par excellence. The lines here read, y mojo los pieses en los ríos que de unas y otras aguas arriban al lugar. The central image of the river is described as a place where waters from this place and other places arrive. And it is in this river that Moscona dips her feet. Almost, I take it, she takes a ritualistic bath. My reading of these lines are very much historically informed in the sense that it would be plausible to imagine how these waters could be coming from multiple places that Sephardic diaspora is connected to, such as Spain, Turkey, Mexico, all the places that make up Sephardic identity itself. Now, I take that this ritualistic dip also crystallizes Moscona's position as a Sephardic Jewish subject and a writer who has her foot quite literally in both worlds, the home countries and the host countries, the present and the past, the old and the new, her two mothers, and herself. And despite this incredible quality of multi-rootedness, if I may be allowed to use Edgar Morin's term, all Sephardic waters still flow into as one, creating connected histories and migratory networks that naturally span across many borders. In this regard, Sephardic identity, like the water in this river that she is depicting, is incredibly aterritorial, to borrow from Milan Stavans, and is impossible to impose artificial borders on. And like the incredibly resilient Ladino, it has fluidity and flows in a way that is neither fixed nor static. Now, with regards to Ladino, we can say that for Moscona, accepting language as static and unchangeable entity is actually equating it with death. Her aspiration for Ladino, as per the river, is one of flow, of change, of constant motion, much like the opening image of the river itself. It is not merely transmittable, but also composable, not only orally passed down, but the sounds and the lines do also leave a mark on the page. To be sure, writing this cantica is not the only way in which Moscona weaves this narrative. We could notice the matrilineal line she is connected to, the river that flows as one, being one of my favorite, the hair strands. As you can see, she combs the hair strands that are black, white, and brown. Perhaps the colors are evocative of age, but I take it to also be a meta comment on Ladino, which Moscona describes as a chameleon of a language that picks up the colors from the languages that it coexists with, but still, do notice, it is still being combed, cared, and ordered into one. As such, Moscona could be said to be writing this cantica so that she may find a medium as well as a language through which to talk to her two mothers. The trouble, however, as I suggested earlier, Moscona is a heritage speaker and not a heritage listener and not a heritage speaker. At least that's how she describes herself. And so there's anxiety on her part about whether she is linguistically competent enough to be able to undertake the poetic project of preserving or revitalizing Ladino. And so Ladino for Moscona is actually not as natural as this river flowing. It is rather as loaded as two bodies of water meeting. There is something as fragile as hair strands and as volatile as water's flow in our modern cantica that she is capturing. Earlier, Moscona notes feeling, hearing her two mothers speak in different canticas. If you think hard enough about it, there are actually three canticas within this cantica, the one on the page and the other two that our mothers are speaking. You can see here on the page, she also hears her mothers speak in different canticas. But what must be noticed, I think, is the inexplicable gap or the unfillable void, a silence that marks this cantica, actually. Similarly, in the last two lines of the poem, which I take to be the sensitive underbelly of not just this cantica, but the entire novel, Moscona imagines her two mothers laughing at everything she says to them. Now, here we do not know what Moscona has said to, has said, but we are giving the response that elicits a laughter. My question is this an affectionate laugh or a mocking laugh? Maybe Moscona has tried to speak to them in Ladino, but her attempts at speaking it failed. Although we see the cantico on the page, there's still a silence to what Moscona is saying. We don't know what she's saying, and which is doubly ironic in a form that is meant to be musical, read out loud, at the very least. In the novel, too, I observed that Moscona never speaks Ladino directly, but always conveys other people's speech through her, or only ever writes in Ladino. So my reading of this laugh is really complicated, and I would like to hear your opinions, but I would like to say it might be worth asking, when do we think it is mocking and when do we think it is an affectionate laugh? But I would argue and urge us to recognize that Moscona dips her feet still in the river of Sephardic history and memory. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Inchi. We will now move on to our final panelist, and this is Hernan Rodriguez Fice, and he is presenting Recuerdos de Chiques, Esponjar, Chatear, Fregar.
Hernán, no podemos escucharte. Ah, ok.
Ahora sí.
Sí.
I don't speak English, only Spanish and Ladino. Okay? I speak about the Recuerdos de Chiques. En los años 50 del siglo que se pasó, el laboro de casa siempre fue muy pesado. Para nuestras madres y abuelas, a limpiar, hacer la colada para el lavado, dar utí a la ropa, ascender la soba, ablandar los cabezales, o que las pulillas no se coman las vestimentas. Cada nada calía esponjar, cocina y baños. Mi madre metía en un leguén agua y jabón, mollaba un pedazo de paño, muchas veces arranjado de un costume viejo, al que le hacía un buraco en el medio para que le entrara una tabla larga. Ancina no tenía que estar con los guiñolos en bajo. Esto se llamaba pasar la esponja. A las cabaretas de echar y de comer, a los mancos, una vez al mes, se les quitaba la suciedad con unos alambricos llamados virutía. Se empullaba debajo del calzado de un pie y se hacía para detrás y para adelante. Con un cañamazo se tomaba un poco de cera de un cutí y se fregaba arriba de las tablas. Esto era menester hacerlo a bocado o en cuclillas. Con este laboro se echaban los bofes, y muchas veces fina el suluk se tomaba. Para quitar la suciedad de los tapetes, de las alfombras, había que encolgarlas en una cuadra recia a lo manco entre dos personas, porque eran muy pesgadas las alfombras de antes, no como las de ahora que son livianicas. Se tomaba una tabla larga con las dos manos y se jarbaba un buen jarar de veces. Este laboro era un poco más colay. Si se moraba, en el primer cat de un apartamento. Ama, si se estaba en los etages de más arriba, calía ir del vecino para decirle que no encolgara la ropa, porque le iba a caer la suciedad del chapteado de tapetes. Mi madre me demandaba ir uno por uno a los apartamentos para avisarles, por favor, no metan vestimentas a encolgar hoy en la de mañana, se les van a hacer pretas. Mi madre va a quitar el polvo de los tapetes. Muchas merci. En una ocasión, un vecino del batimento no metió cudio. Las camisas blancas que tenían colgadas se le ensuciaron y antes que hablara una cosa, mi madre se las demandó para lavar. Los cabezales para dormir tenían plumas adentro y después de un tiempo se hacían duros como el mármol, como el mermer, el mármol. El Ben Adam no se reposaba bueno. Había menester de abrirlos, quitar las plumas, menearlas en el haber y después a recogerlas, juntarlas. El que hacía este hecho le venía el sarnudo, ¡achí! ¡achí! O asoplaba mucho en hablando. Las plumas se volaban. Y era menester apañarlas. Una por una. Presto había que tomar el hilo y la argolla para dar costura al lado abierto del cabezal. Cuando las camas estaban hundidas, aplanadas por el uso, y el bel se le hacía en dos al que se acostaba, venía otro labor. Los colchones tenían adentro pedacicos de lana. No ahora como que es de sintética, era de lana. Había que quitarlos y abrirlos uno por uno para más después tomaran el haber en el aire. Guardarlos y dar la costura como los cabezales. Cada nada pasaba por la calle un hombre que echaba este grito: estiro los somies, estiro los somies. Con pichín parás en mano, tomaba un clavico y lo encallaba en un bodre de los somies. Le daba muchas vueltas y giros, fin a que los alambricos se hacían duricos. Ahora la cama quedaba pronta para meterse arriba. Lavar la ropa, hacer la colada, era otro problema en casa. No había dar afuera, y menos máquinas de lavar y de asecar la ropa. La noche de antes del día del lavado, mi madre dejaba en remollo la ropa que estaba con más suciedad. En la de mañana tomaba una furcha, un pedazo de jabón Antes no existía el jabón en polvo. En polvo, eran pedazos de jabón. Y se la fregaba, a la ropa que estaba remollada y con eso quitaba la suciedad. Las manos le quedaban aufladas, le quedaban hinchadas, coloradas y en ocasiones hasta con llagas. Para secar la ropa era otra dificultad, otro problema. Las sábanas eran de cotón, muy pesgadas, no como ahora que son de sintética las sábanas, son de trevira, de poliéster, muy pesadas. Y se colgaban en una cuadra y como eran pesadas de repente, ¡boom!, se venían en vallo, se caían y se enchulaban, se ensuciaban. Bueno, ¿qué acontecía con la comida antes del invento del refrigerador? Se mercaban unos grandes pedazos de bus, de hielo, que se guardaban en lo que se llamaba una hielera. Era un grande cutí, cachón de tabla con pedazos de latón por adentro. El guisado, la comida, se aparellaba y se comía en vista, pronto. No había cuadrar la comida. No había refrigerador, no había dónde guardar. Y se podía agregar, no se podía comer así. Había que ir casi todos los días al supermarket para que las cosas de comer no se hagan, no se pongan malas, no estén too bad. ¿Ah? El hombre, el man que vendía la carne en nuestro quartier, tenía un cuaderno, un tefter, un cuaderno, donde anotaba día a día lo que mercaba cada uno. Y a la fin del mes recibía el money por todo. Vino la invención de las licuadoras y se le pudo tomar la sabor a la leche misturada con banana. Antes no se podía. Bien, quiero partillar con ustedes entonces algunas de estas experiencias. Si podemos comunicarnos y hablar y hacer preguntas, si me las pueden hacer en ladino, mejor todavía, porque o en español, ningún problema. Por favor. Gracias por escucharme, por oírme.
Gracias, Hernán.
Sí.
Thank you all for such great presentations, and we'll try to fit as many questions as we can in this. So, Rochelle Bortnick, if you would like to add your question.
Rachel Amado está en la pantalla. A lo mejor ella me quiere demandar algo.
Sí, en primero te quiero felicitar que fuiste el solo que habló en ladino en este programa. Y seguro que ya sabes que yo sé de ainda más edad que ti y que me acuerdo mucho de esto que contaste. Yo me encanto en el senso en ladino que quiero saber cómo es que tú te acuerdas tantos verbos en ladino que son tan diferentes cuando muchos, aún de tu edad, se les mezcla mucho el ladino con el castellano. Tú
Muy
sos
buena,
un fenómeno, según mí.
muy buena demanda, Rachelica, muy buena demanda. Te voy a decir que para mí fue muy importante escribir todos los meses desde el 2007 en el Amanecer de Estambul. El único journal escrito en todo en judesmo. Desde el 2007 hasta ahora he publicado 220 artículos. 220.
Cada mes estás tú ahí, cada mes.
Cada mes en la página 11 del Amanecer me van a topar con un artículo. Véanlos. Pueden ver, ahora están en internet, se pueden ver. Página 11, 11, page 11, todos los meses. Mis artículos. Los últimos son para reír, muy buenos, pero todos los artículos. Entonces, ¿qué te quiero contestar, Rachel? Como yo oí el judesmo desde mi chiquez, de mis padres, se me quedaron en el meollo.
¿De dos partes eran de Turquía?
Exacto. Mi padre nació en Edirne, moró en Edirne, y mi madre en Estambul. El matrimonio fue en Estambul.
Por eso es que dices apañar y no aferrar como nosotros en Izmir.
Apañar, aferrar, son sinónimos, son la misma cosa.
Me parece que en Estambul dicen apañar y nosotros no decimos apañar en Izmir. Sí. No importa.
Tú sabes que el ladino, el judesmo, el judeo-español, la palabra correcta es judeo-español, porque el ladino tiene otra acepción también, pero el judeo-español ha incorporado, por eso que es una lengua viva. Muchos dicen que es una lengua mort, es una lengua viva, porque ha ido incorporando, ha ido metiendo palabras nuevas de acuerdo al lugar donde está la gente. En el caso mío, de mi familia, que venían de la Turquía, muchas palabras que yo uso vienen de la Turquía, no solamente del ladino, sino que también Jalis es turca, muy turca. Los que vienen de la Grecia meten palabras en griego. Los sefaradí, que son de la Francia, meten palabras en francés. En Israel, la même chose. Y así, distintos países. Es mucho. Lo único que no se puede meter es en inglés.
Sí, y esto lo hacen, y esto lo están haciendo aquí. No estés a pensar.
Claro. Por ejemplo, en Israel también han tenido que meter palabras modernas. ¿Cómo dicen TV? Televisia. ¿Cómo dicen universidad? Universidad. En Israel, ¿ya? Bueno, yo quiero decir que estoy muy contento de haber compartido con hermosas chicas, Lilian, Insi, Esti, Madeline, que son nuevas generaciones, mucho más chicas que nosotros, Rachel, que se están empezando, que están escribiendo, que están estudiando el ladino. Eso nos da una gran esperanza que el judeo español va a seguir vivo por muchos años más. Amén, amén.
Amén, amén, inshallah.
Gracias. Oye, me iban a mostrar una imagen mía. Rachel, ¿qué pasó con la imagen?
Sí. Madeline, can you show Hernan's image?
¿Qué?
Yes, I can show that.
Las imágenes de mi libro, de mi último libro y todos los libros que he publicado. Me gustaría que se pusieran en pantalla.
Sí,
en la imagen. ¿Se puede, Madeleine?
Sí.
¿Sí? Ya.
Está haciendo.
Esperemos que aquello acontezca. Yo he escrito muchos libros. Tengo un libro, ¿tú te acuerdas, Rachel, de París, Amor y Dolor?
Seguro.
Seguro. Está todo ahora escrito en judesmo. Ya. Mira, aquí les voy a mostrar. Este es el
Iba a
primer
ser más
libro.
colay para mí si me lo mandabas en el judaísmo que
Pero
en,
yo te lo
en
mandé, Rachel.
castellano.
Oye, en judaísmo yo te lo mandé, pues te lo voy a mandar de nuevo.
No, me lo mandaste en... no, puede ser. Este sí, no.
En la
Estoy
computadora.
viendo el de París. El
Ya,
otro,
a lo mejor ahora la Universidad de California me lo publica porque está listo, está pronto, en Judeo-Español, París, Amor y Dolor, el que está acá abajo. ¿Ya? Sí. Bueno, este primero, que se llama Prefiero Chile, sí, es la historia del primer inmigrante de Turquía a Chile, que fue mi tío, un tío. Y yo escribo de la historia de él, de lo que le aconteció, de Turquía se fue a París y
lo
después se vino a América, es toda una historia. El segundo libro es de un señor sobreviviente de la Shoah, que era de Salónica, estuvo en Auschwitz y hizo una historia increíble cómo se salvó. Estos dos libros, Prefiero Chile y Elia Levy, la marca de Auschwitz, se topan en Amazon por ebook, si quieren meldarlos. ¿Ya? Sefardíes en el exilio, es el libro con la historia de mi madre. Acá hay una foto, la que está al medio es mi madre en Estambul. ¿Ya? Me sacaste la imagen, Madeleine.
Hernan, lo siento, but I want to ask Rachel's question.
Está bien.
For
Oye,
the other panelists.
mete por favor en pantalla mi email. Mete el mail para despedirme por si alguien me quiere escribir, yo feliz les contesto. Por favor, mete en pantalla el mail.
Sí, yo puedo ponerlo en el chat, Hernán, es lo que voy a decir.
Ah, ¿sí? Bueno.
Sí, para que todos puedan verlo, sí.
Muchas gracias.
A ti.
Buena nochada, porque aquí ya es de noche en Chile. Estamos de noche. Bye, bye. Bye, bye.
Gracias, Hernán. I want to pose Rachel Kaufman's question to the other panelists about thinking about canticas. Can each panelist comment on the specific role of women in these lineages, of transmission in the text and context they study? How does the intimate and global meet in these stories of female transmission?
And I know we're close to time, but maybe Lilian, Esti, and Insi, each of you could give 30 seconds on that question, because I found it in each of your presentations.
Oh, sorry. I was taking pictures. Hi, Rachel. In this book that I presented today, the Novia que te vea like a bride, the stories, the Ladino is passed on through the Sarika, the mother, mainly, and Sarika's friends. Oshinika was already born in Mexico, so she's in that duality, caught in those two worlds. She barely speaks Ladino, so we see it more through the mother, Sarika, who's from Turkey, and Sarika's friends. So that's how we get the stories and the history a little bit of Ladino in this particular book. Yeah.
Yeah. My booklet is a collection of proverbs that I lived. I took a breath with them, and I get born from with them. So though my mother was I don't know, she was a genius of proverbs. Okay, also in Turkish and also in Ladino and Hebrew. Rachel Amado told me about the Las Bandieras here. So I'm very, very Turkish. I have Kis Kulesi and Galata Kulesi and everything that is very, very Turkish in my veins. And I'm putting them, I wanted to make a collection of some of the booklets. I now starting with one, and I want to, this is my baby booklet, and I want to make more and more in very light language, like I said, so the youngest will know how to say it, how to hear. And I wanted to ask about the letters. Is anyone here writes in Hebrew letters in Ladino or only in Latin?
Only in
Only in Israel is it's common in Hebrew?
Yes, I was going
Letters?
to ask that question.
Yes, because I think that the Judeo-Espanol, at first it's Judeo, and also Espanol, and the Judaismo, it's written in also in Hebrew. So if you want to pass to the generation, I think you can do it a little bit, in Hebrew, I'm writing in also in Latin. So they will know and they cherish the first generation that wrote it in Hebrew also, in Hebrew letters.
Thank you so much, Essie. I want to transition into you really quick, just so we have time to hear from her.
Right. I mean, the figure of the grandmother and the mother, it's also very central in the Turkish novel I'm looking at. For all who do not know, Meyer Levy's Istanbul was a fairy tale. I just want to put the book out there as well. But I think because language is, the mother tongue is coupled with the mother and the grandmother and their way of speaking and their way of transmitting the language, it seems to me has been so central. But to me, that's the magic of Judeo-Spanish. It's maybe within family, maybe orally transmitted, maybe private, but at the same time, it is all that much more connected throughout the world, throughout history, throughout spaces. So it really is for any other language that might be hard to think, the intimate with the global. For any other language that might be hard, but I think for Ladino, it's almost the easiest thing to do. And yeah, it comes very natural from what I'm observing. Yeah.
Thank you for all of your presentations and your thoughtful responses to those questions. And we really appreciate you all joining us today. So now I will pass it on.
Where she is. Where are you? Neredesin İnci?
Ben şu an Amerika'dayım. Dartmouth'tayım ama normalde Ankaralıyım.
Ankara. Güzel.
Çok memnun oldum.
Çok memnun oldum.
And I'll pass it on to Rachel in the final roundtable now. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, let me get our new panel spotlighted. Okay. Oh, thank you, Natalie. Okay, thank you, everyone. That was a really incredible panel. The conversations that appeared in multiple languages was really beautiful. So thank you all. And it's amazing we're 8 minutes late at the end of a conference. So kudos to everyone. We're going to jump right into our final event of the day, which is a roundtable language learning and leadership, a roundtable discussion with the co-founders of the American Ladino League. And I'm Rachel Kaufman. I'm a historian and poet. I'm at UCLA. And I'll introduce our 3 speakers and read their bios. And then I'll ask a sort of opening question, and then we'll jump into conversation. And we'll have ample time at the end for audience questions. So please put your questions in the Q&A feature. Okay, our 3 speakers today. Our first speaker is Rachel Amado Bordnik, a native Ladino speaker born and raised in Izmir, Turkey, who is a longtime activist for Ladino. She is the founder and moderator of Ladino Comunita, the Ladino correspondence group on the internet, which is still going strong after 25 years of activity, and many people have mentioned it during this conference today as a keystone of their learning and work. Rachel is a retired ESOL teacher. Next, we have Dr. Brian Kirschen, who is Associate Professor of Spanish and Linguistics and Chair of the Department of Romance Languages and Literatures at Binghamton University. Dr. Kirschen has served as the co-director of the American Ladino League, co-director of Binghamton University's Ladino Collaboratory, co-organizer of the annual New York Ladino Day, and curator of the Documenting Judeo-Spanish online portal. And we have Dr. Hannah S. Pressman, who is a scholar of Jewish languages and literatures. She is the Director of Education and Engagement at the Hebrew Union College Jewish Language Project and affiliate faculty at the University of Washington. She is also the co-founder and co-director of the American Ladino League a nonprofit organization supporting students and teachers of Ladino, which is what we'll hear about during this roundtable. Dr. Pressman's Sephardic memoir essays have appeared in venues such as Tablet, The Forward, Hadassah, and the edited volume Sephardic Trajectories, Archives, Objects in the Ottoman Jewish Past in the United States, 2021. She has been a keynote speaker for Seattle Ladino Day, a mentor for the Ladino Collaboratory at Binghamton University, the facilitator of Los Nuevos Ladineros in Seattle, and a fellow of the PJ Library Sephardic Stories Initiative. Her Ladino poetry and short story just appeared in the March 2025 issue of Aquí Yerushalayim. Dr. Pressman lives with her family in Seattle, Washington. Thank you all for being here. And to start, it would be wonderful if each of you could discuss some of your many Ladino-related projects to help contextualize the formation of this new league. So whoever wants to begin.
I don't know. Do we go by age? Youngest or oldest?
Rachel, why don't you start?
I nominate Rachel.
Okay. Well, do you have another couple of hours? My activism, so to speak, in Ladino started because of nostalgia, because after I came here for college, way back in history, I came to Middle America, St. Charles, Missouri, to be exact. And then we lived in Holland. We lived in Israel also for 2 years. And then we ended up in Kansas City and then St. Louis. And for about 18 years, I never heard my native language. Not only did I not hear it, but nobody knew that we existed, that Sephardic people existed. So when we moved to California, for the first time, I met a Sephardic person and who knew my language from Greece. And she introduced me to other people that she knew. And that was my starting to really come out of my shell, because until then I was very shy. I couldn't say anything in public because, you know, I might as well have been from the moon. Nobody knew where anything. So, but with this group, I founded Los Amigos Sefaradis, and that was in 1985. And that went on. We very active, got a lot of publicity, a lot of members. One of the results was the movie called Trees Cry for Rain, a Sephardic Journey, which is now found on YouTube, and so on. But because of my husband's work, I'm trying to make it short. We moved to Dallas, where I am now, and in 1999, I was invited to the first Congress of the Autoridad Nacional del Ladino in Israel, where there was the discussion was on the spelling of Ladino in Latin letters, and we voted to most of us that we would stick to the Aquí Yerushalayim method of spelling. And one suggestion that Moshe Shaul of blessed memory made was we could start an internet group of correspondence. And so that really stuck with me, because here I had nobody to talk with again in Dallas. And so I started Ladino Comunita, and we went up to 1,700 members at one point. Most of them for the first 10 years or so were native speakers. And now we have, I'm sorry about the phone. We're still going strong, many new people, but unfortunately, most of the native speakers have passed away or are not able to participate. And we have lots of new people. And then when my good friend Brian and my newer still friend and younger still friend Hannah came up with the idea of starting the American Ladino League. I was very excited. And so they call me a co-founder, but really they are the founders. I just offer what I know. And I'm very, very excited that they want a native speaker to be part of their endeavors, each of them, and very meticulous about making sure that what they write or what they say is correct, which is not something I can say with everybody who's studying Ladino or teaching Ladino for that matter. I'm sorry. Yeah. Anyway, this is my spiel.
I'll go next. Thank you, first of all, Rachel. It's just lovely to be here with you. I'm an admirer of your work and just very glad to be here at ucLADINO. First of all, I want to say that I come into this work as a heritage speaker. I did not grow up hearing Ladino. It basically skipped my mother's generation in the Sephardic community in Zimbabwe. So when I am developing materials and thinking about transmission, I'm actually thinking in two directions, not only teaching my children, la generación que viene, but also reaching people in my parents' generation and beyond who want to explore and reclaim this linguistic heritage, which they only minimally perceived or received while they were growing up. So as for my portfolio now in the broader Ladino world, I am at heart a book person, by training a literary scholar, and I bring that zeal for the written word and my knowledge of media and publishing to my Ladino activism. So I'm currently finishing a memoir about my Sephardic family history and my journey. Studying Ladino, especially over the last 4 years, is now a big chapter in the book, and in fact is the thing that I feel like was the missing piece of the puzzle for the manuscript. As you mentioned, I'm also a fellow at PJ Library, North America's Sephardic Stories Initiative, which is a program that is helping writers develop children's books on Sephardic topics, and I have 2 manuscripts in process there, both of which include Ladino language very directly. And I'm really invested in understanding children's literature as a craft and helping to incubate book projects for families of young children, especially. And also to mention, I write my own Ladino stories and poems. And this really began back when I took my first Zoom courses with Brian Kirshen during the pandemic. I just started submitting what I called unassigned homework, because I found that in between the class Zoom meetings, I was really craving deeper engagement with the language. And also I could learn a whole bunch of new vocabulary words each time I tried to write something. And for me, and I don't know if this is the case for other folks, writing in Ladino flows a lot quicker than speaking. Still, though, I am working on that. And it's funny because in English, I'm more of an essayist, but in Ladino, I feel free or even empowered to write poems and fiction. And it was really just amazing to see 2 pieces come out in Aki Yerushalayim just last month. And they both reflect my positionality in the field of Ladino. The poem is about an eager student who wants to have her own identity in the language. And the story is modern fairy tale based on pieces of my great-grandmother's real life. So it was a really meaningful moment, a Shechianu moment for me when I saw those pieces actually get published. I'll just mention 2 other projects I'm involved with really quick. One is local and one's global. Here in Seattle, I am the lead facilitator for the Los Nuevos Ladineros group. This is a joint venture of the ALL, the Seattle Sephardic Network, and the Sephardic Studies program at the University of Washington. For those who don't know, the Ladineros is a long-running Ladino study club that goes back decades. We relaunched the group last year, hence the Nuevos in the name, with the express goal of building an intergenerational community. And so far it's gone really well, and I feel so honored to have this role. And it's just one way that the Seattle Sephardic community is serving as kind of a testing ground for some of the programming that we'd eventually like to run around the country. And for the global piece, you mentioned, in my day job, I'm the Director of Education and Engagement for the Hebrew Union College Jewish Language Project. And this is an initiative that documents and raises awareness of Jewish linguistic diversity around the world. So we absolutely support Ladino and Hakatia, as well as 36 other Jewish languages, most of which are endangered currently. So I get to work with some amazing linguists, scholars, and heritage speakers. And the goal is to connect public audiences with the free resources that we're building and to engage them in the stories that these languages tell. And it's really inspiring to work with language activists and get to learn best practices from our different partner organizations, such as WikiTongues, the Living Tongues Institute, 7,000 Languages, the Oxford School, National Library of Israel, and other members of our Jewish Language Consortium. And what I'm able to do is take these principles of language advocacy that I'm learning about in my day job and apply them directly to my work in the Ladino space in real time. So in closing, it really is my privilege to be an ALL co-director with Rachel and Brian. And I think about it some.
Uh-oh. She froze?
I think you froze, Hannah. We'll wait for her to come back.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Hannah?
Am I back?
Yes.
Great. Sorry, I'm connection. I was just wrapping up saying that it kind of blows my mind that 100 years ago, my great-grandmother Estierina was teaching French on roads in an Alliance school, and her brother-in-law, the historian Avram Galante, was advocating that Ottoman Jews speak Turkish. And meanwhile, here I am in 2025, living in America and building a community around Ladino. So kind of coming full circle.
Thanks, Hannah. Brian?
Sí, quello che te diga. Esa demanda la va a responder en ladino, ¿sí? Me voy a trocar también.
Bravo, bravo.
Hablemos antes y decimos que vamos a hablar un poquitico de veces en ladino. ¿De qué no? Si me entendés, bien. Si no me entendés, vas a mesarse. Vas a mesarse. Bueno, yo empecé, merci muy mucho, Rachel, por haberme dado esta biografía y habernos convidado a esta conferenza, a este simposio. Ahora, infatti, Zoom mi sta domandando en qué lengua estoy hablando y supongo que no va a haber ladino como una opción. En todo caso, un placer estar aquí. Como muchos de vosotros ya sabéis, yo empecé mi camino en UCLA, en la misma universidad donde está Rachel y también las otras, los otros miembros del grupo. En 2010 empezamos a querer empezarnos el judeo español. Yo vengo de una familia yidishá, no soy sefaradí, pero es parte también de mi camino de querer empezarme mucho de la lengua. Estuve en contacto con Rachel Bortnick en 2010 y antes, empezamos, fraguimos el grupo de ucLADINO y es un honor ver esta conferencia hoy también. Y sigo empezándome de Rachel, también sigo empezándome de Hannah. Soy maestro también de la lengua, laboro muy mucho en la Universidad de Ambezo de Binghamton en New York, donde moro, y soy también de New York. Y laboro muy mucho con la historiadora Dina Danon, que tiene familia de Izmir. Y colaboramos muy mucho en nuestro Ladino Lab. También pude viajar 3 o 4 veces a Sephardic Adventure Camp en Washington para laborar también con las criaturas. Sarah Benor habló un poco sobre este grupo antes. Entonces es muy importante hablar, empezar y partillar la lengua. Y también quise hacer un comentario para Esti, que hemos hablado antes. Me plació lo que dijiste sobre las letras hebreas y si no sabes o si no sabes vosotros, también quiero decir que tengo un proyecto que hice unos años atrás que se llama documentingjudeo-spanish.com y Esti, no sé si conoces el sitio, pero puede ser de interés más en los ganchos, en letras cursivas de soletreo. Si
wow.
quiere empezarse en la lengua, en letras hebreas, más en soletreo, como se hacía y ya como no se hace.
Antes.
Antes de nuestra época, decimos. Bueno, un placer estar aquí.
Merci mucho, Brian, y a todos. Okay, I'll ask the questions in English, I think. But it's wonderful to have multilingual answers. I'll combine two questions. We've heard about nostalgia as an impetus for starting some of these nostalgia projects. We've heard about the desire to have intergenerational learning, Hannah, as you said, in both directions, which we certainly have at this conference, which is always really beautiful. We have a Ladineros in Los Angeles too. And of course, we have an abundance of knowledge and organizational breadth amongst the three of you. So I'm wondering, with all of that in mind, what was the impetus for starting the ALL? What gap are you filling in? And because this conference is about Ladino in and beyond the home, and in particular about maternal inheritances and lineages, what past Ladino movements, momentum, people, lineages are you building off of?
I could start this one y ahora en inglés, if that's okay. I a number of ways, I guess, I could answer this one, but I think that working with people like Hannah during the pandemic, as a student who she mentioned earlier, kind of self-assigning homeworks and just opportunities to learn the language and wanting to learn more and learning from her as well, and having Rachel constantly as a mentor. I thought that there's a real opportunity there. And, working with a native speaker is extremely important as well. But, there's other organizations that are doing similar work in other countries. And we didn't think that there was a similar hub of sorts. Leaving the United States aside for a moment, there's the Ottoman Turkish Sephardic Cultural Research Center in Istanbul that has a long history of doing amazing work. Two organizations in Argentina, whether it's CBSF or the newer Centro Cultural Sepharat with the Benvenistes. Aquí estamos in France, La Autoridad Nacional de Ladino in Israel, and other people in the US that we partner with. But a group that focuses specifically and exclusively on Ladino is kind of what our buto was, our goal. And so that's when we got together and launched our group 1 year ago.
Yeah, it is so important for me to gather everything, all the information that we see around us, all the activities, in one place that somebody can reach any of them through a central place. I feel that this is very important, and it pains me to see that people who are working in Israel or in Turkey or in France or in Germany don't know what is going on in America. And also individuals who don't know that even in the United States there's this group or that group that's doing something. We have, or we will have, and also an international branch of the directors or the advisors, so that we can help. We can be part of what is happening globally. In the whole idea, of course, being that we want the language and the culture to continue, and to continue in an authentic way. At least mine. I'm always looking, how authentic is it? What the research that the people are doing, and why didn't they consult a native speaker before they published or something? So I'm very happy to be part of this organization. I think it's very important.
And I'll just add that it was important to us when we were having our many preliminary discussions before all the ink was dry on the various paperwork, that it takes a long time to become a 501c3 organization in this country. And kudos to Brian for starting that process and seeing it through. We are an official registered nonprofit, which is really great. We wanted to be in conversation with these other wonderful communal organizations that have already been doing amazing Ladino programming. So we really see ourselves as complementing, not supplementing, what's already going on with Sephardic Brotherhood and other local groups that are in the major population centers where Sephardim are in the U.S. And we want to bring a certain kind of standard of pedagogy and academic rigor, but not be in academia, right? So you note that Brian's the only one of us co-directors who is a tenured professor in the academy. I'm a kind of rogue academic public scholar who's always had one foot in, one foot out, but very committed to public scholarship, digital humanities, and having like a real give and take between the ivory tower and the community. And Lachelle is a native speaker who is an ESL teacher and amazing educator and innovative tech person, entrepreneur, we could even say. So we sort of, but we intentionally wanted to not be affiliated with a communal organization or a synagogue or like couched within academic context. We wanted to be independent and be able to be nimble and kind of partner with organizations as it seems relevant to our mission, right? So we wanted that flexibility to be able to pivot and to offer the best quality resources to teachers and to students, which we just weren't seeing in a structured way. So that's part of the long-term plan, is to build these resources that can be available to people who are out in the field teaching in various classroom settings. And then also to give students sequences of courses where if they've taken that Zoom 101 course, with My Jewish Learning or with the Brotherhood or whoever, they can, they'll have the next 3 steps laid out for them as far as what types of texts to be reading, what kinds of songs to be listening to, and all the relevant resources for someone who wants to go beyond that first Ladino class.
Thank you. And it's an exciting model to have this nimble project that's moving between worlds, which is, I think, what this conference has always done also. I'd love to hear Rachel and Brian, because I'm curious about this question, the relationship between the academia and community in the world of Ladino. I feel like that's always being held in balance in these various spaces. So I'd love to hear your responses to how the ALL is amidst both of those worlds. And I'll throw out another question too, which is you've sort of started describing the primary goals and objectives of the American Ladino League. If you want to say more about that, wonderful. And if you want to comment on some of the key programs and initiatives that are at the heart of what you're doing to support Ladino learning, Ladino speaking, and the reception you've received so far.
Rachel, estamos meldando tus muchos. Unmute.
Yo dije, es porque el teléfono sonó y no quería que dijeras. Voy a hablar en español porque Brian le dieron cumplimentos que habló en español y yo me encelé. Y Hernán se está riendo. So. A mí me parece muy importante todo lo que hacemos en la Liga Americana de Ladino. Una es el salón que tenemos de Moabet, de hablar una vez por la semana, y es la parte popular, que no es académico, no es enseñanza, es para hablar y explicar si la gente tiene demandas. Me parece a mí una de las más importantes cosas que hacemos, porque la gente tiene el menester de sentir la habla normal, diaria, y entender la lengua hablada, viva. Ok, Brian, puedes continuar tú en la lengua que quieres.
Sí, es una lengua viva, un caristreo de las dos lenguas, ¿no? yeah, I think that it's always been so important to have the community. And this is something that I realized really early on, being at UCLA, but also with the Sephardic community right there. I mean, that is the resource, that is educator. And so it's this reciprocal relationship that a lot of times in academia, we have a platform. I still have that platform in academia now in New York, but the people that I need to work with and want to work with and should work with are those who speak the language, or incorporate the language or want to reclaim their language in all different degrees. And that's something that our league now is trying to continue to do in many ways possible, and try to find, again, that cupidity, that bridge for people who either want to learn to speak the language. But even my conversations with Hannah have really made me realize that there's also an avenue for people who want to incorporate more of the language. We're going back to Sarah Benor's talk earlier. People who want to learn more about those heritage words, and their goal might not to be an advanced speaker in the language, and that's okay. We want to give some sort of avenue for them as well. So, like Hannah said, also this organization is not academic in nature, but we also want to help people connect to resources if they are academic or if they're more community-based, and just serve as a hub for people looking for any Ladino-related inquiries.
Wonderful. And a great transition. If people are looking for some of those resources, some of those educational materials to learn Ladino, what do you recommend?
Oh, the website nos olvidamos de mencionar
Thanks for asking, Rachel. I just put our Manaderos page, our resource page, in the chat, which is vetted, curated resources in a variety of genres, and we're always adding to it. But those are things that we recommend. Different kinds of media, different kinds of printed sources, and things like that. And then, we, as we've already said, like to be a hub and a clearinghouse. So if we find out that, the Oxford Schools has applications open for their next term, or Brian teaches for My Jewish Learning, we're always very happy to pass along learning opportunities. We don't at this time, besides the lounge, the weekly lounge that Rachel was describing, we don't offer our own courses per se. Though I think something like, CLES camp, that the field of Yiddish studies offers some kind of, big summer camp where it's complete language immersion, culture every day would be fantastic. Butos.
Great, thank you. I would love to hear about partnerships that you all have developed with other organizations, other institutions. And in relation to that question, what type of response you all have received so far from those collaborations or from the founding of the ALO in general?
Well, another Ladino Comunidad is part of this. The Sepharat always helps us with publicity. I do something that they like in Ladino community, they publish it. For the ALL, it's part of Encuentros del Had. We partner with them a lot, with the Brotherhood. Who else, Brian?
We're all about partnerships, right? And so I think that's what Rachel and Hannah are also saying. I mean, we're trying to not there is certainly overlap, but we're also kind of carving out our own lane for what we're doing, really focusing on the language aspect, which for some organizations is tangential, is certainly a part of it. But for example, for New York Ladino Day, which I've been co-directing with Jane Mushabak now for the past 8 years, that's run through the American Sephardi Federation in New York City. The American Ladino League was now, for the first time, a partner, a co-sponsor of that event, which I had the pleasure of welcoming Rachel and Hannah, and they actually met for the first time in person at that event just in February. We partnered with Ladino Comunidad this past year on the Concurso de Composición de Ladino and Ladino, which will be featured in a few months, and that was spearheaded by Aaron Shapiro. We are going to soon enough be one of the one of the hosts of the Sunday Encuentro de El Chat series, run by the Benvenistas in Argentina. So there's a number of groups that we're partnering with. We've had collaborations and networks with this, like Rachel mentioned, the Sephardic Jewish Brotherhood of America, Sephardic Federation of Palm Beach County. These are people with whom we interact with a lot in the U.S. anyway.
Anybody that we know of, pretty much. And I have to mention, Hernan just walked away, but Hernan Rodriguez was the one that suggested the concurso de cuentos in Ladino Comunidad. Hernan from Chile. We're really, truly international.
But definitely one of our goals is, on the one hand, to partner with established organizations and see what we can offer and platform each other's work. And on the other hand, identify individuals and smaller organizations out there that need a boost and need information and material, and see how we can support what they're doing, right? So that's why we started a microgrant program, and Lilith Magazine just featured the Boston area Ladino group Muestra Lingua, I think.
Muestra Razón, yeah.
Okay, and so we gave them a microgrant, which for a small group, a few $100s can actually make a really big impact on their ability to have a big program and catering and all that stuff. So we want to do that more for individuals around the country who are trying to start up conversation clubs or to have their own version of a Ladino day on whatever scale it is. So it's kind of a dual process of hooking into these like really big organizations nationally and globally, but also finding people who have an entrepreneurial spirit and are trying to get something going for Ladino in their community.
I think that's a very important part. And thanks to Brian, who got us this tax-free status for donations.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes.
That helps.
Can I say something, Rachel?
Sure.
When I came to this conference, I was very pessimistic. In Israel, I'm very pessimistic because we don't have a lot of native speakers in my age. All courses that teach Ladino in Bar Ilan University, there are 70 and beyond. And I really try how to engage the youth. My projects are a few of something that I want to do. But when I came here, I saw the young generation and some of you and my age also, and I came out very optimistic, and I hope I will get some help from everyone to try to bring it to Israel in some, I don't know, maybe a Zoom conference for the youth in Hebrew and English, and to open it not only to a small group of conferences, closed conferences like this with members. And I wanted to ask if also in Turkey, there is Ladino courses. I know there are some Jewish there still. Hablan español, muy viejos allá. No hablan mucho allá en español. ¿Hay cursos para generación nueva, para nuestra edad?
En Estambul había.
Ahora
No, poco antes. No, estoy hablando de 50 años antes.
Sí.
Estoy hablando de 2-3 años antes de la pandemia tenían. Sí. Son muy, muy activos. Tienen el amanecer, tienen en Shalom cada semana que escriben. Y tienen unos cuantos macebos que escriben también.
¿Que escriben?
Sí.
Si sabes, Mándame los nombres. Quiero
Ay,
hablar
le
con ellos
hablaremos,
para
Esti,
hacer
sí.
una
Te
cosa
vamos a,
más manceba.
y sí, te vamos a meter en contacto con gente.
Sí,
Esto es
merci mucho.
nuestro deber, es aunarnos.
Yeah, what a wonderful thing, Esti, that you're walking away with optimism. I think that's
Yeah, truly
of,
optimism.
of the and the point is also to be doing this community building and, Rachel, as you said, this international community building with the ALL serving as a means of connection. I'll maybe pick up, Esti, you're mentioning this optimism and also some of the challenges that you're facing in your context. So I'll ask you all as a means to help people who are working on these projects in their own countries, institutions. What challenges have you experienced? Have you come up with some successful strategies to address those challenges?
Fundraising is a challenge. I mean, and I say this just from my experience with the Jewish Language Project as well as with the Ladino League. It's a crowded field, and especially if you're talking about the realm of Jewish philanthropy in particular. The last year and a half, a lot of attention deservedly has gone to the situation in Israel, and so we're trying to make a case and also understand that there's there are other priorities. So trying to explain why there's a time sensitive and urgent nature to language preservation. It's that the messaging has to be nuanced, and it doesn't always land. But we have prospects and we have patience. So paciencia. So hopefully that situation will improve.
I share Esti's concern that Sephardic young people are not as interested in keeping learning or promoting the language, either in Turkey or in Israel, both countries about which I know. My nephews in Israel remember a few words from their grandmother, but absolutely are not interested in anything that I do or I'm involved with Ladino. And I saw the Encuentro del Had a couple of weeks ago that where as Esti mentioned, Barilan has courses and a couple of young people are learning there, and they're so excited, but it was just 2 people, right, that we saw anyway. It's sad for me. I'm glad it's a global language and all kinds of people are learning it, but I would like to wave a magic wand and wake up people and let them claim that this is their language. This is it's called the mother tongue. One young man was saying the other day, I speak Turkish. My father speaks perfect Turkish, but is Turkish his mother tongue? How can it be when his mother never spoke Turkish? And so it would be nice to spread that word. Our mother tongue is not the language, for Sephardic people, is not the language that we speak every day with other people. But
And if I could just add, to Rachel's point too, everyone here is here because they know something or a lot about Judeo-Spanish or Ladino. But the story of Ladino is a story of challenge, right? So here we are, ready to take it on. Every generation there's something. This generation presents new challenges. As an organization, clearly there are challenges as well, some of which Hannah mentioned. But part of it also is speaking about what Ladino is to people who are unfamiliar with it, demonstrating that there is a need to support, highlight, or feature or embrace this language, which is a living language. And even though it's in danger, there are still speakers to show respect to these speakers, and not just run off with it like it's not still a language that forms part of a community. So there's lots of opportunity there too with that. And I think like the people that are excited, it's a small group, it's an international group. So I think there's more opportunities than challenges, but it's a collaborative effort nonetheless.
Yes. Mm-hmm. And it is an inspiration. I always hope to see so many young people studying, learning, interested, investigating, and all that is an inspiration to those Sephardic young people who are too busy. And, if anything, I'll learn Castilian, modern Spanish, so to speak, and seeing others learning and appreciating Ladino is I think will eventually inspire others. I hope.
Yeah,
it's wonderful to see so many young people interested.
Thank you, Rachel. And yeah, I'll just reiterate this importance to have this rootedness to resources of native speakers and to focus on the aliveness of the language, which I think we feel today from all our different corners of the world. And there seems to be a lot of momentum. I'll just read a few comments from the audience. Lillian said, how can we be a part of this amazing academy to help bring Ladino and Ladino studies to my university? I want to connect Mexico with Sephardic culture and the Ladino language as well, and Texas, where I live. And maybe you have sort of very specific responses to that. And we have Miriam Sherman in the audience who said, bravo siempre a ti, Rachel, and bravo, Brian, por hablar en nuestra lengua. So I'll just pass along some of that enthusiasm and optimism. Maybe you have a very specific response about, people who want to right now bring this momentum into their spaces. How can they do that?
Real quick, yes. That one of our goals is to provide more resources and manaderos, right? Which again, I do encourage everyone to go to our page and check out the resource page, which we continue to update and do manaderos del mes. This month is actually Julia Peck's Ladino en Casa nest that we're featuring. But so we're working on that. Separately though, Lillian and I had the chance to meet actually Andrea in San Antonio, where some of us have already been discussing. There's a restaurant called Ladino that I had the chance to visit. I don't know, Lillian, if you've been there yet, but I did. Let's go to San Antonio. Rachel Bornick has been very interested in going there. It would be great to collaborate. Let's connect and make that happen.
We'll organize a trip, a Ladino Comunidad trip, but open to all.
San Antonio welcomes y'all. So thank you.
Yeah.
If people are interested in co-organizing a seminar, whether it's virtual or an in-person visit, that's obviously logistically a little tougher, but reach out. We're on Facebook and Instagram. You can message us there. You can also write to AmericanLadinoLeague@gmail.com. And we're really still in a startup phase. Have to remember that sometimes because we have so many ideas, but we have the bandwidth that we have, and I think we've been able to get a lot of programs up and running in a short amount of time. But we would welcome partners or thought partners and programmatic partners to figure out ways that we can bring the language and bring the language to where you are and help people feel like they aren't alone in feeling drawn to this culture. And yeah, that's definitely possible.
Amazing. And because this is multi-directional learning, I'll add maybe two final questions. One is, that's wonderful, the ways that you and the ALL can provide support to others. How can people watching today and people who will be watching the recording support your efforts, volunteering, donations, other means? And then I'll add a final question, which is looking forward. What is each of you most excited about for the future of the ALL, for Ladino in community spaces?
I would like to see more people my age or people who are native speakers also take part in these, because I feel that the young people should benefit from hearing and talking with people who grew up with the language and with the culture and so on. It's very nice. I see a lot of work being done in reference to published articles and published books and so on. But it's, I don't know, to me it seems like if you want to learn about the Shoah, the Holocaust, you best, if you have the chance, talk to one who survived it. So now that we're still around, take advantage. And so, but the older people have to also be part. A lot of them are not. And I'd like to urge, I do my best, but
You do so much, Asha.
I'd like to see more people my age to be mentors and to help and to be around and visible. Otherwise, people will continue to think that it's a dead language. Only a few old people at home might use it, but they have to be a part of this conversation more.
But I love what's happening right now, Rachel, is that, it's true that there's definitely a generational shift or rift in that sense, but there's several people who I've met in their, maybe 60s or 70s who grew up with the language to a different degree than maybe not one that they spoke all the time. And now they are becoming leaders in their communities. And it's been so neat to watch this happen over the past 2 decades. And now they are a go-to person within their community and still have access to different resources and people. But it's one of these kind of trickling effects, which has been really nice to see.
I guess you know more than I do. I'm disappointed.
Well, it's the optimistic lens that I'm putting forward. But yes, as Hannah mentioned too, connecting with us on Facebook or on Instagram, through our support, through our newsletter as well, just to be in touch. And then Hannah, you probably have more to say about some of the upcoming projects that we're working on, or.
Yes. Well, I mean, am I allowed to tease the podcast? Am I allowed to tease the podcast, Brian?
Ambassadors podcast. Yeah, I mean.
Yes. Okay. Well, so we do have some media initiatives on tap and hoping to, at some point in 2025, I don't want to put a month on it. Brian and I will be hosting a podcast focused on Ladino learning. I don't want to say the name, but I'm super excited about the name of it. So stay tuned about that. And yes, we are soon going to be opening applications for our first cohort of ambassadores. So these are ambassadors who will be, it's open to all ages, students on up. So maybe this will be a way to pull in, Rachel, some of those veteran speakers that haven't come out of the woodwork yet, but people who will get training in language advocacy and kind of be representatives of the ALL in their local communities. And so we're excited to open up applications for that very soon. And we have one thing that we haven't mentioned, I don't think, is our ongoing ALL authors series, which as a literature person is one of my pet projects, which is a free public program that platforms somebody who's been working with Ladino or through Ladino or in conversation or in dialogue with Sephardic culture in their writing and teaching. And it's been really wonderful. We got that started right away as soon as we launched last year. And we've already had our first one for this year. And it's a way, and speaking of visibility, something that I think about a lot is the extent to which Sephardic identity and Sephardic culture is or is not visible in the American Jewish landscape, and just trying to show a different perspective and not just be, as I said to somebody the other day, not just be the bareka in a buffet of kugels, right? We want our representation to be a little more substantive and meaningful than like sort of superficial, like, oh, it's just about a different kind of food, or right? So that is that kind of diversifying the literary and cultural discourse by platforming these authors is something that I'm very passionate about. And another future thing, which hopefully we'll be able to announce in a more official way soon, is a content partnership that will be about online media as well as book production. That will be another way to improve the pipeline for children's books and educational materials, so that you don't have to write to someone in Istanbul to get a Ladino dictionary that will cost like $30 to import, right? There are these like mechanisms that we can improve as far as just like really basic, pipeline. So all of that like sort of literary and media stuff is those are the things that get me extra excited. And I still send Brian unassigned homework and things to read. So,
and Hannah, if I could just add real quick too, one of the things I love about the ALL author series, which we do every few months, is the giveaways too, because people in our audience, we just gift them whatever we're discussing. And so, we'll pick names out of a fez, we'll do
You have to be present.
Yeah,
you have to be watching live.
But we want to give you items because we know that there can be some barriers in obtaining them, and just share the joy of this language and help people either publish or learn. So, yeah.
Oh, thank you so much, Rachel and Hannah and Brian, for this very uplifting panel about passing down the joy of Ladino. That's a really beautiful sentence.
Thank you for having us.
So thank you all
for having us, Rachel. I like your name, Rachel.
Oh, I like the confusion when there's two in one room.
Yeah, I like hearing here. I love it when people call me Rachel.
Pleasure. And I'll add that we have the Ladineros in the Los Angeles Ladino community and Sephardic Sisterhood Brotherhood community. We had an event Ruby Hanan organized and a few other people, with 100 people in a room listening to Ladino music. So I think, Brian, if you want to come back, Los Angeles is ready and teeming with native speakers and with students of
Ruby
Ladino.
Hanan's mother was a friend of mine.
Hi, Ruby.
Listen to her songs in the Ladineros.
Mm-hmm.
And Rachel, real quick, I know we're at time, but one of the beautiful things which you've mentioned in previous conferences too is that the Cantigas Muestras, or some of these groups, the singing group in particular, which has been featured with a number of people and Simone in the past, that just emerged so naturally at a UcLADINO conference over a decade ago, when a group of attendees, Cynthia and others, were just started to sing songs in Ladino, and then said, why don't we do this outside of the conference? And that's how these things happen. And it's really nice to see.
Incredible. Thank you all so much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we have just a couple.
Everybody, not seeing everybody.
We just have a couple remarks to close. Madeline and Natalie, maybe you want to come join me. Really, what a day of abundance. It's so wonderful to be here with you all. Thank you so much for sustaining Ladino through your participation in today's conference, through all of the work that you're doing, the preservation and adaptation and transmission work that you're doing intimately and globally in and beyond the home. I'll thank our sponsors again. We're grateful to UCLA's Alan D. Levy Center for Jewish Studies, the Maurice Amado Program in Sephardic Studies, the Department of Spanish and Portuguese, the Department of Near Eastern Languages and Cultures, and the History Department for making this event possible. Thank you to all of our panelists, our moderators, Chelsea White, David Wu, Raina Chung, and Vivian Holenbeck at the Levy Center for all of their support, and our audience members for a really lively day. In its 13th consecutive year, the ucLADINO Conference supports and celebrates the growing preservation and continually growing preservation of Ladino language and culture in the Judeo-Spanish diaspora. So we're grateful to all of you.
And we will be in touch about the conference recording, which will be up on the Levy Center website next week. If you have any other questions, please feel free to reach out to Madeline, Rachel, or me by email. And we wish you a wonderful rest of your day or evening for those of you who stayed up late with us. Thank you so much, and good night.
Thank you.
Mucha buena.
Awareness.